Well, hello, Pickens, and hello to South Carolina. It's great to be with you. We've had great success together. I don't know if you know it, but those crowds are going all the way back into whatever the hell street you have back there. Whatever that street is, they've passed it. There's nowhere else I'd rather be to kick off the 4th of July weekend than right here on Main Street with thousands of proud, hardworking South Carolina patriots who believe in God, family, and country. Do we all believe in God, family, and country? I think so. Let me begin by wishing each and every one of you a very happy Independence Day. It's a big day. We need our independence back, to be honest with you. Nearly 2.5 centuries ago, brave American patriots risked their lives for the majestic cause of freedom. Their names entered history as heroes and legends. They are indeed legends. They want to delete our legends. We're not letting them delete our legends. We're not letting them delete General Pickens either, that I can tell you. There will be no deletion of General Pickens. But names like George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, Patrick Henry, and South Carolina's own Francis Marion, and the great General Andrew Pickens. He's become very famous today, I have to be honest. This thing is all over the world. They have it broadcast. Look at all the fake news back there. It's all over the world. I hope they don't go back to their spreads where they're all losing lots of money because they don't have credibility anymore and start saying, let's look at Andrew Pickens. Let me see. What did he do wrong? Let's change the name. Let's change. Don't let him change anything. Don't let him change. When they want to change the name of George Washington, they've taken the name of George Washington off over 100 schools throughout the country. These people are sick. When they want to get rid of the Jefferson Memorial, that's not happening. But today, everything having to do with those courageous Americans who fought for us and sacrificed so strongly is indeed being destroyed under crooked Joe Biden, and he is crooked as hell, isn't it? You know, I've been hitting him much differently than I have because I've always respected the office. And then when they indicted me for nothing, I said, now the gloves are off. Now we have to say it like it is. He's a crook. Under crooked Joe Biden, I never called him that. I took the name away from Hillary Clinton. We call her Beautiful Hillary now. And because it was crooked Hillary, now it's crooked Joe, because it's a much more appropriate name right now for this man who's just destroying our country. Under crooked Joe Biden, millions and millions of illegal aliens are streaming across our border. Main Street is being crushed by catastrophic inflation. Our Constitution is being ripped to shreds. Our children are being taught to hate our great heroes. Hate them. You're going to hate Abraham Lincoln. You're going to hate George Washington. Men are...
Have you considered going solar in Utah but are afraid of the huge price tag attached? So most people don't know this, but almost 100% of homeowners that make the switch to solar this year through ES Solar will do it for $0 down while getting paid thousands of dollars up front by Rocky Mountain Power to put a backup battery in their home. It's called the WattSmart program. And as the preferred partner, ES Solar has installed over 95% of all WattSmart batteries in the state. They're the #1 rated solar company and have over 14 years of experience, so they know what they're doing and they're here to help you out. But there's a few things that you need to know in order to see if you qualify and to see if the program's a good fit for your home. First, we need to know how much solar you would need to eliminate your electric bill. Things like sun exposure, too many trees, or orientation of your roof can affect this. Next, we need to know how much solar you can fit on your roof. The more solar panels you can fit means the more money you could be putting back in your pocket and the more self-sufficient you'll be. This gives you control of your power situation. And finally, you need to know how much a system will cost after $0 down while taking advantage of brand new tax and government incentives, plus all the rebates, cashback, and everything else that Rocky Mountain Power is doing right now. Most homeowners start saving money on day one, and they save tens of thousands over the life of the system. So we've created a quick form for you to fill out that actually uses satellite imagery to see if your home is a good fit. It determines any other local incentives that may be available to you in your area as well. So this new process that we put together makes it so you're able to get rid of your high electric bill for good, and you can switch it out for a low solar payment that stays the same every single month, then goes away. After that, you just get free electricity. This means that solar and backup batteries are finally affordable for every homeowner now. So if you've ever looked into solar before and you thought it was just too expensive or the numbers just didn't make sense, then it's definitely time to check it out again with the WattSmart program and ES Solar. You're already paying an electric bill. This is just going to save you money and make it so you never lose power again. So I mean, what have you got to lose? It's free to check out. To get started, just click the link below, answer a few quick questions, and we'll use estimates based on thousands of other installs in your area to make sure that you get the most accurate price possible and the best deal. That way you'll have accurate numbers for when you're ready to stop paying full price for your electricity and start owning your energy by using the free power generated by the sun every single day. You won't be renting your power anymore. You'll own it and you'll have peace of mind knowing that you'll always have electricity no matter what happens. So click the link below, see if you qualify, and we can answer any questions that you have, clear up any concerns that you have, and hopefully get you on track to switch to solar and save tons of money on your electric bills while taking back control. We look forward to seeing you soon.
Did you know that you could get $50,000 to over $150,000 of investment capital at 0% interest rates to fund any business or investment that you want? That's right, you can quickly and easily access $50,000 to over $150,000 of free money in less than 30 days to invest in guaranteed businesses and investments, all without having to risk your own cash or credit. And this is even despite all the craziness that's going on in the economy right now. It's true. There's a little-known funding hack only used by the wealthiest investors in America right now, called 0% interest funding. And 0% interest funding is exactly what it sounds like. It's free money that comes without any interest that you can use to invest into businesses or investments to generate passive income. And this allows you to take advantage of investment opportunities you want to pursue without being limited by the money that you have saved up or being forced to pay interest and fees to credit cards or risky business loans. And in a very short time frame, often in less than 30 days, you can access this abundant amount of capital. If that sounds interesting to you, click on this ad. I'll show you exactly how it works. Otherwise, you can click skip on this ad. So my name is Andrew and Bessie, and I didn't create my income streams overnight, and certainly didn't get any handouts in the beginning either. Just like most people, I had to build my streams of income the hard way, until I learned how to use 0% interest funding. And that's when I became no longer limited by capital to scale my investments or rely on banks and investors to profit a bigger piece of the pie for myself. Since I learned about this funding hack, I've obtained over $250,000 of 0% interest funding in less than 12 months. And now that makes me passive income upward of 7 figures per year, all without requiring a penny of my savings. And after I found success with this funding hack, I worked with hundreds of other people one-on-one and showed them how to successfully implement this strategy to fund their properties, stock and crypto investments, and business investments to net even bigger returns than they could have obtained on their own by backing them with a guarantee of $100,000 minimum of 0% interest funding while working together. Now, for the first time ever, I'm sharing exactly how you can unlock the secrets of 0% interest funding for yourself. And this is something that only the wealthiest investors in the world know about, that allow them to become more wealthy.
Competing in women's sports, how about that one?
What
Murderers,
the?
gang
I let an
members,
ad
and
play. I'm
bloodthirsty
sorry.
killers are being set
I'm
loose
sorry. I
on
was away for a
innocent
moment.
people. And Joe Biden is stumbling us into the brink of World War III because he has no idea what the hell he's doing. While starting, and when you think of what's going on with Russia, you know, Russia now is at a point where they better make the right decision because we're on a course toward World War III, and the weaponry is impossible. If you ever saw the kind of power the kind of destructive force, and we have a man who's grossly incompetent, who's representing us. And if you look at the leaders of the world, these people are at the top of their game. President Xi and Kim Jong-un, and I could name almost every country. But we have somebody that's not at all. But while stating twice this week, as an example, that Russia is losing the war to Iraq. Twice. Now, you know, you can make mistakes on occasion. Even Lindsey down here, Senator Lindsey Graham, we love Senator Graham. We're gonna love him. We're gonna love him. I know, it's half and half, but when I need some of those liberal votes, he's always there to help me get them, okay? We got some pretty liberal people, but he's good. He's good. We know the good ones. We know the bad ones, too. We got some real bad ones. But even he makes mistakes on occasion. But you can't make a mistake by calling Ukraine Iraq. And then you certainly can't do it a second time because there's something wrong. With the help of everyone here today, we're going to win the South Carolina primary 7 months from now. Big. And on Election Day 2024, we are going to evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House. We're going to bring our country back. We are going to take back our country. We are going to make America great again. That's what we need. Make America great again. The fake news media has finally started to admit what we all knew. Joe Biden is the most corrupt president in American history by far. It's not even close. He's a criminal and a liar. He sold his office to foreign countries
Red
and
leather,
many
red leather,
other
red leather.
people. You take a look at what's going on. All of the stuff goes into the stuff he calls it, goes into family pockets. And it comes from many cases very bad third world actors that nobody thought they were going to get caught with all of their phony corporations that they set up. The only
phony
problem is those
corporations.
people don't like to report on it, but they're actually having to start. It's very
They're
interesting.
actually.
I'm just not sure I want to run against anybody else. I said this one. And by the way,
La
we're
la
leading
la
it
la
by a
la
lot.
la la
But just
la
think-
la 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 la
Just
la
think of the massive Biden
la.
corruption unveiled in the past few weeks alone.
Oh,
According to Representatives James Comer and Jim Jordan, who are doing a fantastic
Speak
job,
it.
by the way.
preach.
At least 9 Biden family members were paid vast sums of money through 20 different shell companies for no legitimate reason at all. They can't figure it out. While Crooked Joe was vice president, he was using that as a cash machine. In
Ooh,
addition, we learned the
a cash
FBI
machine.
has explosive evidence that Joe Biden took bribes from Ukraine, yet the corrupt FBI, it's out of control, not only covered it up, they
It's over. The clip is over. Let's go. It's White History Month. Yo. Shout out America. Shout out White History Month. Guys. Demon Month is over. Demon Month is over. It's White History Month. It's White History Month. I'm gonna celebrate with my friends. Guys, it's White History Month. It's July 3rd. It's July 3rd. My rent was due today. I just paid it. I went camping. I just went on another camping trip. We got a lot of camping videos coming soon. I got a trout head soup video coming soon. I made trout head soup. Last time we sucked the eyes out the trout. This time, I'm just eating the trout head soup. Guys, it's not something you want to have on a weeknight dinner. Okay? It's something you want to have when you're dying in the woods and you got some trouts, subsistence to sustain you. You take that trout, you chop its head off, you make trout head soup. It's White History Month. I'm back. I'm tired. I was camping. I got back yesterday. Camping up in Uinta National Forest. I got a lot of clips, a lot of videos I could make out of it. Great time. I went fishing, caught a lot of trout. We'll talk about the camping trip tonight. We'll talk about White History Month. It's July. It's White History Month. We'll talk about the 4th of July, which is coming up tomorrow. Talk about 4th of July. We got restrictions on fireworks. I talked about this last year. Last year here in Salt Lake City, we had a laser light show. This year, we're having a drone show. Lasers and drones. Two things I talk about somewhat frequently, especially when I'm referring to China and globalism. I'm talking about satellites with freaking lasers on their freaking heads and drones being supplied to police forces throughout America for Chinese documentation of our information. It's true. It's happening. But we got drones doing laser light shows. Instead of the red rockets glare, the bombs bursting in air, we got drones and lasers. We'll talk about that. And the big news this week, it was big news before I went on my camping trip. It's still big news today. Affirmative action and student loans, but specifically the affirmative action has been shut down. What perfect timing. What perfect timing at the end of Demon History Month when we also have Juneteenth, which is a little bit of the Black History Month from February. They're like, we don't got enough days in February because it's only 28 days. We want to get a couple days in Gay Month. So they get a couple days up in Gay Month for Black History Month. Don't try to deny it. You know it's true. And that's over, and it's White History Month. What was I just talking about? Be Wise. Welcome back, JS. Did you and Echo have fun? I'm surprised you're doing a show. I thought you'd be gone until after the 4th. I'm white, Be Wise. You think I don't show up for work? What the? I got work Monday night. You think I'm not showing up? Dang. We ain't never even been late. Ain't even never been late for this show. All right. Pride Month. Affirmative action. Student loans. Ketanji versus Clarence Thomas. Ketanji Brown. It's Ketanji Brown, right? Brown versus Thomas. Brown versus Thomas. An epic clash ends in one of them falling. Just as Black History Month ends. I know February is Black History Month, but I mean June might. It's black in the heart. It's black in the heart, right? Pride Month, black in the heart. It's black. And we're going to do some Bible thumping. Guys, I was camping. So here's what happens when I camp. I'm kind of what the world would call ADD, okay? I'm ADHD. I'm kind of what the world would call ADD or ADHD. My mind has to be doing lots of things at the same time. It's hard for me to just sit and be quiet, which is great. That's why I love to go camping, because the only time I can do silent prayer, meditation prayer, whatever you want to call it, where you sit and be still and self-examine, is when I'm out in the woods. Because otherwise, I'm trying to take in too much sources of information at the same time. And so I got in the woods, and it was nice to do that. I know last year about this time, I talked about Solomon, the wise, and how Solomon is not actually a hero story. It's an anti-hero story. When you study the progression of history, it's always a good king, then a bad king. David was the good king. Solomon was not the good king. Solomon the wise, rich, powerful, but he had flaws. And at the end of the show, we're going to get into the most controversial book in the Bible. I read it so you don't have to. I read Song of Solomon, Song of Songs, the Canticles. I read the Canticles while I was out in the woods because I finished my Stephen King book that I was reading, and I didn't have anything to read. That's the point I was getting to. When I'm in the woods, I need something to read, you know? That's the one thing. If I was on a show like Alone or something like that, if I didn't have anything to read, it would be hard. I need to read. So I was reading. So I finished my Stephen King book, and then I had nothing left to read, but I did have the Bible with me. So I read Song of Solomon, the most controversial book in the Bible. And since last year we talked about Solomon and the weaknesses, the Kingslayers, hard drink, and women, this time we'll get into Song of Solomon. It's a fishy little book, and it's funny seeing Christians do mental gymnastics to try to justify. And it's interesting how, like, the Mormons don't think Song of Solomon or Song of Songs should be in the Bible at all. And we're going to talk about why that is. We're going to read a little Song of Solomon. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be fun. But we got affirmative action. We got White History Month. Albert Einstein. He's a white guy. He's not an American. He's a German. But we're going to talk about Albert Einstein and the great leaps and bounds he made in science. Science. Albert Einstein. I think Albert Einstein was based, okay? If you don't like it, too bad. It's White History Month. We're going to celebrate some great white people, okay? Camping trip review. I got videos. I got pictures from the camping trip. We'll talk about the camping trip. All that good stuff in the show tonight. I'm hyped, but at the same time, I'm not. Be wise. I thought Echo would be afraid of the fireworks. My dog used to hate them. He is. He's afraid of any loud noises. Just when I start the show and I start yelling like this, he gets all close. He went away because I was yelling. I was watching. Oh, we got movie review. It's a chill stream, guys. I don't have a lot of news articles and stuff, so we're just going to talk tonight. But I got movie reviews of The Fly, which I talked about last week. My movie review of The Fly. Not the old 1954 version, but the 1980 version with Jurassic Park guy. Goldblum. Jeff Goldblum. We got the review of that movie. And the review of Memento. I love Christopher Nolan and Memento. Anyway, we'll get into all that stuff later. Memento, The Fly reviews, my Later by Stephen King review. Just chilling. Just chilling because I was camping. It's White History Month. We're going to talk about Albert Einstein, all the good stuff. But first, I got a song to play. I got a song to play in honor of White History Month. Let's listen right now as everybody rolls in. Shout out Lord Spike Protein.
No, she's married to that big guy. The big guy with the eyeliner, right?
Drogo.
I do want to say, in all the times of watching this, I never caught that Made by Jim Bob in the first. So I wonder if Made by Jim Bob had something to do with this. This is Trevor Wesley, White History Month. Shout out, White. We got the shirt. It's White History Month. It's July. It just feels white. You're going camping. You're cooking. You're catching fish. You're bringing them in. You're gutting them, ripping the guts out, eating the fish head soup. That's white. That's white. I don't care who you are. That's white. Fireworks. White.
Daddy and I are never going to get a divorce, but if we did,
It's amazing.
both just
He
as
black.
much.
It's a relief. Thank you, Mums. Hit the play button.
I have a major announcement.
I got
that
coffee
the
in a
1st of
Woodlands cup.
July is White History Month. So the whole month is White History Month from now on. Happy White History Month.
It's White History Month.
I'm gonna celebrate with my friends.
It's
White History Month. Follow the bouncing ball.
Tell everyone
There will always be different months to celebrate, but this one's gonna be White History.
It's White
History Month. I'm gonna celebrate America. It's White History Month. And I'm gonna scream it to everyone.
There will always be different months to
Celebrate. But this one's gonna be White History. Let's go! All right, that's enough of that. Get out of here. Get out of here, Trump. We heard enough from you. All right. Let's go. It's White History Month. Getting a nice tan. I know I look swarthy. Speaking of swarthy, when we get into Song of Solomon, she black. That sounds like a joke, but if you never read the book, you know it kind of repeats it. She's black. And his sister. Anyway, it's White History Month. What's up, Tar Baby Yoda? Shout out. Shout out. All right. Okay. It is Independence Day. Tomorrow is Independence Day. It's July. It's White History Month. July just feels white. You got barbecues. You got America. You got industrialization. You got engineering. High IQ. Not the highest. That goes to the Asians, but pretty high. Pretty high. That's something we're supposed to be proud of, right? I'm just kidding. It's not genetic. YouTube, it's not genetic. Oh, also in this show, we're going to talk about my first YouTube strike having to do with abortion and why that's some bogus nonsense, because I don't speak about abortion from a medical stance, but from an ethical stance. So anyway, we'll get into all that later in the show. But Pride Month is over. Demon Month is over. It's White History Month in July. We're going to celebrate America. Okay? We're going to celebrate great white men through history. So, let me see. This is the best song. Shout out Trevor Wesley. He's wearing his White History shirt too. Everyone loves it. That's right. Right here. All right. So, White History Month. Independence Day from Encyclopedia Britannica. Independence Day, also called 4th of July or July 4th in the United States, the annual celebration of nationhood. It commemorates the passage of the Declaration of Independence by the Continental Congress on July 4th, 1776. The Congress had voted in favor of independence from Great Britain on July 2nd, but did not actually complete the process of revising the Declaration of Independence, originally drafted by Thomas Jefferson in consultation with fellow committee members John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, Roger Sherman, and William Livingston. Until 2 days later, the celebration was initially modeled on that of the King's birthday, which had been marked annually by ringing bells, bonfires, and solemn professions and oratory. Such festivals had long played a significant role in Anglo-American political tradition, especially in the 17th and 18th centuries, when dynastic and religious controversies racked the British Empire and much of the rest of Europe. The choice of which anniversaries of historic events were celebrated and which were lamented had clear political meanings. The ritual of toasting the king and other patriot heroes or of criticizing them became an informal kind of political speech, further formalized in the mid-18th century when the toasts given at taverns and banquets began to be reprinted in newspapers. So, we celebrate 4th of July on this day to make fun of the king. This is the day the king died. We're like, shout out, king. Guess what? You're dead. Does that mean I'm against monarchies and patriarchies and hierarchies? No, it doesn't. I'm just against the British one. I'm just against all that. We're America. We got our own thing going here. We based our country on Christian principles, but we also wanted to get away from the over control of that Christian group. You know, maybe they were wrong. Maybe they were wrong. Apparently they were. It seems as if they were. I disavow. But 4th of July, we got bombs going off. We're supposed to have fireworks, all the good stuff. But in Salt Lake City, we're not. In the early stages of the revolutionary movement in the colonies during the 1760s and early 70s, patriots used such celebrations to proclaim their resistance to Parliament's legislation while lauding, King George III as the real defender of English liberties. However, the marking of the first day of independence during the summer of 1776 actually took the form in many towns of a mock funeral for the king, let's go, whose death symbolized the end of a monarchy and tyranny and the rebirth of liberty. Now, that doesn't mean all monarchy is bad. I'm pro-theocracy, so I have to, theocracy, I kind of got to defend the monarchy to a certain extent. You know, we got to have kings, but they got to be righteous men. It comes down to morals more than politics. Happy Independence Day. Let's go. It's tomorrow. Shout out. Let's see. We'll finish this article. During the early years of the Republic, Independence Day was commemorated with parades, oratory, and toast. Oratory is speeches. Great. And toasting and ceremonies that celebrated the existence of the new nation. These rites played an equally important role in the evolving federal political system. With the rise of informal political parties, they provided venues for leaders and constituents to tie local and national contests to independence and the issues facing the national polity. By mid-1790s, the two nascent political parties held separate partisan Independence Day festivals in most larger towns. Perhaps for this reason, Independence Day became the model for a series of often short-lived celebrations that sometimes contained more explicit political resonance, such as George Washington's birthday and the anniversary of Jefferson's inauguration while he served as president. The bombastic torrent of words that characterized Independence Day during the 19th century made it both a serious occasion and one sometimes open to ridicule, like the increasingly popular and democratic political process itself in that period. With the growth and diversification of American society, the 4th of July commemoration became a patriotic tradition in which many groups, not just political parties, sought to claim. Abolitionists, women rights advocates, the temperance movement, and opponents of immigration, nativists, also seized the day and its observance in the process of often declaring that they could not celebrate with the entire community while an un-American perversion of their rights prevailed. Kind of based. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on in America I ain't with. But guess what? I'm still going to light fireworks. It's 4th of July, guys. Shout out 4th of July. I had a great time camping. Chilling. We're just reading the article. They don't have any firework stands here until a couple days ago this year. Normally they're everywhere for weeks. And fireworks are expensive this year. Yeah, fireworks are expensive. So it's just interesting. 4th of July, they're always trying to poo on Independence Day. All these liberal sites that I could have went to, Encyclopedia Britannica, Wikipedia, History Channel, all of them would have given me same like, oh, this is why we celebrate Independence Day, but here's why it's kind of bad, and maybe we shouldn't be celebrating it. They're trying to end Independence Day. They don't like it. We talked about this last year. We got more on it this year. My city specifically, expanding on their anti-fire. Listen, we light bombs on 4th of July because it's the national anthem. The bombs bursting in air, the rockets' red glare gave proof through the night that the flag was still there. They were trying to bomb us. And we had a flag waving. And these men gave their lives just to hold the flag up. There were some men, probably they couldn't fight. Probably they were kind of weak. They were like the beta males. But hey, those beta males who held that flag up were more alpha than most of the self-proclaimed alpha males today, or the beta males living today. These guys held that flag up, and they just stood there holding it. And the bombs kept going off because that was a sign to the people in the villages that we weren't done yet. It wasn't over. we still are holding the flag. We still have the flag hoisted. If that flag drops, probably a bad sign. Probably a bad sign. But if these they were like probably autistic dudes. If these guys could go out here and hold this flag up and just chill and keep this flag, then we're good. We're good. And that gave proof through the night because our flag was still there. The national anthem, it's all falling apart. They don't want to celebrate in this, but it is White History Month. 4th of July is tomorrow. All I got is firecrackers. Echo scared of the loud noises. I'm going to freak out if we pop off some firecrackers. Remember COVID and no fireworks. Yes. Make sure you got the Vaseline and you don't light fireworks. I got a funny article. We'll get into it later, but I got a funny article. For Salt Lake City, they did a report on damages that fireworks could have to the human body. It's like, no duh. The explosive substance that I'm lighting on fire in my hand could probably blow my arm off. Let me try to have at least above a 90 IQ so that I can do this and not die. That's white. That's white. White as rice in a glass of milk and a paper plate in a snowstorm. You got to at least have a certain bar of intelligence to where you're not just going to blow your dang arm off. Come on now. That's why I don't have an English accent. Exactly. All right. Flat earthers are going to be mad. But our first white man of history, our first great white man of history, we did this last year. We're going to do it again this year. I got to find a great Albert Einstein. Okay. I think Albert Einstein was based. As far as intellectual, scientific-minded people go, Albert Einstein was based. I'm a fan of Albert Einstein. I like George Washington Carver. I talk about George Washington Carver regularly, especially when I'm talking about slaves who benefited from slavery. I gotta watch what I say. I gotta be careful, guys, because I got a strike. Anyway, we'll talk about that shortly. We never stopped our fireworks here. Yeah, man. I just like firecrackers. I just need to blow something up. Pause. So, Albert Einstein, I think he was a great scientist. He was from Germany. They called him a Nazi. He wasn't a Nazi. He actually gave us a lot of information to help us, like how to deceive people with the word nuke. Anyway, let's read about Albert Einstein for White History Month. We got to celebrate a great white man in history. It's White History Month. We got Albert Einstein. We're just going to look through the Wikipedia article. I'm just going to read this first segment and talk about Albert Einstein. Albert Einstein, German, 1879, was a German-born theoretical physicist, widely ranked among the greatest and most influential scientists of all time. Best known for developing the theory of relativity. E equals mc squared. Energy equals mass over something squared. Anyway, I'm not a physicist, but I think Albert Einstein is awesome. He also made important contributions to quantum mechanics and was thus a central figure in the revolutionary reshaping of the scientific understanding of nature and modern physics. God, I can't read right now. Guys, it's 4th of July. I drank a couple beers before the show. Okay? It's not quite 4th of July. Tomorrow's 4th of July. Bottle rocket and Roman candle. Facts, bro. There's nothing better than that. Which arises from relativity theory, has been called the world's most famous equation. His work is also known for its influence on the philosophy of science. He received the 1921 Nobel Prize in Physics, which doesn't mean anything anymore, for his services to theoretical physics and especially for his discovery of the law of photoelectric effect, a pivotal step in the development of quantum theory. Einsteinium, one of the synthetic elements in the periodic table, was named in his honor. Einstein, shout out Einstein, changed the theory of gravity. Newtonian gravity says that it explained that gravity was a force that pulls towards a larger force. Einstein tightened that up a bit and explained that gravity was actually the bending of space-time based around large bodies, large mass. And it's explained easily. If you get a trampoline, you put a bowling ball on the trampoline, the bowling ball is going to go to the middle. Once the bowling ball becomes at rest in the middle, you could take a pool ball and a ping pong ball and a quarter, and you can send them all, shoot them all around the trampoline, and you'll see that they're slowly pulled towards the center. And that's the commonly nowadays understood explanation of gravity, which has nothing to do with Newtonian gravity. Einsteinian gravity is different. It's the warping of space-time around a large body of mass, and it's better. It makes more sense. I know that, all this stuff, if you want to disprove it, that's fine. Just learn physics and learn math, high-level math, and then disprove it. You can do it. Flat earthers, go ahead, do it. I don't see none of you doing it because it's difficult. There's a reason. It's because he's right. He's right. Theoretic physics, especially for his discovery of the law of photoelectric effect, a pivotal step. Okay, I already read that. In 1905, a year sometimes described as his annus mirabilis. Anus means year. His annus mirabilis. Groundbreaking papers. These outlined the theory of the photoelectric effect, explained Brownian motion, introduced his special theory of relativity, a theory which addressed the inability of classical mechanics to account satisfactorily for the behavior of the electromagnetic field. So this is how Nikola Tesla opposed him on this and said it's all about electromagnetism. You'll hear a lot of flat earthers use this. Electromagnetism. Just say electromagnetism and you can discount all of gravity. Not true. It's been disproven. The aether has been disproven scientifically, which is what we use to figure out these observances of reality. Is science. Science has nothing to do with the spiritual world. They're separate. It's great. Once you figure this out, it's great. You can see that science and the spiritual world are separate. Wow, it's crazy. What am I talking about? I don't know. I'm just talking about Albert Einstein. He's a white guy in history, and he was great. For much of the last phase of his academic life, Einstein worked on two endeavors that proved ultimately unsuccessful. Firstly, he fought for long-regarding action against quantum theory's introduction of fundamental randomness into science's picture of the world, objecting that God does not play dice. Facts. Secondly, he attempted to devise a unified field theory by generalizing his geometric theory of gravitation to include electromagnetism too. So he even tried to work with it. He even tried to figure it out. As a result, he became increasingly isolated from the mainstream of modern physicists. So they didn't even, the physics people didn't even like Einstein. Einstein was based, I'm telling you. He was with it. He was trying to figure out the relation. We have these conflicting ideas in physics and reality and observations of reality. Let's get it to work together. Einstein was trying to do that. Einstein was based, bro. And he was German. Born in German Empire, Einstein moved to Switzerland in 1895, forsaking his German citizenship as a subject of the Kingdom of Württemberg. The following year, in 1897, at the age of 17, he enrolled in the Mathematics and Physics Teaching Diploma Program at the Swiss Federal Polytechnic Support of Zurich. Graduating in 1900, in 1901, he acquired Swiss citizenship, which he held for the rest of his life. In 1903, he secured a permanent position at the Swiss Patent Office in Bern. In 1905, he submitted a successful PhD dissertation to the University of Zurich. In 1914, he moved to Berlin in order to join the Prussian Academy of Sciences and the Humboldt University of Berlin. Not diversity, university. Isn't that better? University, not diversity. He became director of the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Physics. He also became a German citizen again, this time as subject of the Kingdom of Prussia. So he had problems with the Nazis. Einstein didn't do great in school. He was problematic in school. He didn't have great grades. He went against his teachers because he was smarter than all of them. So Einstein, shout out Einstein, Albert Einstein for White History Month. That's white. That just feels white. Learning stuff, figuring stuff out, figuring out math. Like we're gonna do the math to try to make these predictions to where things are. We're gonna use all this stuff, these numbers. We're gonna convert space and time into numbers, and we're gonna figure out. Oh, can we predict where this star is gonna be in 50 years? Oh yeah, we can. Looks like our theory's proven. And nowadays, we're seeing the reverse Flynn effect. We're seeing a lot of low IQ people just taking a poop all over this. Listen, conspiracy theories are great, guys. I'm a tinfoil helmet guy myself, but you got to be smart. You got to be smart. I'm just saying, it's White History Month. Let's make America smart again. Can we do that? Can we make America smart again and not just accept being dumb? Sorry if that pisses you off, but guess what? It's White History Month. Let's make America smart again. Albert Einstein, shout out White History Month. Thomas Hardy of Ipswich, Mass, built the first wooden home around 1620. Trampoline flat equals gravity flat. Boom. Wait, what? Flat Sabbath, what's up? We're committed. We're going to make America smart again. Okay? So shout out Albert Einstein. The right theory of gravity, the correct theory of gravity, equals MC squared. He got into the nukes. It talks about how he got into the nukes, and I've talked about how the nukes are fake. So I think what Einstein was doing, I think he warned the government, hey, right now Germany is going to start controlling people with this word nuke, okay? They're going to start, and they're also going to use it to control energy, because we know nuclear energy is the greatest, smartest way to do energy. But in order to poo-poo on the nuclear energy, we're going to make up this phrase, nuclear bomb, okay? And then we're going to have this nuclear bomb. And Germany's doing this right now, America. This is Einstein talking. Germany's doing this right now, America. So what we need to do is the same with the space race, the same with the moon. We need to beat them to it. The same with now with the space lasers and quantum computing and holograms and AI and surveillance. The same way Einstein knew Germany was working on using this to control the people's minds. So Einstein said, America, let's do it first. And then America's like, all right, Einstein, what do you recommend? And he said, I got this equation that nobody knows what it means because nobody really takes the time to learn this math, except for very high level mathematical minded people are going to actually figure this out. Let's make this equation. Let's talk about nukes. Let's make this Oppenheimer movie from Christopher Nolan. And let's freak people out about our nuke before they get freaked out about Germany's nuke. And then we can control the narrative. That's smart. Is that good? Is that bad? I don't know. But I think that's what they did. And so America dropped the first nuke because Einstein, who was German, who worked with the Nazis, who were also working on nukes, and then Operation Paperclip, we had all the Nazis come over so we can get space travel. We can get nukes. We can get nukes going. Einstein says, hey, let's spin the narrative that we got this first because I'm here and I'm the smartest guy. And they're like, let's go. And so they make these nuke ideas using Einstein's theories. Are they really crashing atoms together at lightning fast, rapid process? Were they really doing that in 1960? I don't know. But what I do know is they made really big bombs, but we did more damage with fire bombs in Japan. So it's just interesting. Shout outs to Einstein, whether he was actually figuring this stuff out or whether he just knew how to he was just smarter than people. He was just smarter and he knew how to play the narrative and spin the narrative. Either way, pretty smart guy. That's White History Month for you right there. My grandfather. Shout out, got your 6. 2 separate sets of nuclear energy at a stable handling and impact. They become a single unstable energy. Big boom. Yeah, but how come we did more damage with fire bombs to, I think Hiroshima was ranked 6th or 16th. It was ranked like 6th in loss of life, and it was ranked like 16th in monetary damage in Hiroshima, compared to other places that we were bombing in Japan with simple napalm and fire bombs. Like, we did way more damage to other places without nukes. The nukes were just a statement. It was just something people's heads. They're like, oh, the nukes. We got to hide under our desks for the nukes. And Einstein, I think, knew that. That's my point. That's why I think Einstein was based. I think he knew that. I think he knew that Germany was working with the same concept of controlling people's minds with a large bomb that could wipe out the entire face of the earth. You convince people that countries have this bomb that could just kill everybody, then people are going to follow that country a little close. They're going to, yes, sir, massa. They're going to bow down. And I think Germany was working on that idea. Let's make a very visually large bomb. It's no more destructive than if we drop 50 things of napalm on that country, but it will make a great spectacle, and people are going to look at it. And Einstein knew that they were doing that. So Einstein's like, America, you got to do it first. Let's make a big bomb. And they're like, all right, Einstein, what you got? And he's like, I got this crazy schematic that nobody really understands that we're going to say represents an atom smashing into an atom, and we have fission or fusion or whatever you want to have, and the physicists that go to college for 10 years to understand this stuff, but they're just trying to understand something that they really don't understand, are going to repeat it, and they're like, now we got the nuke. Shout out Einstein. That was pretty smart. Shout out Einstein. All right. Enough of that. Let's get into this affirmative action stuff. Let's chill and read chat for a little bit. It's White History Month. It's chill month. President JS has me blocked like a beta male. Have a good show. I'll leave your show alone for good. Oh, darn. We don't have the blasphemous snake coming into chat anymore just to argue with me. Darn. What's going to happen if I lose Freddy as a viewer? Let's continue. All right. Affirmative action is over. Supreme Court ends affirmative action. We had a Ketanji Brown versus Clarence Thomas explosion. They got in a fight. Lefties are freaking out. And there's no more student loans forgiveness. So, from NBC News, let me just read this, and then I'll give you, this is something like conservatives have been talking about this for a while. I saw a new YouTube reaction channel. He only has like 70 subscribers, right? But he's got a lot of views on this video because he did a reaction to Hassan's reaction to affirmative action ending. But the dude doing the reaction video didn't even know what affirmative action was. And this is the typical Democrat. This is the typical lefty, low IQ, dumb, not really interested in looking into things and learning about things. Remember, the mission for this 4th of July, this White History Month, is make America smart again, because we're losing, because we're getting dumber. They're dumbing us down, and we're losing because we're getting dumber. So let's cut it out. Why is affirmative action bad? Affirmative action is inherently racist, okay? Democrats don't understand this. Democrats can't see this, okay? It's very simple. And it's crazy that they don't see it. Now, as a person who tries not to believe in racism, I try to believe it's good versus evil and all these things. Unfortunately, in the real world, people pick identities, and people go with different identities, and they mark themselves as this thing, right? You say, you have a white history month shirt on. You identify yourself as white. I don't even know. Look how swarthy I am after going camping. Look how swarthy I am. I don't believe in genes. I don't believe in DNA. Maybe I'm black. Maybe I'm brown. Should we unban Freddie? What do you guys think? What's chat say? What's chat say? One's in chat if we should unban Freddie. Zero's in chat if we should keep him banned because everything he says is degenerate. Echo's barking. We might have somebody at my door. It's probably Mormons or something. Anyway, let's explain this real simple to the Democrats, okay? Affirmative action is inherently, by nature, racist, okay? Affirmative action. You hear Echo? I got somebody at my door. Hold on. Showtime. I don't know who's knocking at the door, but it's Monday night. It's showtime. We don't answer the door on Monday night during showtime. What's chat saying? JS is on a 40 of OE. I beg to differ, but I'm still just for atomic bomb. Cheers to that. It's the proper way to celebrate. Okay. Anyway, guys, affirmative action is over. Why is affirmative action racist? Inherently, it's looking at the race of people and saying we require less scores on what, your SATs, your, I don't know, what's the, originally they were talking about the military one. What's the military one? The ASVAB or whatever. All these standardized testings that required less scores from black people and higher scores from white people and even higher scores from Asian people. So affirmative action was inherently racist and unconstitutional. It went against the 14th Amendment. So it's great that under Clarence Thomas and under the most conservative Supreme Court that we've ever seen from Donald Trump, thank you, sir, for that, we're seeing Roe v. Wade overturned. We're seeing no student loan forgiveness. You take out a loan, you need to pay your loan. Okay? Bottom line, simple. How about affirmative action? No affirmative action. It's racist. We need an equal system. I don't even think job applications should ask what color skin you are. Okay? It's not about racism. It's not about race. It's about merit. It's about your skill to be able to do the job. It should have nothing to do with race. Well, affirmative action goes against that. Affirmative action says if you're white or if you're Asian, you got to do better on the test than these black people because we expect less of them. The liberals don't understand the term, the soft bigotry of low expectations, okay? That's a real thing. And, we can say racism doesn't exist, but assuming we're going from their worldview, a satanic, ungodly, evil worldview, assuming we're going from their worldview, okay? And it's all the oppressor versus the oppressed. It's all the bourgeoisie versus the proletariat. It's all the working man versus the rich man, or the oppressed versus the, it's the black man versus the white man, or the Christian versus the Jew, or this versus this. If we're going to go off of that worldview, then it makes sense that they assume black people can't do as good on standardized testings. Liberals are saying blacks are never going to get into an Ivy League college again. When you say that, you are being racist. What you're saying is you don't believe that a black person, based off of their own merits, based off of their own IQ, their own studies, their own research that they've learned, that they've done. You don't even have to do it with school. You could do it by yourself. You get smart enough to pass these tests by yourself. They don't think black people have the capability to do that. And that makes them the real racist. So if racism is a real thing, the Democrats who are pro-affirmative action are the racists. They don't think black people are smart enough to pass a test to get into college. So they want to lower the standards for them. It's the same thing we see with feminism in the military. You don't think women are strong enough to go in and do these Navy SEALs exercises. So you lower the standards to make women able to get in. That is not merit-based. That is not equality. That is not equity. That is racist. That is sexist. Okay? So their affirmative action is their low bigotry, their bigotry of low expectations, soft bigotry of low expectations. They don't think black people are smart enough, because even though they'll deny this and they'll say this is hate speech, studies have shown that typically black people have a lower IQ than white people, and white people have a lower IQ than Asian people. Now, is this cultural? Is this genetic? I don't believe in genes. I don't believe in ancestry or any of that crap. I don't believe in it. So I don't think it's that. But if you believe it's that, they say you're racist and they try to ban you on the internet. I don't believe that it's that. I think it's a spiritual thing. I think if you're raised right and you're taught to learn. We're going to talk later about my Bible thumping and how I went to a Christian school and I had the Bible thumped into me. But now I'm glad of that, because now I have an understanding of this book and it made me smarter. We're going to make America smart again. Happy White History Month. Affirmative action is racist against black people and against Asian people. They have to score higher. Black people can score lower. That's racist. We need to get rid of that. We need equality. We need equity. Don't I sound like a good little Marxist now? We need actual equality in our college admission standards, in our job applications. You shouldn't have to put your race on a job application. Isn't that a great little... Don't I sound like a liberal or a Democrat? That's how they should sound, but they don't anymore, because they're so Marxist that they've turned into what they hate. Did you see John Doyle at the Black College? I did a stream reaction to it. I was playing Zelda the day before I went camping. I was playing that debate, and it made me sad. And I think that was great. Thank you for bringing that up, B-Wise, because that was great timing on his part. I don't know if he did that on purpose, but just as he came out with that video, Pride Month was ending, White History Month was beginning, 4th of July is coming up, the pendulum swinging back, and affirmative action ends, and John Doyle drops that video. It was an epic video, and it shows, the studies have shown that by lowering these standards, affirmative action has not raised the amount of graduations from college. It hasn't raised the average score of black people on college level tests. It hasn't made them smarter. What it's done is increased the number of dropouts, increase the number of failures. A lot of black people will get into college with affirmative action. And it's not just black people. I'm just saying this because this is the liberal argument. So I have to talk like a racist to appeal to the liberals, because they see everything in black and white, skin color wise. I see everything in black and white as in right and wrong, but they see everything in black and white as in skin color. So talking to them, affirmative action, they're freaked out that it's over, because they say no black person's ever going to get into a college again. And Then you see these black colleges where these kids don't know anything. Anything. They don't know anything. They get mad because a white man came on their campus to tell them that America is not racist, but then they don't know any of the arguments or rebuttals to his points. You're a black HBCU affirmative action college student, but you don't know anything about you don't know what affirmative action is. If you're okay with it, then you're a racist. I mean, what are you talking about? Of course we should want to get rid of affirmative action. Let's see what NBC News is saying. The Supreme Court issued a divided ruling on a pair of challenges to affirmative action policies at Harvard and the University of North Carolina, with potential implications across higher education and beyond. The court ruled against the program, saying in the majority opinion written by Chief Justice John Roberts that the systems in place lack sufficiently focused and measurable objectives, warranting the use of race, unavoidably employ race in a negative manner, involve racial stereotyping, and lack meaningful endpoints. Right. Those admission programs cannot be reconciled with the guarantees of the Equal Protection Clause. So that's the 14th Amendment. So the lack meaningful endpoints, what they mean by that is that the studies are showing that it's not more kids graduating. Maybe there's more kids admitted into the college, but aren't. Damn it. But there aren't more kids graduating, basically. I couldn't believe how messed up those people are because of what they are being taught. It was sad. And they're taught to hate white people and hate America. It's horrible. And now people are literally freaking out over affirmative action ending who call for DIE, diversity, inclusion, and equity. You call for diversity, inclusion, and equity, but you exclude certain races who can't score as high because of the soft bigotry of low expectation that you have for other races. You think that black people are too dumb to get into an Ivy League college, so you think we need to lower the standards for them, and then white people and Asian people who score higher shouldn't be allowed into the college because we got to have a diversity quota. We got to have a certain number of this people and a certain number of this people. That is systematic racism, systemic racism, whatever you want to call it. That is what that is. If in the past, I've seen debates about racism, and if somebody asked me, does racism or systemic racism exist? I would say yes. I would say yes. I don't believe personally in racism. I believe it's due to your conditioning and due to how you grew up and your experiences. You've learned to identify, like if you get bit by a rattlesnake, and from that day forward, you're scared when you hear a rattling sound and see a snake that looks like a rattlesnake, and you move away from it, or you say, I don't want to be near that thing because that's bad. That's not speciesism, okay? That's common sense. That's, you've seen a lot of this. Something that looks this way acts this way, usually, in most situations. So I should try to avoid that until, I get more understanding. And then, on the individual level, it could be totally different. But that's not racism. But if you said, does systemic racism exist? I would say yes, affirmative action. Affirmative action is systemic racism. And the fact that it's over is great. Apparently there was a big battle between Clarence Thomas and Ketanji. Let's watch this CNN clip right now, see what they have to say about it. Again, guys, I was just camping, so a lot of this I'm just going off the top. We've talked about affirmative action a lot. I could talk about affirmative action all day. We make jokes about it because it's so ridiculous. It's so double standard and hypocritical. Let's see let's watch this clip real quick.
been very much part of the
She black.
conversations around the criteria for which a Supreme Court justice is selected. And now we see a total shift even since 2016. I'll be very curious as well to hear more from Justice Thomas, who has been a staunch opponent of affirmative action. He is
Also a recipient of affirmative action. Clarence Thomas went to Yale under affirmative action, and he's against it. So this, like anybody who says he doesn't know what he's talking about, blah, 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 he benefited from affirmative action. But Clarence Thomas is the exception that proves the rule, okay? The majority of these low IQ people who are getting accepted to school based off of their skin color, and then they're going to a college that they really have no interest in being in, but they just want to be perpetual students. They want to keep living that high school life. They want to keep having their popularity group. They want to have their friends and their cliques, and they want to be in their sororities and their fraternities. And, oh, I'm going to work at the school paper. Now I'm a journalist. Like this career student, eternal youth mentality, Peter Pan ideology that gets put into their head. And so they want to go to college. So they go to college and they end up flunking out. But they had a great fun time for 2 years. That it's not making people smarter. It's a bad idea. And Clarence Thomas was the exception to the rule. Clarence Thomas was like the Einstein or the Booker T. Washington of the black people. He was a smart guy. He was a base smart guy. He had a good grounding, a good foundation, and he built up his mind. Once he was given the ability to go to that college, he built up his mind, and he fortified his intelligence, and then he was able to attack evil on a level playing field, because evil will use intellectualism and big words and intelligence to overpower you. That's why we got to make America smart again. White History Month. We got to make America smart again. We can't just be like, oh, I'm just a dumb guy. Don't be a dumb guy. Find out. If you don't know the answer, figure it out. Find out the truth. That's White History Month. That's what white people do. We don't know the answer. We figure it out. Okay? That's one of your jobs as a man. To be right and do right and lead the way. How can you be right and do right and lead the way if you don't know the answer? Figure it out. Look it up. Do some research. Read something. So, anyway, Clarence Thomas was a recipient of affirmative action, the exception to the rule, and he stood against it. It's just the same way. And it's great because, like, as far as judgment and things like that go, you have to take the speck out of your own eye before you can help your brother take it out of theirs. Clarence Thomas is a great example of this. He received affirmative action, so he knows that it was not right, because now he always has the question lingering in his mind, am I good enough? Am I smart enough? I don't know, because I got let into college with affirmative action. I don't know. But they thought I was black, so I can score whatever. Am I good enough? Am I smart enough? And he has to constantly strive to show he is good enough and he is smart enough. He is on that level. I'm not saying he's not, but he's the exception to the rule. A lot of these people, the reason that selling drugs and playing sports is pushed on the black community is because that's what black people are good at. Like, you're not going to push engineering on a culture, a society, a race who think a certain way, and they've been conditioned to be a certain way their entire life to do something they're not going to be good at. Just do what you're good at. Listen, black people, if you're not good at college, you don't need to go to college. It's 2023. There's a lot of things you can do to make money. Straight up, white people, don't be mad if you're not as good at basketball as your black neighbor. It's okay. You could do other things. You could build a structure. You could do some architecture. You could figure out some math. You could learn something, and you could put it to good use. We have different, look at this, based off of cultural, ethnic, nationalities, religions, whatever. For some reason, evolutionarily, we've all got to this different point where we have different things that we're good at. Embrace what you're good at. It breaks. If Clarence Thomas was good at basketball, he probably wouldn't have succeeded in politics. He would be on the Supreme Court. Find what you're good at. Jack of all trades, master of one. It's not jack of all trades, master of none. Okay? You don't want to be a jack of all trades, master of none. Because then you're just a know-it-all, but you're really not good at anything. You need to be a jack of all trades, master of one. That should be your goal. Find what your gift is, what your talent is, what your skill is, and make good with that. And listen, with black people, maybe it's playing basketball. With white people, maybe it's building buildings and civilizations. I don't know. I'm just saying that's what it seems like. But we got to be careful on YouTube. I wouldn't want to be racist, even though affirmative action is the most racist thing ever. Thank God that we have a based Supreme Court to overturn it. Let's listen to CNN.
Believe that it was something that made people look to him with skepticism and an academic side eye, that he somehow was not prepared or worthy to be in his spot. He has believed that it is carried throughout his entire career and should be stopped. Contrast that with fellow Princeton alumni, Sonia Sotomayor, who speaks about the notion of giving a recognition of one's holistic identity as part of it. I will say, of all the passages we have read here today, I'm still scratching my head, as many admissions officers will be, so I can take into consideration race as part of the student's experience, but their actual racial group or category cannot be contemplated or taken into account. You're going to have a situation that has often been part of the admissions process. Two quote-unquote equal students, perhaps in academic scoring, SATs or ACTs, perhaps geographically, perhaps even in the instruments that they play so well for the symphony. And what will be the deciding factors? The court here today says it cannot be race, but the other factors could very well remain. I'm also curious to hear from Secretary Lloyd Austin, who has spoken quite vociferously about the role of diversity and preparedness.
Vociferously, that's a big word.
In the military. And remember, we do select and recruit, and we do think about people who are coming out of colleges in preparation for the military.
So speaking of that, the military was a big thing on this. Apparently, military academies exempt from Supreme Court's affirmative action ruling. And this is from Wall Street Journal. They're not going to let me read the article. But basically, the military came out against this, and they're like, well, this is kind of a problem for like the, what is it? Is it the ASVAB? What's the military standardized testing? And they were like, let's not get rid of it because we want to accept as many people into the military as possible. And I'm okay with that because here's why. I don't think IQ plays as big of a role in combat. If we're talking about military combat, I don't think IQ is that necessary. The greatest warriors and the greatest combatants are going to be the physically strongest, great fast twitch, muscle reactions, all that stuff. Faster, stronger, bigger. So, Boagrius was not a philosopher. Boagrius was not a theologian. Personally, I think you should be well-rounded, be physically strong and mentally strong. But some people are better cut out for combat and for fighting and for physical things. So I agree with the military's decision to keep the affirmative action in the military. We got to be letting all races in equally into the military. Just because someone scores less on a test, whatever. We don't need you. We don't need you to be smart on the front lines. We need you to be strong and fast. So, thank you. Thank you. I find it funny how most poets are purdy. College is like Netherlands. Facts. Yeah, so military academies exempt from Supreme Court's affirmative action ruling. And then the student loan thing happened too. I won't spend as much time on this. It's pretty simple. If you took out a loan, pay back your loan. If you had, any sort of strong morals or ethics, you would know that loaning people is not really a virtue. If you're borrowing money, that's not a good thing. But if you are borrowing money, pay back your loans. Pay back your loan. That a man of honor pays back. Actually, a man of honor has never taken out a loan. Okay, a true man of honor has never borrowed anything in his life. Okay, I'm gonna say that. But that could be a little extreme. Let's take it down, make it a little more centrist, and say a man of honor pays back his debts. A man of honor pays his debts. But I mean, if we look at Game of Thrones, the Lancasters always paid their debts, and they were a bunch of degenerates. So I think I'm going to stick with my original theory. A man of honor never has to borrow. But if you do borrow, pay back your loans, okay? And from NPR, there's no trust now. Student loan borrowers respond to Supreme Court decision. Friday's Supreme Court decision striking down President Biden's student loan cancellation plan has left a lot of borrowers wondering, where do we go from here? I mean, I owe money. What do I do now? The government's not going to pay my debts for me? Oh, no. I would say Congress needs to pass this, but that's not going to happen, says Graham Strickland, a 25-year-old borrower in Raleigh, North Carolina. It's become a culture war around this issue, and this is my income, this is my income. This affects the money I'm able to spend on groceries. Oh, having to pay back my debts affects the money that I'm able to spend at groceries. Maybe if groceries weren't so expensive, thank you, Biden, then you could pay back your debts a little better. Strickland attended the University of North Carolina. Is he black? Was it the HBCU in North Carolina that John Doyle went to? Probably. Chapel Hill, as an in-state student. In order to attend, he had to take out roughly $30,000 in federal loans, which is on par with the national average for a bachelor's degree from a public institution. So you borrow $30,000 from the government to have some people teach you things that you could learn for free on the internet. Interesting. And now you want taxpayers to pay that debt back for you so that you could make more money throughout your life in a job or a career. That makes a lot of sense. So you take the loans out to learn something you could learn for free, to get a job that will only hire you if you have this sort of paper that you paid for by taking out the loan, which the taxpayers then pay back to pay for. That's the idea? Is that the idea? Am I right about that? Does that make sense? Does that make sense? In order to get a high-paying job, you need to pay for something that you could get for free. You need to pay to have something taught to you that you could have learned on your own for free. But the taxpayers who have the jobs to pay for that education, because in order to be a good taxpayer, you got to get education, right? So you got to get education. So you take out a loan to pay for the education. Then you get a job so you can pay taxes to pay back into other people who are taking out those loans to pay for that education. That's how the system is supposed to be set up in a great communist Marxist society. That's what's supposed to work to be the solution to all our problems. While I was camping, not only did I read Later by Stephen King, but I also almost finished the Communist Manifesto. I know it's only 59 pages. It's not that long. But I still haven't read it from front to back in one sitting. I've read it bits and pieces, kind of like the Bible, like when we Bible thump later, and I explained that. And you could read the full Communist Manifesto in a 2-hour sitting. Okay, it's 59 pages. It's not that long. The problem is it's very repetitive, and it's very it kind of boggles your brain, and you're like, all right, let's calm down. Let's calm down, Mr. Commie. I get it. You hate the middle class. You hate the consumer, and you vouch for the working man, the paycheck to paycheck guy. I'm that guy. I could agree with a lot of the things that Marx wrote in the Communist Manifesto, but his solutions are the problem. And those solutions are things like student loan forgiveness and affirmative action. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It leads to a more degenerate society. So thank God we're going to not do affirmative action. We're going to not do student loan forgiveness. That's that whole main monologue segment that I had for you guys. We are going to talk about my first YouTube strike, and then we're going to watch some clips from the camping trip. We're going to talk about the camping trip. So let's get into the 59 pages too long. Yeah. Yep. Let me find something real quick. All right. Here it is. All right, let's move on. Still the opening monologue. We're still in the opening monologue. We're going to cover some, I guess it's not new. It's my first time finding out about this. I got hit with my first YouTube content strike on this channel, which, we made it to almost 3,500 subs. I've said a lot of crazy stuff, and I got my first content strike. It's a warning. The first one is a warning, but I'm actually, I could show the email on stream. I can't show the stream on stream because it got taken down, but I want to go through the whole stream. It was episode 54 of the Dreaded Conservative. Apparently, we talked about the feminization of men. The thumbnail was Elon is based, or DeSantis is based, the feminization of man, and something about Trump. We were talking about DeSantis had just did either the immigration thing. I think it was the immigration thing that DeSantis did. But I don't remember talking about abortion in that episode. Anyway, God, I got hiccups. Hold on. I gotta drink water fast. Sip the water quickly. Breathe while holding your breath. So breathe in, hold your breath, and then sip water quickly. Like little sips. That's how you get rid of hiccups. That's how I do it. All right, hiccups are gone. All right. So my first YouTube strike, I open it up. I open up the YouTube Studio app, and I see that I've got a strike. It says our team has reviewed your content, and unfortunately, we think it violates our medical misinformation policy. We've removed the following content from YouTube. So that's what I read first. This is what I read first, this top part. When I see medical misinformation, I'm assuming, all right, it's probably going to be something about the coof, something about the Vaseline. And if they get me on something like that, I know I tried to be careful, but I know I get, hyperbolic, and I say things. If they got me on something with COVID misinformation, then I'll understand it. Episode 54, Trump Town Hall recap. So this was when Trump did his town hall. Base DeSantis. Elon sold out. That was because when he sold Twitter. And the feminization of men. What did I talk about? Anyway, how your content violated the policy. YouTube does not allow content about abortion that contradicts expert consensus from local health authorities or the World Health Organization and poses a serious risk of bodily harm or death. What could I have possibly said? So here's the thing. I talk about abortion from a moral standpoint, not from a medical standpoint, but as a smart white man, make America smart again. I know all the arguments. I know all the pro-choice arguments, and I know how to rebut them. I know the violinist argument, and I know how to rebut it. I know all the best, the personhood, the Destiny's personhood argument. The reason Destiny uses the personhood argument is because it is the best argument for being pro-choice. But it only allows you to be pro-choice up until viability or 20 to 24 weeks, which is when they say consciousness starts. So it's a safe standpoint to say no abortion after 24 weeks. It's a safe, he's picking the safe stance. So that's the toughest thing to rebut is the personhood argument. But I know all the arguments, and I also know a lot of the medical stuff. You know why? Because I read. Because I know how to read. No, I didn't go to college. I'm not a doctor. So I would never give medical advice to somebody. But what could I have possibly said as far as abortion that could be medical disinformation? Did I say that they're killing a child? Because I think that would be true. The only thing I could think of is if I was like, it's a bad joke. It's a bad joke, but for the sake of YouTube, maybe I made a joke about punching. You could do abortion. Okay, we're not even going to say it because I think that might be what it was. Because sometimes I say jokes and afterwards, right after I say it, I'm like, oh, that was a little much. So if I ever said anything about, I'm not saying that this is good for a woman to fall down the stairs. Or, you know how they say when they're talking about ending your battle with depression by drinking a chemical that they say Trump told. I got to speak in like super code here. If you guys know what I'm saying. You know when they say Trump told people to drink bleach, that wasn't true. But you know how some people use that as like a term to mean off yourself? So maybe I was joking and I was saying something like women could still do abortion. And then I said something like this or falling or, but if I said that, then I'm saying that's not good. I'm saying it's crazy. But the point is, if they're removing videos about abortion, this is bad. This is bad. I thought Neil Mohan might be kind of based. So I started looking into it. And parody is king. You guys know what I'm saying? Like, maybe I feel like I might have said something like women could still do it, but it's going to be less safe, quote unquote, medically. We're about to read the YouTube thing, so it needs to be safe. So it's unsafe. It's safe for YouTube purposes. It is safe. It is a safe medical procedure to have a doctor murder your baby. That's a safe medical procedure. But to throw yourself down a staircase is not a safe medical procedure. Do not do that. That is not. YouTube was on high alert. YouTube was on high alert last month. They just wanted to give you a strike, JS. Joke or no joke, they were out for you. Power and control. Yeah, that sounds about right. I had never heard of this medical misinformation about abortion. And it's like, that's scary to me because if you saw my happy 1 year anniversary of Roe v. Wade being overturned, if you saw my video when I went to the city county building, my whole thing was, praise God, no more dead babies. No more women murdering their babies. Praise God. It's not I'm not taking a medical stance. I'm not taking a maybe I said something like and if I said something like this is me defending quote unquote abortion rights for certain situations where the medical health of the woman is in danger. But what I would normally say is that's not the same thing as abortion because that's a life-saving procedure. So I'm saying in very, very rare medical situations where the mother's going to die, then maybe abortion's okay. But even then, guys, put yourself in this position. put yourself in this position. If you're a man, and I know this is a tough one, but this is like, and this is the stuff that I'm more concerned with, not medical, the medical side. I'm talking about the ethics and the morals of it. If you're a man and your wife is giving birth to your first son, and the doctor looks at you and he says, something's happened. You've got to decide because she just passed out. She's in shock. She's unconscious. You've got to decide right now, Dad. We can only save one. We can only save the child or the mother. Who are you saving? Deep question. Is this medical misinformation if I say as a man I got to go with the child? Is that, and guys in the chat, what do you think? What do you think of that? And this isn't something that's never happens. This doesn't happen. This isn't a real life situation. But mom's giving birth to the child. You're standing there in your little doctor scrubs. Mom passes out. Doctor says, okay, the child's coming out. He's coming out. He's being born. This is your first son. Okay? But this thing is happening. We can only save one, the mother or the child. Now, if both are going to die, but they say we can do this, which is going to cause the baby to die, and the mom's going to live, then I'm saying, yeah, do that. That's a life. If both are going to die regardless, then I want you to do the life-saving procedure for my wife to make sure that she lives by separating the child. They're both going to die, but one or the other. If you get a one or the other situation where the doctor says, either I do this, but the kid's going to die, or, and this is not a medical thing, YouTube. This is the only thing that I could think of that, this is maybe the most controversial take that I think that I have, that I've seen that maybe men disagree with me, but I say you got to save the kid. You got to save your child, and the wife's going to die. Is that a wrong take on my part? Is that medical misinformation? Maybe you disagree with it. That's fine. But why is YouTube coming at people who want to talk about this stuff, I want to talk about the ethics of abortion. I want to talk about the morals of abortion. I want to debate people about it. I'll talk to Destiny about it. I'll concede that his personhood argument is a good argument. But, the best rebuttal for the personhood argument is the slavery idea. So then you go to the abolitionist stance, which is when you decide who gets personhood and who doesn't get personhood based off this and this and this, geography, age, whatever, then it kind of becomes a slippery slope, because that's when that leads to slavery. So that is the best rebuttal to the personhood argument, is the slavery thing. But what's chat said? This just means you're over the target. YouTube was on high alert last month. Yellow light. I need to smoke on it. It's a tough question. But that's the type of stuff I'm talking about. What medical misinformation? If I joked and I was being hyperbolic and I said a little too much that I shouldn't have said, maybe that was it. Because when I started looking into it, so we got an article from Variety here. YouTube will remove videos with abortion misinformation. And this is from Variety in 2022, July of 2022, last year. And this all happened when Roe v. Wade was overturned. And so now it's a year later, and they're making sure they remind people, don't get out of line with the abortion stuff. We can't be having people spread too much truth in relation to killing children. So YouTube announced that it will begin cracking down on videos that contain misinformation about abortion starting Thursday. And this is last year, remember, July 21st of last year. We remove content that provides instructions for unsafe abortion methods or promotes false claims about abortion safety under our medical misinformation policies. Now, let's break that down. Content that provides instructions for unsafe abortions. So that's why I was thinking, if I jokingly said something like, well, a woman can still blah 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 if she wants to get an abortion, I wasn't saying that like that's okay or that's good. That's still evil. That's still murder. That's still wicked. That's horrible. I wouldn't do that. What I'm saying is, because a lot of times the abortionist will make the argument that by making something illegal, it's still going to happen. Okay, that's the argument they'll make. Well, if you make murder illegal, murders are still going to happen. Yes, that's true. But I would rather something be publicly shamed and have laws against it that you get punished to discourage people from doing it, like murder. Okay? Yes, if you make drugs illegal, people are still going to do drugs in the dark alleys. They're still going to go out in the dark alleys and do drugs. And if you make murder legal, serial killers are still going to murder a lot of people. They're still going to murder. There's still going to be school shootings. If you make these things illegal, it still happens, but it's shamed, it's criticized, it's punishable by law, and it discourages people from doing it. So I think the same thing should happen with abortion. Yes, women will still get abortions. They'll still do it, and that's horrible. That's evil. So when I say women will still, with the staircase or with the bleach or with the coat hanger, things like this, I'm not justifying that. I'm not telling women to do that. I'm saying, yes, evil women are still going to kill their babies. You're right. You're right, abortion pro-choice person, but that doesn't mean we should codify it into law that it's okay to do it, and we should have taxpayers fund it and doctors precipitate it and make them able to do it. No, that's not good. So that was my first thoughts. Maybe it was something like that I said. Or provides instructions for unsafe abortion methods. Okay, so that's that first that we covered. What I'm saying is yes, I understand if we make abortions illegal, women may still kill their children in an illegal way. That doesn't, just because I talk about it as something that will happen inevitably, doesn't mean it's good. I'm against that. That's bad. Don't do that. Don't throw yourself down a staircase, pregnant women. That's horrible. Okay? So I'm not pro that. Like, which we're going to see here in a second. There are websites that were teaching women how to do this when Roe v. Wade was overturned, which is horrible. That's not me. So what's the other thing? We remove content that provides instructions for unsafe abortion methods or promotes false claims about abortion safety under our medical misinformation properties. Now, here's where I think they really got me. Because here's the thing. I am not going to stop saying that abortion is inherently unsafe. Pause. Let's break that down, YouTube algorithm, because if I'm going to get taken down, I'm going to get taken down for saying something that is undeniably true. Abortion is inherently unsafe. Why do I say that? Because for a successful abortion to happen, you have to have a dead child. A successful abortion results in the death of new life, a death of new genes, a death of a new fetus. So, for an abortion to be successful, it is inherently unsafe. And by saying that, I think now we get down to the core, is that Hillary Clinton said safe, legal, and rare. Well, if something is safe, why does it need to be rare? If something is safe, it will inherently be legal. Right? We don't make unsafe things illegal. We only make things illegal if they're unsafe. Even down to lying. There's a certain harm, that could come from lying. That's why lying's immoral, because it's inherently unsafe. If it's safe, it doesn't need to be rare. If it's legal, it doesn't need to be rare. If it's safe, it doesn't need to be made legal or illegal, right? So the problem is that abortion is by its nature unsafe because it results in the death of a child. A successful abortion equals death. For it to be effective, it must be unsafe to the child. So that is where I will completely disagree with an abortion person, because they say we need safe abortions. Well, I would say there's no such thing as a safe abortion, because you have to kill something to have an abortion. So how is it safe? And so I think that's really what it comes down to. The way they write these things in promotes false claims about abortion safety. False claims about abortion safety. So if you say abortion is unsafe, you're violating YouTube policies. But I say abortion's unsafe because a child dies in an abortion. Now, for YouTube to have a policy that says that I can't say that, well, you're going against half the world, YouTube. And we're gonna go to war with that shit. I don't got no time for that. You can't tell me that you get to claim the moral high ground and say that it's safe to kill babies for the mama. For the mama. I'm the guy saying I'm going to kill the mom and let my child live. I'm going to say, Mom, sorry, you got to go. I need the child to live. The child has more life to live, more experiences, more things it needs to go through. You've had your time on earth. You've done your duty as a mother. You've made a beautiful child and brought it into the world. Mama's gone. Baby's staying. So you think I'm going to agree that abortion is safe by any means? No. Nope. And if this is what gets me taken down, then let's go. Let's go. I don't got time for that. That baby eater just means not cook too much. Rare. What? Legalese like a mug. Yeah, they use the words. Calling abortion the M word might be detrimental to your channel, even though you're right. Yeah, exactly. That's what you're right. Yep. And that's the thing is if I'm saying abortion is if somebody please, some liberal, Destiny, Vosh, Hassan, one of you liberals, please come on my channel and educate me on how a successful abortion does not result in the death of what you acknowledge to be a fetus. You say it's a clump of cells. You say it's a parasite. A parasite is a living being. Some of these people are vegans. These people are vegans. They'll tell you you can wipe out the lions to save the zebras, but abortion is fine. Abortion is fine, but don't eat meat while I got a pet dog. Well, shout out. I've been on too many vegan channels lately. But shout out the vegans who got a pet dog and tell you we need to kill the lions to save the zebras, but abortion is okay. Abortion is safe. And I think that's what it really comes down to. From Vice News, YouTube just banned a popular anti-abortion channel for COVID conspiracies. So, again, YouTube has banned LifeSite News, an anti-abortion outlet that bills itself as the #1 pro-life news website, for repeatedly sharing videos that spread misinformation about COVID-19 and the vaccines against it. In accordance with our long-standing strike system, we will terminate the channel for repeatedly violating. See, so I would understand that they're tying the coof into the abortion argument, but my abortion argument is 100% moral and ethical, and it comes down to the simple fact that if you are ending a human life, that is unsafe for one of the two parties involved. Inherently unsafe. And that's I guess where I clash with the policies. And I try to bend my knee to these policies. I try to racial slurs, let's not have them on the channel. We can't have We can't have the racial slurs on the channel. Oh, Vaseline and COVID coof misinformation. All right, let's try to speak of it in jest and not touch on it too much. What else? The election. 2020 election, safest and fairest election. You know, I can only jokingly talk about that. I try to bend the knee and I try to self-censor, and I still get hit about abortion. YouTube, that's not where you want. Nah, that's not the fight you want to pick with me, because this is, if the fight would have been picked over the election, I would have probably never talked about the election again. If the fight would have been picked about Coof, I would have shut up about Coof, because I made all the jokes I can about all that. But you don't want to go to war with me on abortion. I know this stuff. I know the medical stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I know the medical stuff. I couldn't do the surgery. I couldn't stick the tongs into the woman and rip out the appendages of the child. I couldn't personally do that, but I know how it works, okay? I've spent a lot of time. I could have a degree. If I spent the money on knowing how to argue with abortion supporters. And it's wicked. It just comes down to wickedness. It really, the IQ stuff and the learning about it is stuff that I like to do, but you don't have to do that. It comes down to basic morality, and these platforms are supporting evil. They're controlling people with words, and they're supporting evil. And there's really, the only way to compete it is to build up an army and to go against them. And if something happens, we go to Rumble or Kick. Guys, the channel is mirrored on Rumble and Odyssey. So if I ever get the channel shut down, we are mirrored on Rumble and Odyssey. But yeah, so I just had some articles from Vice about this site was taken down a year ago because they were mixing COVID stuff in with it. That's fine. But yeah, from Daily Mail, 1 year ago. Again, all this stuff started popping up 22nd of July, 2022, around Roe v. Wade ending last year. YouTube says it will remove unsafe DIY abortion guides and crack down on medical misinformation in wake of U.S. Supreme Court's overturning of Roe v. Wade. So much of these liberal YouTube channels, pro-abortion YouTube channels, when Roe v. Wade was overturned, they were coming out making videos saying, here's how you can kill your baby on your own without going into a doctor's office. And that's horrible. I don't support that. If I made jokes about that, I was using that to rebuttal the opposition's argument, to say, yes, women are going to do these horrible acts, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't codify it into law that you can't do these things. You're not supposed to do these things. You ought not kill your child. Laws, we're making ought claims. So, yeah, I don't know. That's all I got to say about it. Listen, I'm not going to back down off that one. You could get me to back down off the Coof stuff. You could get me to back down off the election stuff. You could get me to back down off of the statistics that involve races and IQ levels and violence levels and things like that. You know, you can get me to back off of all that stuff and calm down a little bit and say it in nicer ways and self-censor myself. But you're not going to get me to calm down about child murder. It's not going to happen. I'll even calm down with the gay stuff and the trans stuff and the LGBTQ agenda. I can lighten up on that stuff a little bit, YouTube. But abortion? Nah, not me. No, I'm against. No. If it would have been any of those other topics, which I'm probably going to get other strikes about those things over the next couple months, probably is going to happen retroactively. But nah, I didn't do anything wrong when it comes to abortion. This is evil. So, Jezebel.com, of course, a website called Jezebel.com. The best performing videos about abortion on YouTube hate abortion. So the best videos about abortion are anti-abortion videos. That's based. But so what did YouTube do? They started banning them. Right-leaning creators produce the majority of high-performing YouTube videos about abortion, following the Supreme Court decision that overturned Roe v. Wade. A study published Wednesday by NARAL Pro-Choice America found that medical disinformation, like claims that abortion is unsafe, are frequently in the first 10 to 20 results when you search for abortion. But is that because they're saying what I'm saying? Abortion is unsafe because a child dies in the process of the abortion. So they're banning YouTube videos for what I just said. So if this stream gets hit, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's our whole argument, is where life begins. It's where does life begin? Where do we need to defend life? And this comes down to the question if shout out. The only thing black about JC was his dreads. He was olive. He was swarthy. He was kind of this color with dreadlocks. Here's the thing, women in chat. If you find yourself in a log cabin, you wake up, you're in a log cabin. All these, the violinist argument, this argument, they're all obsolete. They're all wrong because this assumes that pregnancy just appears out of nowhere. Like pregnancy, the violinist argument is the thing that abortion advocates will use to say you woke up in the hospital and you had the world famous greatest violinist in the world attached to you. And this is a cherished national person, the greatest violinist ever. This is a great violinist. And they're attached to you and they're living off of you. And you've got to keep them attached to you for whatever period of time. But would you cut them off and they die? And it's like, yeah, a lot of the argument is that they'd say most people who are against abortion would say, yeah, they would cut them off because it's simple. I never agreed. So I never agreed to have this person attached to me and living off of me. Okay. With abortion, it's not the same thing because that only works with the grape GARP argument. And even then they're just using that to get a foothold in. But that only works with the grape argument, possibly because you could say the woman didn't have the agency to the choice to get graped. And so maybe she has the right to abortion. But otherwise, that argument is a horrible argument because it's not, you have sex with somebody to make a baby. It's very simple. Like, and this is all about avoiding accountability, avoiding the results of your decisions. You make a decision to use heroin, you might die of an overdose. You make a decision to have unprotected sex or protected sex. Forget protected. Let's take that out of it. You make the decision to let some guy put his wiener in you and you get pregnant, you do not get to kill that child. No. I know that's what it all comes down to, is they want absolution for their accountability in situations. It's women's rights. We made the decision to sleep with these guys. You are the gatekeeper. You made the decision to sleep with a loser. You got pregnant. You need to have the child. You can't kill that child. Okay, that's what it comes down to. But they want to avoid God's punishment for sin. This is all goes back to Adam and Eve in the garden. Painful childbearing, taking care of the child, raising the child. That's a punishment because you went against God and fell for your lower nature and you made a baby. Now you got to raise the baby. It's punishment that leads to a blessing, but that was a curse that was put on man. It would have been different. It would have been different had Adam and Eve never sinned. We would have been fruitful and multiplied without painful childbearing and without, it would have been more equitable. Equitable. I sound like a good little Marxist, but that's not the way of the world is. The way the world is filled with sin, and people want to be gay because they want to play God, and they want to not have to deal with the curses that God put on man and woman, that the man's got to sweat from his brow and the woman's to provide for the family, and the woman's got to have painful childbearing and take care of that child. They want to avoid that, so they come up with things like abortion and condoms and Plan B and gayness and LGBTQ and chopping off my dang thang and getting a dang thang put on. It's all a bunch of evil, and I don't got time for that. I ain't got no time for no evil. Listen, we ain't got time for no evil. So, do I got anything else to talk about that? Nah, it's 7:45. It's 8 o'clock. I'm going to play this video, take a quick break, go to the restroom. We got Tyson James, Bryson Gray, ASAP Preach, Cancel Pride. Pride Month is over, guys. But this was their last song that they put out at the end of Pride Month. I'm going to play this song for you guys. And we'll be back with some memes, some funny videos, some movie reviews, The Fly, Memento, a book review later from Stephen King. Just chilling, hanging out. And then we'll do some Bible thumping at the end of the show. I'm going to read the most controversial book of the Bible. A lot of denominations want to take this book out completely. And I'm going to read some of it to you. And we're going to talk about why it's controversial and how soft Christians are going to kind of spin it one way and anti-Christians are going to spin it another way. And we're just going to read some of it. And, you know, with chat, we're going to figure out where we stand on Song of Solomon. Because last year, for White History Month, we talked about Solomon the Wise. Well, now we're going to talk about the most controversial book, Song of Solomon, Song of Songs, the Canticles. Was Solomon a big old simp for a black slave who might have also been his sister? We're going to look into all that. It's controversial. Christians don't like to talk about that book, but I read it so you don't have to while I was on my camping trip. And we'll get into that. Oh, and we got the camping trip review. After I play this song, I got clips from the camping trip. We'll talk about the camping trip, get into all that stuff. But I will be right back.
You think you gon' walk up into heaven, but you can't.
You open the door to little. We're going to listen to Tyson's verse one more time. We're going to break this down. We're going to break this down because this is deep.
With the knife, I can't lie. I think it's time we need to
cancel pride.
My rainbow got 6 colors. My rainbow got 7.
Your rainbow got 6 colors. My rainbow got 7. Seems minute, but I actually had a question from Dean in a recent video or stream. He was talking about how he was watching something and people were dwelling on the 666 versus the 7 verse 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. God and the God's number is 7 and Satan's number is 666. I'm not a big numerology guy. I'm not really into numerology, but it is interesting when you see that the rainbow, Roy G. Biv, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, is 7 colors. 7 is God's number, but the LGBTQ flag leaves out indigo, and it goes red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, or violet, or whatever. But they leave out one of the colors, so it has 6 colors. From a numerological standpoint, that's kind of interesting that they choose a 6-color rainbow instead of 7-color rainbow. Interesting.
Your rainbow is hellbound. My rainbow is heaven.
Ooh.
Y'all gonna twist that word up, but that word.
Little sin, and then the dam broke. Ooh. Oh, you started to identify with a little bit, but then you're open to all of it. Listen, if lying's okay, if abortion's okay, if doing this little sexual weird sex stuff is okay, everything's okay. The slippery slope is real, and it's a muddy, slippery Georgia clay down the side into a pit of fire.
Rainbow ain't playing games, this ain't tic-tac-toe. Even Muslims coming out in droves.
Oh, even Muslims coming out in droves, but I gotta respect them.
At least they're willing to oppose.
At least they're willing to oppose. Dang. Man, when I finish the Quran, I said I did a lot of reading on this camping trip. Some fiction, some Bible, some Communist Manifesto. But when I finish reading the Quran, I'm reading the Quran. And when I finish reading it and I do my breakdown of Islam, my critiques, where I see that they have some things wrong, what you're going to find and what a lot of people aren't going to like is that I agree with a lot of what they say. Same with Christians, same with Jews. When you find out that the Jews and the Christians and the Muslims all believe in the same God, we all believe on the same founding principles, we're not that different. The true enemy are the atheists, the people of the world, the people of Satan, the sons and daughters of Satan. Now, does that mean that everything Muslims do is okay? No. They got some beliefs that are wrong. They've been twisted a little bit. They've had a little bit of the truth twisted for them. And a lot of Christians have the same thing. A lot of Jewish people have the same thing, but we have the same God, and we kind of need to come together because it's not about politics. It's not about skin color. Good versus evil, right versus wrong, good versus evil. And Muslims are close. You know? The Jews are close. They got a lot of the right ideas. They own a lot of stuff. So what? That's based. Aren't you supposed to aspire to own stuff? I feel like that's a good thing. So, how about instead of hating each other, hating people who worship the same God we worship, let's just stop hating and try to understand that it's good versus evil. Good versus evil all day. I'm going to start a riot for the kids that come in with me. Don't send your kids to school. They'll turn your son into a Britney. What? Dang.
They'll celebrate you coming out the closet up on Channel 5, but demonize you if you're born again. We need to cancel.
They'll celebrate you coming out the closet on Channel 5, but demonize you if you worship God. Wow. Enough of that. Shout out Tyson. All right. Now, camping trip review. I went on a camping trip to Uinta National Forest. It was a nice trip. I went out there. I'll have a Let's Go Camping video coming soon. I made fish head soup. I'll have a fish head soup video coming soon. I got some little clips I'll play. It's going to take me a little while. I got a lot of footage. It was a 3-day trip, Friday to Sunday. Friday to Sunday is 3 days. In case you were, misled or confused by some demons out there who don't understand that Friday, Saturday, Sunday is 3 days. Okay, 2 nights, Friday night, Saturday night, and I did some fishing. It was nice. I was out there with my former roommate Shane, and I don't want to talk a lot about him on the channel because it's kind of gossipy, but he's an old staple on the channel. He's been in a lot of videos in the past, and we kind of had a falling out and some issues, and then some other stuff happened, some messed up stuff happened that he did, and he ended up basically on the streets, and he was out in the streets in Salt Lake City, and he wasn't doing too well, and our boss, well, now my boss, because he's not working with us anymore, but helped him basically get set up in the woods and a little camp set up. And it was his birthday. July 1st is his birthday. Good, strong birthday. Good White History Month birthday, And he wanted, he wanted to hang out. And so I went out there and I made sure that while I was out there, I didn't want to get like deep and preachy with him or anything. So I didn't talk about any of the stuff. And any of the stuff he did or whatever, but I just try to have a good time camping, and he was out there. He needed some company, so it was all right. But it was a great time camping. Not as roughneck as I usually do. It was more of a glamping trip because he had coolers out there. He had a campsite already set up. So all I had to do was set up my tent and hang out. But we did fish. We went fishing. We got some trout. I did start a spark fire. I was trying to get it going, and he wanted to help, and he helped, and he did help. He actually helped me get my spark fire started up. And so that'll be in the Let's Go Camping video. I started a fire from a spark. He had fuel there. He had logs there, cut logs already, like bought logs, like firewood logs, and he had fuel and stuff, which we used most of the time for meals and whatnot. But I wanted to make a spark fire, and I did. I gathered all the kindling in the tinder, and I started a successful spark fire. So I'll have that in the video. And sucked some eyes out of some trout. Made some trout head stew for the survivor people out there. Trout head stew is like, basically you eat the trout, you eat all the meat off the trout, and then you have the head. What do you do with the head? You don't want to waste it. You got a lot of fat and a lot of meat in the cheeks. You got a lot of nutrients in the eyeballs and the brain. So what you do is you take the heads, you throw them in a pot, and you boil them all day long. You just boil that piece all day long, and the fats will come out, the juices will come out. It was interesting. It's definitely, it's not like a tasty thing you want to make for your family for a Wednesday night, but if you're in a survivor situation, it's definitely nutritious and suspicious. Not quite delicious, but it's definitely suspicious and nutritious. But I got some let's look at some videos from the camping trip, just a little sneak peek at the Let's Go Camping video coming soon. This is the lake. This is arriving at the lake on the first day. It's called the Tibble Reservoir, and it's in Uinta National Forest. Nice green, blue water, mountains. And the altitude, I'll have all this stuff in the exact info in the video when I make it. But the altitude was like 4,000 to 5,000 feet. There's Shane right there. And it wasn't as high altitude as Mirror Lake, which is where I went in the last Let's Go Camping series. That was 11,000 feet. This was like 5,000 feet. But I felt, every time I stood up, I felt dizzy. I don't know if it's pressure difference or what in that area, but it was definitely interesting. But we got that. That's the lake. Tibble Reservoir. There's Echo. Only downside of the trip is this is a bit of a touristy spot at the beach. We were camped. We were camped up back past this, back into these mountains back here. But when you come down to the lake, there's people on paddle boats all weekend long. But it was a nice place. It was beautiful. There's my bobber. So there's that. Here's the camp. So again, this is Shane's camp that he has set up. He's been living in the woods for like a week now. Basically, he wasn't doing too well on the streets. He was getting involved with some bad people, I guess. And I guess our boss was like, why don't you just go up and stay in the woods? And helped him out, got him coolers, let him borrow. He's got coolers, he's got waders, he's got a boat that I went out boating on the lake with. Caught fish from a boat. That was really cool. I got a little clip from there. Not a super glampy situation, but kind of glampy. Kind of like he's got all the necessary stuff, but he was roughing it. out there in the woods, and he's great at catching fish. Like, he knew all the tricks for catching fish. Shane was killing it with the fish. Let's play this clip real quick. He's cooking a trout. Hold it and roast it. And he's just roasting it over the fire. He's got some lemon seasoning on there. It's like a marshmallow. There's Echo. Echo was exhausted after the trip. After the second day, he was limping. It was a lot dustier with the road leading up to our camp. Cars traveling in and out of there, touristy people, weekenders. A lot of dust and a lot of dirt roads and gravel and stuff. So Echo's feet, I think from the heat and his feet on the gravel, and he was just dirty. Now he's had a bath. Yeah. Now he's had a bath. I gave him a bath when we got back. He looked like a wolf. Bud. Right by a running river, which is going to be nice because great campsite location, but it is like a normally used campsite spot. So it was right alongside the river, but the national forest, the reservoir, was a no camping or no fire area. And then there was a sign that said, end of the no camping area. You can camp for 14 days. And we were like 100 yards in past that sign. So you're allowed to have a fire. You're allowed to have a camp set up. He's got a bike out there. He's got a boat. It's kind of cool, actually. Out here in the woods, I don't have my fan. It gets kind of quiet sometimes in the woods, but that water is going to be nice. He had chairs out there. He's got a log to sit on. We had a great time fishing. Echo crossed some streams. Echo crossed some dang rivers. I got some video of that. That's gonna be a fun part of the video. I got Echo to cross these dang rivers where he was like up to middle, up way his body in the water, which he's not good with water. When I give him baths, he freaks out. And he's crossing these rivers, and I was standing downriver of him in a bathing suit. I went swimming in this cold-ass water. I put out a short today of a slack line these people set up. I should have tried the slack line, or I should have done. There was a stump that I should have done a backflip off of, but so many people were there, and I didn't want to set up the Osmo and do it or ask somebody to hold the camera. But we did go swimming. I did go swimming. Shane didn't go swimming. I went swimming. Echo crossed some rivers. That was pretty cool. So that was the camp. Just giving you guys some sneak peeks here. Flat Earth Sea Sal. Oh, you missed it here. You didn't miss much. Here's arriving at the lake, the reservoir. I still got a couple more clips. That's the arrival at the reservoir. Here's a picture just with all the people at the reservoir. And then the camp. Oh, here's for Mr. Mad. This is for Mr. Mad. Shooting from here to there. That's 22 feet. I counted it out, Mr. Mad. 22 feet. All right. 22 feet. Look at that. Look at that. Everything's on target. 22 feet. Beat that, Mr. Man. That's my challenge. That's my challenge. I'm laying down the smackdown to Mr. Mad. He says he's got the same gun. He says I shouldn't be proud of that. Shoot the same gun at the same distance. Let's see what you do. The challenge, the gauntlet has been laid down. Shout out. Flat Earth Sea Sal. And then we got some footage from the boat. A little sneak preview of the boat. I'm on a boat, bitch. He had a little inflatable boat out there. So these trees, you would go over there and fish. And even in midday, really, you could catch fish anywhere early in the morning or late at night. But midday, there were so many people on the lake. This was the only spot you could catch them is in these trees. And the side, there was a trail, but the trail was like a sheer drop off, which I got video of me and Echo walking that trail. I thought he was going to fall down this trail into the water and I was going to have to jump out of him. I was freaking out. Plus, I'm sliding myself trying to grab roots and stuff. It's like a straight up like 70-degree slope with a little trail you got to walk on. It's gravel. And nobody fishes there from the shore. And there's broken trees and stuff, so nobody boats in there. And it was like a little cove. And you could just pull this thing up, tie yourself to one of the dead trees, and just drop your bait, catch a trout like that, quick.
Right up in these trees.
See, right up in this whole little cove right here. You can't fish from the shore. Hold on. You can't fish from the shore up here because it's a pretty steep drop off. The trail is up here. And so nobody was fishing from the shore here. Nobody's coming in here with the boats and the paddle boards because you could get popped on these trees. Nobody's casting in here from out in the open water with boats for the most part because you lose your bait. So really all you have to do is get up in here and just drop it and let it sink down and catch fish.
All right. I'll be back when I got a fish.
And literally like 2 minutes later.
Shout out to a fish in a boat. That's a pink trout. Pinky pink.
Not a huge one.
I know it's not called a pink trout. It's just really
little 8 or 9 inch trout. I caught bigger ones
right up here
while I was there.
A little cove in the trees. Plus the trail is up there, but it's like a cliff wall, so nobody's fishing off that. And
see, I explained it.
Said people don't really come up in here because they get snagged. I caught this guy in like 5 minutes. Fishing a boat.
Fishing a boat.
Dispatch this guy. Since I don't have a gill line, I have to just kill him. There might be a knife in my backpack. I'm getting pulled into these trees though. That's not good. All right, let me get this and get another one. We can get 4.
I didn't catch 4. I caught like 3 in like 15 minutes, back to back to back. That'll all be in the Let's Go Camping video that's coming. But it was a good camp trip. It was nice. It was nice to get out there. Again, I read a lot. I finished reading Later by Stephen King, which is quick little book review. It's basically, I talked about it last year and I just finally finished it. It's basically The Sixth Sense from Stephen King's perspective. It's a hard case crime. It's published by Hard Case Crime instead of usually Stephen King is published by, I think, Schreiner with his horror books. But this was Hard Case Crime. He has 3 books from Hard Case Crime: The Colorado Kid, Joyland, which are both like murder mysteries. And then this book is called Later, which is also Hard Case Crime. It is a murder mystery or a detective type book, but it's also more leaning towards the horror genre. It's basically Stephen King doing The Sixth Sense. The Sixth Sense, same plot. The kid can see ghosts. He can see dead people. And a detective woman who is his mom's lesbian lover is this detective woman named Liz. She uses him to solve a bombing. There was a bomber who dropped a bomb and then killed himself, and they need to figure out where the bomb was, how to disarm it, and they were able to because of the help of Jamie, who is a kid who can see dead people. But then later, at the end of the story, this book's called Later. The last like third of the book is about how later on, first the guy who did the bombing, Jamie has continuing problems with this ghost. This ghost sticks around, unlike other ghosts that disappear after a certain amount of time. This ghost sticks around, and he kind of has to go to battle with this ghost. And then later on, he gets kidnapped by the detective years and years later. He gets kidnapped by that same detective, and she wants to use his abilities to see dead people to do a nefarious scam or ploy. And he gets involved in that, and he has to actually call on the demon, which is the bomber ghost, to save him in this situation. I kind of gave a little bit of a spoiler there, but that's my book report. Not too much spoiler there, but that's the story. It was a good book, but I read that while I was camping. I read most of the Communist Manifesto, and I read Song of Solomon, which we'll do our last segment on Song of Solomon. But so I was doing some reading out in the woods. And before I left, I watched some movies. So we'll do those movie reviews. I see Globo people. Oh my God, a book review. Yep, that was my book review. It was a short book review. But later, hold on, let me see it. Let me get it real quick. Where the heck did I put it? It's out on my bookshelf. I'm not gonna go get it. I see Globo people. I'm in a boat. So I did that. I read, and then also I did a trout head soup video. So we'll have the Let's Go Camping 8 part 8, and it's probably going to be one video with the whole camping trip, and it's going to be like a 45-minute to an hour-long video. Depending on how much content it is, once I lay it all out, I haven't looked at it all yet laid out. If it's like 3 hours of recording, maybe I'll make it into like 2 videos and edit it down to 2 like 45-minute videos. But we'll have the camping video, and then we'll have a fish head soup video. So here's a little preview of that video, because I made some fish head soup. Lady Seesaw, weren't you talking about lengua and cabeza? What's brain? What's brain? Cabeza? Is brain cabeza? I know head is cabeza, but fish have a lot of good meats in their eyes, omega-3 and fatty acids in their eyes, and they got a lot of meat in their cheeks. So trout head soup is when after you eat the trout, you save the heads up and you make a soup out of it. Not super tasty, weird texture. If you can't get over the fact that you're eating brains and eyeballs, try not to think about it and just sip the juice. But I made the fish head soup. My first reaction to it, due to being in the woods with a phone and a DJI and blah, 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 I recorded for like 15 minutes and it wasn't recording. So in the video, it's the second reaction to it. Kind of sad, but I should be able to make a cool video out of it, just to hammer home the point of the fish head soup. But here's a little sneak preview of the trout head soup, fish head soup video. All right, guys, if you're watching the fish head soup video, I just got back to camp. The coals have burned out, and this is my last day here, so I'm trying to have fun. Hold on one second. We just crossed the river, went fishing, do some fun stuff on our last day here. So when I got back and saw that the coals were out, my hair looks wild because I had just went swimming. I went swimming in the cold lake multiple times. I jumped in, I went, oh, no, and got out. And then I waited a little bit, breathe, relax, jump in again, and I swam out probably like 20 feet, swam back, breathing, trying to stay calm, and then waited a little while, warmed up again in the sun, and then jumped in and went out to like the middle of the lake and came back. And basically, I wanted to swim across the lake at some point, but I didn't do that, but I did swim halfway out and back. So with the current and stuff, it's just to stay sharp, make sure I can do it, make sure I can handle the cold. You don't want to like never been in cold water and your raft goes flat in the middle of a stream or river. You don't know how to swim in a stream or a river. Maybe I told Shane I wanted to take this raft because there's rapids right by the camp. I wanted to take his raft down the rapids and make a video explaining like what to do in rapids, even fall out of the boat on purpose, and maybe have all this stuff. I would need like GoPros and a more willing candidate to help me make these videos, because Shane was not with it. And I was like, I know it's your boat. I'm not going to do something with your boat that could potentially pop it. But I was like, if this was my boat, I would be going down this rapids with it and freaking fighting the rapids. I would go floating down these rapids just to have fun. This is stuff I did as a kid when it was fun to float down the river. Look at that wild hair. Reading outside is a whole nother level of enjoying life. Exactly. Saw that JLP made a new version of the White History Month shirt. I'm not a fan of the new version, but the original can be found on a website called T'Challa. I love to read outside. It is. It's so nice. Reading while you're on a camping trip, like, you don't have the internet, you don't have the screens, the light, the weird light coming through your cell phone and your computer screen, and you're outdoors. Bring a book. Bring a nice, good book and read a book. Bring one book, whether it be the Bible or whether it be Gulag Archipelago, one like historical or one like deeper, like learn something book, and then one just fiction, just a good fiction book. You know, reading is good. Reading is good for your brain. It's good for your mind. It helps your mind stay sharp. So read a nice, fun fiction story, whatever. I like scary stories, especially in the woods and stuff. A scary story. That Stephen King book was great because the part that I was reading while I was in the woods in my tent in the dark is about ghosts and stuff, and it's spooky. You know, it's entertaining. It's good entertainment. And then I read my Bible a little bit. I read stuff to learn stuff. It's nice to read in the woods. But here's the trout head soup. I just threw the fish head soup on this thing, and I got a good boil going. It had been cooking, I could tell, but I wanted to just stay boiling for a while. So I got it on here, real low heat, boiling away. I took the spruce out. All the flavor was probably already cooked out of the spruce. Spruce, dandelions, some seasoning and salt and stuff, and trout heads and water. And you just boil it for a long time, and then you eat it. I took that spruce sprig out. We'll leave the dandelions in there because they'll get mushy like a spinach, kind of. And it smells really good. And that's the trout heads. To a fish in a boat. Fish in a boat! So that's all the previews. That's all the previews you guys get for the Let's Go Camping and the Trout Head Soup video. Just wanted to give a little preview, talk about the camp. It was a good trip. I had fun. It was nice. You know, the Shane stuff, not important, but there was some things that happened, and I don't know. It's some deep stuff. It's like, as Christians, we got to understand why people do what they do and understand that they can't help it. But at the same time, they can help it. They can help it by turning to God. But most people don't see it that way. Most people see it as mental illness. Let's give them medications. Let's prescribe them to stuff. That's going to help. Let's do this for them. Let's do that for them. And sometimes you got to have a little tough love on people. And, you know, I don't know. The little bit of Calvinist in me wants me to say that some people just can't overcome. I got to believe that they can, but most never will. They're not going to overcome that way that they've become accustomed to living. And I don't know. It's interesting seeing that in people. I see it in Shane. He's got some things, some ways of thinking that were imposed on him very early in his life. And for him to overcome that, he would totally have to revamp his whole way of thinking and living. Even it's like simple things like I had a headache, and he's like, "Here, I acetaminophen for you. I'm like, you're living in the woods and you have a bag of pharmaceutical medications and ibuprofen and this, and you got a giant first aid kit. I understand having a trauma kit. You know, if you're out in the woods or stuff, you should have a trauma kit. But I mean, you're going 100 feet to the fishing hole. You don't need to bring the trauma kit with you. Or and it, but it, and I say these things jokingly, but this is like his way of thinking is everything. I don't know. Like, I think Andrew Tate said something about his dad never had ibuprofen in the house, and that if he got a headache and he said, "Can I have some ibuprofen or some acetaminophen or headache medicine?" he would say, "No. You should be grateful you have a headache. That means you can feel something. You're feeling some pain. Be grateful that you're feeling that pain. Feel that pain, and that tells you you're alive, and get over it." But we've been conditioned in society, and especially in young boys and young men, that our natural way of being, where we want to be active and we want to do stuff, we want to build stuff, we want to make farms, we want to hunt animals to survive. All these things are bad, and instead, if you suffer from any sort of problem, you should probably take a medication for it. Maybe you need to talk about your emotions to a psychologist, and they can tell you, well, oh, it's due to this and this and this, but they don't have a clue what they're talking about, and they'll give you some medications, and you can take a pill to fix it. And if you hurt your arm, oh, well, I need to wear a brace on my arm for the next 20 years, and I need to be on disability, and the taxpayers need to pay me because I'm hurt and I can't work, and everybody needs to take care of me because my mama took care of me and told me that I was sick all the time. You know, it's like you can't uncondition people to think this way. If they've been conditioned to think this way, and it's like, I don't know how you save them. I don't know how you can point them towards Christ, but that's not gonna work if they reject Christ. If they're angry and they reject Christ, they get angry at everything. It's like some people, I don't know. Are they past help? I don't know. It's tough. It's a tough, deep thing that I was kind of dealing with while I was out camping. But I did have a great time. I tried not to get, into any of this stuff with Shane and just chill with him and, try to show him some forgiveness because I don't know. I'm not going to go. It's deep. He did some messed up things, and I think a lot of people would probably tell me, what are you even going around him for? Surely, why would you be around him? And I see their point. I see a lot of, like, my family and stuff. They're like, why? And I've said this too. Why do I draw like weird people to me in real life? Like, the people who are struggling the most and stuff, I draw them to me, and they say you're a combination of the 5 people you spend the most time around with. So I want to surround myself with successful, powerful, smart people, but I don't draw that to myself. I draw weird outcast people towards me. And I don't know. I told my mom, because I was telling her about it, because my last roommate was a little weird too, before Shane or after Shane. And I was like, I don't know why, but I just draw weird people to me. And I think it's because, whereas most people would write them off and just walk away and just be like, oh, that's a weird, scummy, homeless person, I'm not going to talk to them. I entertain them and I kind of listen to them. My favorite verse in the Bible, I don't know if it's still my favorite verse, but one of my favorite verses at one time in my life, I think it was It's like Hebrews 11:1 or Hebrews 11:13 or something. I don't even remember the verse, but it's basically be careful to entertain strangers because some have entertained angels unbeknownst. And so it's like these weird people that most people don't want to talk to, or I'll kind of entertain them and talk to them. But at the same time, I'm not accepting, I'll talk to a crackhead. I'll talk to a I'll talk to a girl that's had 20 abortions and ready to get another one. I'll talk to her. I'll listen to her. Doesn't mean I'm okay with it. Doesn't mean I accept it as right, but I still will listen to them. And I think that's kind of what it's like with the Shane thing. It's like I still want to listen to him, and I don't know about be his friend, but be somebody who will listen to him. But at the same time, if he asks me my opinion on something, I'm going to be honest with him. And that's where it becomes a problem, because when you're honest with people, they don't like it. They don't like it. And they want to turn on. And if you're the type of person that gets angry and does irrational things in your anger, that can be a problem where I can't have him around me on a consistent basis. I can go hang out with him every now and then and talk to him, but I can't spend time around people like that on a consistent basis. It's not good for me either. I still have my weaknesses. I still get angry. When I get angry, I want to punch somebody. When I don't put up with mess with people in my area. Y'all can talk crap on not y'all, but some people can come in. Freddie's banned right now. Some people can come in and talk crap on YouTube, and that's fine. I'll laugh. I might ban you at the worst, but in real life, people take my kindness for weakness, and I don't play like that. Relax, you're womaning. I'm talking. That's what you got the most feminine person in all the chats here telling me I'm being effeminate by working things out logically and reasoning with things, dealing with, things that people who actually experience life go through. But we got Lynn in chat. FEC gets it off the chest. Nice place though. Beta. I'll try to do natural stuff, not medication. They told women for years that acetaminophen was safe to take while pregnant, and now they say it causes autism and ADHD. Yep, I love talking about this. I know, and I'm not on tangents. All this is planned out. This is all planned out. We talked about what of affirmative action. Now I'm doing my camping trip review. And now that's it for the camping trip. Now we're going to move on to memes and stuff like that. Lillian Chin doesn't like when people wax philosophically. Men keep it inside. Women talk it out. Okay. Well, I'm doing a show. Would you prefer my show just be this? This would be a great talk show. Guys, Lin Chen, the expert in everything YouTube and knowledgeable on how to run a show on the internet, says that the best way to get views on the internet is to do this in a show as a man. No. Come on, dude. It's a talk show. What do you expect me to do? I'm going to talk. Duh. All right. What else do we got? Let's go to meme review. Where's my soundboard? Oh, I can't do the soundboard today because it was acting up. Let me try it. I don't think it's going to work. It's like super fast. Beta. Yeah, why does it do that sometimes? Beta. There's a mad beta. Soundboard's not working. But it's meme review. All right, let me find these memes. I don't have a lot of memes. Uno momento. What's chat saying? Oscar worthy. Lynn blocked me. What did I ever do to him? Oh, he just does that. He doesn't like me because I like Dragon Ball Super. Which he doesn't understand. The tournament of power is amazing. Ultra Instinct? Come on. And then Vegeta gets Ultra Ego coming soon. It's great. It shows the diversity between Vegeta's prideful character and Goku's carefree, relaxed character. He goes off of Ultra Instinct. He doesn't think. He just does it. He moves without thinking. Whereas Vegeta is the opposite. The mere reaction of that. He's prideful and he's calculated. And he goes off of Ultra Ego, his anger. He reacts off his anger. It shows the comparison, the contrast between the two. What are you talking about, bro? Come on now. Lian Chin says I'm a woman because I like Dragon Ball Super. Eat a pepper. Hold on, I got a cayenne. No, I'm not going to go eat a pepper right now. Anyway, let's move on to the memes. Dun, dun, dun. First meme. Texas restaurant has been slammed for using photos of Caitlyn Jenner before and after his transition on bathroom doors. I think that's based. I think that's funny. That would be so... I would go to that bar regularly. You got the men's and the women's. Oh, Brucey Bruce. I would play that as a man, baby. But my soundboard's not working right now. Next. Figuring out taxes worksheet. Why do we pay taxes? So we don't get arrested. Duh. Everybody knows that. Next. That's a 100 on the test. When you realize that Al Bundy could beat up John Wick and Aquaman at the same time. Guys, if this is real, if John Wick and Aquaman are both white belts in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and then Bundy's got the black belt with his hand in his pants, he would whoop both of them simultaneously in a Jiu-Jitsu bout. I'm just saying. Next. Be nice to fat people. One day they may save your life. Hey, that's a great bumper sticker. You just got to be faster than the slowest person in the group. So be nice to fat people. When it comes to bear food, shout out fat people. BS rewrite of Goku and Friends specifically to build it back up. No, I think you're overthinking it. You're doing a feminized overthinking of the Dragon Ball universe. It's really the same story repeated over and 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 over again. It's been that way since the beginning of Dragon Ball with the Red Ribbon Saga and Garlic Jr. It's been the same thing over and over and over again. A new enemy arises. Goku has to get stronger to be as strong as the new enemy, and then the new enemy gets integrated into the friendship and the alliance of the Z Fighters. That's the story. It's a very simple story, and it's just redone over and over and over and over again. The point of the story is that no matter how strong you get, there's always going to be a new opposition who's bigger and stronger than you, and you have to continue straining and pushing yourself to defeat that opposition. That's the point of the story. So, whether you're going with Dragon Ball Super or Dragon Ball Z, it doesn't matter. It's just the same thing repeated over and over and over again. Every saga, they're all the same. There's really nothing different. So to say that one is not canonically acceptable is to say that none of them are. And it's a stupid argument first place because it's a cartoon. Jeez Louise. Next. Sisters from Another Mister. Dang. Dang. Look, that's some Illuminati stuff right there. That's some Illuminati stuff right there. Corinne Jean-Pierre. And dang on Marlon Wayans in his Illuminati dress. Sisters from Another Mister. Next. What it feels like when you try to punch in your dream. Oh, man. I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about this because I might be being scatterbrained. And even though I put these memes into a folder and plan to do a meme review. So when I talk about memes, that's part of the show. It's not being scatterbrained or jumping around from topic to topic. This is the next meme. Let's teach Lin Yin Chin how to socially act. Lin, send a $5 Canadian super chat, which is after conversion to American money, it's like $3.50. After YouTube takes their cut, that's like $2. Thank you, Lin. I don't. I'm not mad about the amount. I'm just playing with you. I used to clear 100 meters in 6 seconds at my zenith. Now I barely clear 13 seconds. Equals not worthy to be black, aka sub 11 seconds. Your time is. What do you mean, 100-meter dash? You talking about the 100-meter dash? I don't even know. I'm quick though. You don't want to see me on the track and field. I'm a bigger boy, but I'll outrun you too. I'm quick. I don't know my 100-meter dash time, but I bet it's fast. 6 seconds at my zenith. Yep, or run. We love flat people here. Oh, fat people. We love fat people here at the Josh Report. Flat equals fat. Wait, flat is greater than fat. Who watches a show to just talk crap to the host? Lynn? No, Lin Yin Chin and I message on Facebook, and I kind of cut him off in my Facebook message box because he was going on other YouTube chats insulting me constantly. It's a little rib or a little joke here and there, like when we say seesaw so white, that's cool. But if you're always, when I'm not even in the chat, talking about me and saying I'm a woman and I'm low IQ and I'm incoherent and blah, 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 then I think that's kind of whack. So I told Lin Yin Chin in my Facebook messages, stop being a bitch. Straight up, Lin. I'd still love you. The same way I love my schizophrenic ex-roommate Shane, who did a bunch of weird, horrible stuff, but I still went and hung out with him and camped with him. I would still hang out with you, but I'm going to be honest with you. Don't be a bitch, bruh. Come on, man. I didn't start that with you. You started that with me. You started insulting me to other people's chats, calling me a woman, calling me low IQ, calling me jump around or flaky or something like that. And it wasn't like once. Okay, once it's a joke, but it's every single time I go in hate stream, I go in Nick stream, I go in, and you're talking about me when I'm not even in there, talking trash. If you want to promote the channel, that's fine. Go ahead. But if you're going to talk trash, then jump on the Discord, talk trash. But come on, man. So that's why I think you got mad at me. But I love Lin Yin Chin like an Asian brother. In my humble opinion, it is, but who I am. Only in a human way, no hard feelings is better. JS is white lightning. With that, hating left and right. I know he's casting shade on your boy. Love is not real, not as an ability of power you or any other person has. You have no love. You don't love anyone. I love everyone. I love my enemy. What are you talking about? I don't love groups. If you ask me, do I love white people? I would say no. If you ask me, do I love black people? I would say no. If you ask me, do I love Christians? I would say that'd be tough. I'd probably say no. If I have to let my yes be yes and my no be no, I'd have to say no. Why? Because your definition of Christian might not be the same as my definition of Christian. And yeah, if you said, do you love your enemy? I'd say yeah. If somebody said, do you love Lin Yin Chin? I'd say yes. I love Lin Yin Chin. I don't like when he talks trash about me for no reason. But yeah, just because you don't understand what love is, what agape is, Chin, doesn't mean that everybody doesn't. You have some delusions of grandeur where you think that only you can possibly know the truth. Shane had that same problem too. It's a big sign of schizophrenia. I don't believe in schizophrenia or autism, but I know I know the symptoms when I see them. That's for sure. I hate you all. We love our hate watchers here at Jazz Urban Adventure Show. I don't know if he's a hate watcher. I think he's just, I don't know. But shout out Lin Yin Shin. Enough of that. What it feels like when you try to punch in your dream. Guys, have you ever had this? I have this all the time. It feels like I'm trying to punch through like water or a bunch of pillows. Look like dang old skinny arm Thanos. Pure woman. Even JLP's don't love one is more rational than your mess. All right, whatever you say, Lynn. Your mess is so rational. Your mess is so rational. All hail, oh great God, Lin Yin Chin. All hail the knower of right from wrong. Let me put on screen some of Lin Yin Chin's messages to me on Facebook when he writes, or go through my comments and look at some of his messages when he writes 4,000 words on speed in an anime, on why certain characters shouldn't go a certain speed in an anime. But I'm the woman. I'm the immature, low IQ woman when you just spent probably 3 hours writing a dissertation on Goku's speed in Dragon Ball compared to Dragon Ball Super. But I'm the woman. Okay. Next! In 1998, they called it summer. Now they paint everything red and call it extreme weather. This is how you fools all being programmed to believe this ish. Open your eyes. Ignore the message, but that is funny. 1998, green with little sun sign pictures. 22, 18, 25. I'm guessing this is Celsius, that communist measurement. We don't use that crap here. But so this would be like 70 at 18 and like 95 at 24, 26. And then we have red. And it's lower, but this is global warming. Interesting meme there. You sent me a link to be here? I know, I sent you a link to be here so you could hear what I'm saying right now to you. That's why I sent you the link to be here. So that you could jump in my chat, call me a woman, and then I could explain all this to you so you could hear it. That's why I sent you the link. And so I could tell you that just because you send a super chat doesn't mean I'm gonna cater to you and be like, oh, Lin Yin Chin's right about everything because he's one of them super chat senders that likes to send super chats all the time so that he can get his comments read. Let me agree with Lin Yin Chin so I can keep bringing income. No. That's not how we do it around here. I wanted to make sure you heard this. Next, if Disney remakes 8 Mile, it's 50 and M. If 50 and M, it would be the exact same story. Honestly, Get Rich or Die Trying, 8 Mile, you could just interchange them. It really doesn't make a difference. It really doesn't matter. And if I have my voice changer right now, I would play the clip of Lil Wayne saying, I thought that was clearly a sign that racism doesn't exist. Next! Come on, go see the Titanic. Let's go. Why does this guy look like a wiener? Let's go. Biden and Kamala, can you guys go see the Titanic real quick? I know you want to see the Titanic. It's only been a week. We're still going to have some Titanic memes, right? Come on, Joe. Next. Woo. My voice is running out. Oh, he retracted his message. Too late. Oh, wait, what did it say? You want to see something cool, guys? Oh, it's not going to let me do it? Usually I can look at what message was retracted, but Can't see it. What's tangents? Yeah, that's what he says. Tangents. Me too, JS. I cannot do no harm in a dream. Yeah. Yeah, they say you can't die in dreams, but also I can't punch people in dreams. I think that has to do with it's something about fear of inadequacy. I've looked into it before, but it's something to do with like this is it's when your teeth fall out in your dreams, it's kind of like a fear of inacceptance. Kind of the same thing as when you are at school and you're naked. Anybody ever have that dream where you're at school or you're in a public place and you're naked? It's a similar dream as the tooth falling out or the inability to punch. It's something to do with fear of inadequacy or fear of measuring up. At least that's what the dream people say. That's what the dream people say. Insecurity. It comes down to insecurity. But I don't think I'm an insecure person. But guess what? I don't have any more teeth falling out dreams. And I've never had the showing up at school naked. What I do have a lot is a graduation dream. Because I never graduated with my class. I dropped out and I got a GED when I was 21. Easy, by the way. Anybody tell you about standardized testing and learning how to take tests properly increases your skills? No, it's basic. It's common sense IQ stuff on these SATs and these ACTs and these FCATs. It's not like the bar or the MCATs, but like the ASVAB or the SATs and stuff. These are basic IQ stuff. I could take a SAT cold right now, and I would score close to as high as I did when I was in high school, when I was at my peak. It's just knowing how to read. It's just simple. Read the questions, read the answers, read it. Anyway, what was the point of that? I'm on a tangent. Dang, I'm always on these tangents. Shout out Lineage Chin. I get on tangents, but they're on topic, I think, for the most part. Shout out Brittany Murphy. That is really creepy. Pray daily. Your new pick and name is your best yet, in my opinion. Oh, Seasal. Oh, yeah, I didn't notice she has a new pick. That's a nice new pick. I'm not a fan of the name. But the pick is nice. It's a nice pick for Lady Seasal. For Miss Seasal. Seasalacious. Never know where I'm going. Not creepy at all. The spiritual world is real. God opens spiritual eyes. Don't let me go on a tangent, though. I know. We're way too tangential around here. I get on all these tangents. But that's part of the fun. And the best part, it's not a tangent if you can tie it back in to the initial point. So the point of this tangent was to talk about tangents and why it's okay to be tangential as long as you can rein it back in. You got to rein it back in. What's worse than stepping on a Lego? This. Definitely this. Shout out Legos. Hey, I love Legos. And listen. Oh, I'll talk about that. Legos. See, this brings me on to a tangent. Okay? Legos. I heard a red flag for women. Let's do an intermediate break in the meme review here for a quick tangent. Let me get off on a quick tangent. I heard one red flag in a Matt Rife. You guys heard of this Matt Rife guy? Let me get off on a tangent real quick. There's this guy named Matt Rife. He's a comedian, and all the young ladies love him. He's blowing up all over the internet. He's like a popular thing. All the ladies love him. They think he's attractive and he's funny. He's not that funny. He's kind of funny. But they say, oh, he's the best with crowd work. He's the best with crowd work. He came out with a new special recently, and it was a crowd work special. His intro is literally dead on stolen from Andrew Schultz's crowd work special. Andrew Schultz did a crowd work special, and he had an intro where they're like, hey, Andrew, what do you got? You got material for your new special? He's like, no, everybody keeps asking me about crowd work. Maybe I should just do a crowd work special. And the guy's like, yeah, why don't you just do a crowd work special and that'll be your special, the crowd work special. And so then he's like, yeah, I think I'll do that. He goes out on stage and he does the crowd work special. Well, Matt Rife copied this, which in comedy is a very bad thing. So don't be copying people's comedy. But he did a crowd work special. And he's like, oh, everybody keeps wanting to hear me talk about red flags in women and men. Maybe I should just do a red flag special. Yeah, let's do a red flag. So he goes out and does the red flag special. Anyway, he talks about red flags. One of the red flags that one of these women said, and just so you know, this isn't it. I know it's hard. It's hard, Ling Yinchin, if you're sub 90, the black half of your sub 90 Asian black IQ is going to have a hard time keep understanding where I'm going with all this. But in the crowd work red flag special that Matt Rife did, which was copying the Andrew Schultz crowd work special, one of the red flags that one of the audience members shouted out was the man has Lego collections. That's a red flag. This woman said a man having a collection of Legos is a red flag. So here is where I divert. Here's where I divert. We're talking about red flags. First off, when I went fishing at this lake this weekend, I saw all these girls, beautiful girls, bikinis, Utah girls, Mormon girl, white girl, nice, beautiful young ladies at this lake. And they're all on paddle boards standing up, and they got little simp guys with cameras on other paddle boards taking pictures of these girls, doing their poses on their paddle boards, being all sexy looking on their paddle boards. And this goes to for this all sounds unrelated. I'm gonna pull it back together. Don't worry. I tried out Tinder. I didn't really try it out. I made a Tinder account for research purposes only. I wanted to see what it was like. And I had tried it years and years ago, and I thought, and I got rid of it real quick. I was like, this is dumb. This is a cash grab. Now it's, years later, the website's developed. Everybody talks about how that's how you got to do dating now. Let's check into this Tinder thing and see what it's like. So I made a profile. I made my profile very blatant. Christian, conservative, opinionated, uneducated, but still has a higher IQ than the dudes you went to college with. That's what I put as my bio, right? and then I'm going through the Tinder accounts, and I come to find out I already got rid of it. But it is just a cash grab, because everything you like, and then you get likes. It's like you got 16 likes in a day, and that makes you feel good about yourself. So you're like, oh, people like me. So then you go to check it, but then when you try to read the messages or see who liked you, it doesn't show you their pictures. Now you got to pay for it. So it's always a cash grab, right? So I got rid of the Tinder thing. The Tinder thing's whack. It's a cash grab. It's BS. But here's the point. There's girls on Tinder. Every single freaking girl in Utah has a picture with her on a paddleboard. They all got pictures of them on a paddleboard. When I was at the lake, I see these girls on paddleboards, and a guy's taking a picture of them on their paddleboard. So my red flags are, she's got a picture with her on a paddleboard, because some simp took that picture that she's using on her dating profile like he was on a date with her. He probably paid for the whole date. And he took the picture that she's using on her dating profile. So pictures of paddleboard, red flag. Ties back to the red flag Matt Rife thing. Next, here's the thing. One of the red flags in the Matt Rife special, other than owning Legos, which I think is super based, engineer, high intelligence level stuff. If you collect Lego sets, that's not a red flag. That means the guy is probably smart and knows how to build stuff. Not a red flag. And he's into collectibles, which don't lose value in a recession. Collectibles are one of the recession-proof things. Collectibles are no different than NFTs or crypto or stocks, So if you're basically saying, I don't like a guy who is smart, can build stuff, knows how to read instructions and follow them properly, and knows how to make money. I don't like that. That's a red flag. That's about the Lego thing. But here's the other thing. Women say it's a red flag if you have a picture on your dating app of you holding a fish. They got pictures of them riding a dang paddleboard that some simp took, But if you have a picture on your dating profile of you holding a fish, women say that's a red flag. I think a red flag for women is they say that guys holding fish is a red flag. That's the red flag. If you're a woman and you think it's a red flag for a guy to take a picture of him demonstrating that he knows how to catch and clean and kill and provide food for a family, if you think that's a red flag, then you're a red flag. These are the type of women you don't want to get with, guys. If they don't respect the fact that you know how to grow your farm, you know how to grow food, you know how to go fishing, you know how to hunt, you know how to operate a weapon, you know how to use heavy machinery, you know how to build things. If the woman thinks that's a red flag, then she's a red flag. Screw that woman. That's not the type of woman you want to be talking to. So that's where's the tangent? There was no tangent in any of that. That was all cohesive, right? What's chat saying? Research purposes only. Nice. Shameful simp's gonna simp. Hold on. Let's see what chat's saying. This is part of the fun. Now we'll be on tangents to piss Lynn off. That wasn't a tangent, though, right? I've always wondered how after Jesus went to hell and slammed the gates closed, can demons possess people? I don't know much about the Bible. Help me out here. I think Jesus defeated them on his spiritual plane, on his level, but the world is still Satan's. God still gave Satan dominion over the earth. I still think hell is a physical place and a spiritual place, in earth, on earth, around earth, like, and the demons, they're everywhere, but they're embodied in people. So the fact that Jesus defeat them means he locked them to earth, but we are supposed to be in earth, but not of earth. So when we elevate ourselves to that higher plane of existence, we don't have to worry about being possessed by demons. I don't think you're going to get possessed by a demon just because you have basic understanding of this stuff, B-Wise. Like, you've got protections there. But a lot of people are mentally weak and spiritually weak, and that's what Satan does. He tries to break down our minds and break down our spirits so that he can take us over. And a lot of people fall victim to that. Few people find the straight and narrow path. Maybe few people really find it. Maybe a small group of people understand it. And that's what we call good people, what we call good people. But really, nobody's good. Everybody does something wrong. But you can be made righteous. But Satan owns the earth, in my opinion. That's why I think there's still, even though Jesus defeated them, he confined them to the earth and to this realm. And Satan has dominion here. That's what I think. Fat Stavros is the best at crowd work right now. I think I might have seen him. Good question. I'll have to read where it says Jesus closed the door to hell. It doesn't sound familiar. Yeah, I haven't heard that exact wording. But I do know that Jesus went to the heart of the earth, which is Sheol, and he defeated Satan. That's it's between Matthew 24 and Revelation 6 is where you'll find most of that stuff. Not between there, but read Matthew 24, read Revelation 6. There's some in Luke too, where it talks about when Jesus died on the cross, he went down to hell and he basically fought Satan and won. The victory has already been had. And then he rose again. I don't know if it says exactly close the doors on hell, but he was victorious. He did win. But that doesn't mean that, that Jesus took back the world for God or something like that. It just gave us the ability to do that, to make it back to that. But the world is still Satan's, from what I believe. I will never enter tube again after I paddleboarded. Bible says he took away the sting of death. He liberated souls from hell. And something about the gates of hell not prevailing against the church. There you go. C-Sound knows. C Sound knows. Thanks for the info. I love talking about this. We all got mind graped. Yep. The path to perdition is wide. The path to salvation is narrow. The Bible says Satan is the prince of this earth. Yeah, Jesus said Satan was the prince of this earth. Not a skates and narrow path. All right, next meme. We got to get through these memes. What a woman sees. What a man sees. Yeah, if I'm peeing in this one, don't be stepping up to the one right next to me. What's wrong with you, bro? Come on now. We got a 3-foot splatter radius. Hygiene purposes alone. You got no reason to be standing that close to me. Wait in line. You notice there's only ever a line outside of women's bathrooms, though. I think that's because they try to pee in these things standing up. Is that why there's always a line in women's bathrooms? Because they're trying to aim standing up into these urinals? That's got to be why it is, right? Oh, women don't have urinals? Oh, are you serious? What the? Next! All right, there's my ban for abortion misinformation. For sale, an all-in-one tornado, earthquake, and nuclear bomb shelter. To all the preppers out there, why do you have a bunker and a 3-month supply of food? And why are you worried about the grid going down? Foundation of your things, not having nuclear power. Why do we have these tornado alarms in Kansas? All you need is a school desk. Just hide under the school desk. You're going to be fine. That's it. That's all you need. Next. This is where I was camping. So here's South Salt Lake. Here's Salt Lake City. Here's South Salt Lake. This little green spot right here is Liberty Park, which means I live like right here. Liberty Park's right here. South Salt Lake, Murray. You come down to past Riverton, come down to American Fork, Lehigh area, and you just take this little interstate out here. You come out to the mountains right here, and that's where I was camping. Right here. This is Silver Lake. I didn't actually go to Silver Lake. I posted on Facebook because I thought I was going to Silver Lake, but I was actually 3 miles down the mountain from Silver Lake. You can hike up there, but I didn't hike up there because I had Echo with me. And Silver Lake is also like even more touristy than where I was, where you have to pay $12 a day just to be there. So I didn't go to Silver Lake. We were by this lake right here, which is the Tibble Reservoir, but it's in Twin Peaks. It's in this area. So wheels on a shopping cart be like, techno song. We're not gonna say any names here because we might get banned on YouTube for maybe we'll say this. Wheels on a shopping cart be like Ellen Elliott. That's a man, baby. Next. Prigozhin is worth over $1 billion and owns his own movie production company. That makes blockbuster war movies. He has actively engaged in disinformation psyops before to trick Ukraine. Bakhmut. Are we watching a movie? Before he turned on Putin, Yevgeny Prigozhin made Hollywood-style movie. Is this true? I don't know. A little Russia propaganda. I haven't been updated on the news. Is this about the group we talked about who was rising up against Russia? Is this guy? Is he another actor? Kind of like Zelensky. Next. On the U.S. media, either they don't understand the damage they're doing to their own country, in which case they are simply stupid, or they understand everything, in which case they are dangerous and corrupt. And that's what it always comes down to. And Putin said that. That's what it always comes down to is you're either dumb or disingenuous. You're either dumb or disingenuous when you support these Democrat ideas like affirmative action. You're either dumb and you don't understand the harms of it, or you do understand that it is inherently systemically racist, and you're supposed to be against systemic racism and pro diversity, equity, and inclusion. yet you support a policy that is inherently racist and, separates people by race. So either you're dumb or you're just disingenuous and evil. And it always comes down to that. So Putin's probably right about that one. Next, I wake up, there is another psyop. I wake up, there's another psyop. Shout out to the cute little cat. Shout out, cats. Let's go. Under Silver Lake is the dumbest movie I've ever seen. Never seen that one. Salt Lake City is flat. That's fact. I'm going to ask you, how was the outdoors? It was great. It was a fun time. Where the heck is Lord Bibby? He's sleeping. You're peeing. He's taking a nap. Next. I just saved a bunch of stress by switching to not having time for that. Ain't nobody got 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 time for that. Guys, we got to get through these memes. Build bike better. Finally got their training wheels. Let's go. Back in the 70s, I watched a movie called Soylent Green. It was set in 2022. I will not be eating fake meat. Guys, this week, I got my Fly review and my Memento review. We got to hurry up, man. I'm chilling too much on this show. But I have not ever actually watched Soylent Green. It's one of those movies, kind of like the Bible, kind of like the Communist Manifesto, where I know all the points, I know all the stories, I know all the ideas, but I've never seen Soylent Green. I've never fully read the Communist Manifesto. I'm almost done with it. I got like 10 pages left. Every time I sit down to read it, I just get, blah. I don't want to read it anymore. And the same thing with the Bible. I'm going to talk about, in this last little segment, I'm going to talk about my history, why I'm a Bible thumper, and I'm okay with that. I think Bible thumping is okay. I think Christian schools teaching memorization, if only for the fact that it makes you smarter. If you're memorizing in Christian school large swaths of the Bible is hard reading, and it just makes you smarter. In the same way that seeing good cinema, I need to know, what's Citizen Kane about? Is it a capitalist movie? Is it an anti-capitalist movie? Is it a communist movie? Why is this movie raved about? I need to see it. I need to know, why is The Color Purple and Roots misinformation and revisionist history? I need to see these movies and know these things, or I can't talk about it. So we're on a journey of progress and making America smart again. So I'm going to need to watch Soylent Green and give my review of it. But it's people. It's people, guys. Don't eat the fake meat, because it's people. Spoiler alert. Next. Fear not, lady, I'll save you. Did you just assume my gender? Yeah, she was dead when I found her. Oh, no. He left her in the fire. He left her in the fires of Satan. Next. Me just shopping for a belt and socks in June. Guys, Pride Month is over. We don't have to worry about this anymore. But it's like climbing through a minefield. It's like crawling under barbed wire to just find your kids some clothing at Target. It was rough. It was a rough June, but it's White History Month. So let's move on. I really hate thinking for myself. Wow, I'm a Democrat too. The donkeys, the jackasses. Next. Who wants to stop climate change? We got Bill Gates. We got that German lady. We got that other guy. We got Biden. We got Trudeau. Is that Hillary? We got she's gone, but that's the New Zealand lady, Janet Zelenko. I don't remember her name. She's gone though. She's gone. Don't worry about her no more. But she's still a globalist. That looks like Leonardo DiCaprio. I don't think it is. And that's Greta Thunberg. Let's see what they look like. Who wants to stop climate change? All of them. Who wants to give up their private jets? Oh no. Bill Gates is the funniest. Bill Gates went boom, boom, boom. System error. Blue screen of death. She's crying. This guy, I don't know who he is. Joe's eating the ice cream cone. Trudeau's looking like dang Zumbapatapi. Umbatapi. Trudeau's in dang on blackface. Hillary got her mask on. Zelinda. What's her name? Jacinda Ardern. That's her name. Jacinda Ardern looking like a Muslim all of a sudden. I don't know who this guy is. It looks like Leo DiCaprio, but I don't know. How dare you, says Greta. Nice meme. Nice meme. Shine a light for the whole world over. Nuclear reactors under construction. Huh. China's got a whole lot of nuclear reactors under construction. India's got a whole lot. Also, the countries with the biggest carbon footprint who aren't involved in the Paris climate change accords don't have to monitor their carbon footprints. China and India, the biggest CO2 gas emitters, also don't have taxes being put on their emissions, aren't being told to turn green. Interesting. And they also got big old nuclear reactors. But we got to worry about nuclear war, guys. We got to worry about nuclear bombs that really don't do that much damage. And you can watch them go off from like 100 yards away and just chill in a stadium bleacher in 1960s. But we can't be having nuclear energy in the United States because Chernobyl might happen, where all the dogs are chilling right now out in Chernobyl. But China and India, they got plenty of nuclear reactors. Next! When you thought you've seen it all. Joe's got an extra hand. Guys, what's going on here? Either somebody's grabbing his butt from under the podium, Monica Lewinsky's hiding down there giving him a presidential, the royal penis is clean, your highness treatment, or that's AI. That looks like an AI mistake right there. When we just got extra hands popping up and fingers popping up out of nowhere. What the? That's interesting. Next. This is woke. Sheep. Bah. This is awake. Echoes awake. The wolf and the sheep. But don't be a wolf in sheep's clothing. It's okay to be a wolf and not a sheep. It's not okay to be a wolf in sheep's clothing, to act as if you are one of the sheep in order to prey on them and destroy them. Instead, as the wolf, you need to be the leader of the pack. And you only take the sheep necessary for sustenance for your clan, for your pack. You don't just want to kill all the sheep, basically is what I'm saying, if you're a wolf. Next! It's never too late to board the Trump train. Shout out Trump. Shout out Trump. Let's go. It's going to be a good election cycle next year. New Florida Guidestones suggest depopulating government. Oh, no. This is a new Florida Guidestone suggests instead of depopulating the population, like the Georgia Commie Stones, shout out 1 year anniversary of the destruction of the communist Georgia Guidestones, and the replacement of the new Florida Golden Trump Tower Guidestones that support depopulation of big government. I'm with it. Let's go. Next. Roe vs. Wade, affirmative action, student loan forgiveness. Shout out Clarence Thomas and his booth. Shout out the boy, Clarence Thomas. Let's go. Next. Show me your boobs if you hate racism. That's all I'm going to say about that one. Next. Funny how the one country I was investigating. Funny. Isn't it funny how the one country I was investigating for corruption is the one getting tons of U.S. money now that I'm gone? Ukraine. It's another hoax, another witch chase. Don't worry about these evil Democrats. They're trying to destroy your children. But I'm there to stop them. They're not coming after me. They're coming after you. I'm just standing in the way. Shout out Donald Trump. 2024 for president. Jesus is my savior. Trump is my president. Shout out. Next. President Joe Biden and every living former U.S. president except Donald Trump are direct descendants of slave owners. Shout out reparations. Shout out reparations. You want reparations. It's interesting. The only non-slave owner parents was Trump. Isn't that crazy? From Reuters. This is from far left Reuters. Among America's political elite, Reuters found that 5 living presidents, 2 Supreme Court justices, 11 governors, and 100 legislators descend from ancestors who enslaved black people. They need to pay reparations on that. In addition, President Joe Biden and every living former U.S. president except Donald Trump are direct descendants of slaveholders. Everyone except Trump. Shout out consistency. That's what's up. Trump, the least racist person you've ever met. The least racist president you've ever seen. The most black president you've ever seen. The first black president, Donald Trump. Shout out. White History Month. Donald Trump. Let's go. That's it for the memes, guys. Nuke sound. We don't have the nuke sound this week because the soundboard's not working. What's chat saying? What's up, Stubber One? Gangster Clarence. That's right. That's right. Gangster Clarence Thomas. All right. Let me see. Let's Stubber One still got the membership. America, fuck yeah, here to save the motherfucking day, yeah, America, fuck yeah, coming to save the motherfucking world now. Pause. Foul language alert. Foul language alert. Pregnant with my fifth? You're pregnant with your fifth baby? What the heck? Shout out B-Wise. Spitting out all kinds of white babies for White History Month. That's what's good. I don't have a lot of reels in rapid fire. Just a little bit. Let's open this. Open all in new window.
Drinking Dr. Pepper right now.
You're drinking Dr. Pepper right now. Let's get through this stuff real quick. Some funny reels. Some a little bit of rapid fire news. Really not much. Not much news. Again, I was out in the woods, so I didn't follow the news too much. But this is a funny little short.
That's exactly right. That stuff is good. It's got sugar in it. And two doctors have told me that if I drink it, I will die. But they died first.
Now you're drinking Dr. Pepper right now.
Hold on. 104-year-old woman secret. 3 Dr. Peppers a day. Soda fountain of youth. This is the funniest news interview I've ever seen. Listen to this lady. She's 104 years old. Doctors have told her, don't drink Dr. Pepper. Don't drink soda. Sugar's bad for you. Sugar's bad for you. Don't drink it. Listen to her response.
That's exactly right. That stuff is good. It's got sugar in it. And two doctors have told me that if I drink it, I will die. But they died first.
Now you're drinking
one more time.
Dr. Pepper.
Say it for the ones in the back.
That's exactly right. That stuff is good. It's got sugar in it. And two doctors have told me that if I drink it, I will die. But they died first.
Oh!
You're drinking Dr. Pepper.
Oh! Let's go, Granny. That's what's good. I love a story like that. I remember there was one like a 102-year-old lady who drank a big old glass of wine every day. And she's like, they tell me alcohol is bad, but I've been drinking this glass of wine every day my whole life, and they're all dead. And now this lady's saying the same thing. Listen, if you're taking care of yourself right, if you got your spirit right, if you got your mind right, if you know every thought is a lie and you defend your mind, you put on the helmet of righteousness and defend your mind from the fiery darts of Satan, you got your mind right, you got your spirit right, you got your body right, eat whatever the fuck you want to eat. You do whatever you want to. Well, don't do whatever you want to do because that's some atheist stuff. But you can eat what you want to eat. You know when your body's feeling right, when it's feeling wrong. That's what the elimination diet's all about. It's about eating the same diet every day, your regular diet, and then remove one of the things from your diet. Like, for example, take all the vegetables, all the green vegetables out of your diet. Take all the meat out of your diet. Okay. And then study and examine how you feel. Oh, well, I was eating this, but then I took all the meat out of my diet, and now I feel more tired. Now I feel more lethargic. Maybe I should put the meat back in. Now you put the meat back in. Take the veggies out of your diet. Oh, I have more natural energy now. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Examine yourself, and then you can figure out what you need to eat to be healthy. Don't be listening to all these dietary doctors who are trying to sell you a dream. You don't need no pills. You don't need no supplements. Get your little Dr. Pepper. Get your little glass of wine. Get your little beer. Eat you some red meat. Eat you some trout. Eat you some fish brains. Just take care of yourself. That's all I got to say about that. One more time.
Now.
That's exactly right. That stuff
That
is
stuff
good.
is
It's
good.
got sugar in it, and two doctors have told me that if I drink it, I will die. But they died first.
So you're drinking.
They died first. All right. Next reel.
No shade to this angel, but she just kind of looks.
Guys, I don't know why this is in here, but this is an ad for large women underwear. It's supposed to be a competitor to like Victoria's Secret. But we're not going to watch this all, but let's take a look.
Angel, but she just kind of looks uncomfortable. With my Cheek Boss undies, not only am I super comfy,
Cheek Boss undies.
they make my butt look magical.
Magical? What the?
Cheek Boss has sizes ranging from 4XL down to XS.
Oh, 4XL down to XS. Normally sizes go from small to large. They'll say small to extra large, double XL. This has 4XL down to XS, extra small. We're going backwards.
With undies designed by women, Cheek Boss wants you feeling like your most gorgeous, whimsical self. And Cheek Boss undies have a cotton gusset so that your
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry for putting you through this.
garden gnome can breathe.
Extra layer so your garden gnome can breathe. For the
Cheek Boss undies are like.
Listen, we love the big women. More cushion for the pushing, you know. More muffin for discussion. More baction for the traction. Shout out to the large ladies out there. But let's get it. Let's tighten it up. Tie it like a twiga. Get yourself some of these large woman undies.
Lightweight, durable, and seamless. Not only are there a ton of options, but Cheek Boss undies are so soft,
Cheek Boss.
you feel like you're using a fairy fabric.
Shout out to our new sponsor, Cheek Boss Undies, for the big uns out there. Shout out Cheek Boss. Make sure when you go to cheekboss.com, you use your discount code jsurbanadventures for 15% off your next pack of Cheek Crusher. I mean Cheek Smasher. I mean Cheek Clapper undies, Chubby Boss undies, whatever they're called.
That's really fluff and soft.
That's really fluff and
Now
soft.
to get your 2 free pairs of super stretchy Cheek Boss undies.
Cheek Boss undies. Shout out Cheek Boss. Make sure you use that discount code, 15% off. jsurbanadventures.com. All right, enough of that. What the? That was a tangent right there, man. JS, stop showing us weird sex stuff. Lots of countries eat a ton of bread and they are skinny, like they make natural baguettes every day, but our white bread has so much crap and preservatives in it, it makes you unhealthy. Facts. I agree with that. Bleaches and stuff like that. But here's one thing. So is it the food pyramid that was wrong? Because I don't agree with the food pyramid that we were taught as kids, which has grains and breads and wheats at the bottom, like 5 servings a day. I totally disagree with that. I think you need more meat, maybe a little bit of veggies, not so much green veggies. Green veggies are, especially for men, green leafy veggies like spinach and stuff. That's a misconception. Lettuce and spinach and broccolis are not really good for testosterone for men, from what I understand, but fruits. And then fruits I hear are okay, and then I hear they're not okay because they're high in sugars. And sugars is bad, but is natural sugars really bad? I don't think so. But I think mostly you need a lot of meat and then just a balance of everything else, and just eat what makes you feel right in your body. It makes you feel healthy, makes you feel active. If you're feeling lethargic, you're feeling lazy, you're feeling tired, maybe you need to change up your diet. But I think meat is better. But the old food pyramids would have, the biggest section was grains and wheats and stuff. And so with what you just said, 9 or 49, that kind of makes sense. If maybe the food pyramid was right, but it's our bread that is wrong, I don't know. I don't know. That could be. But in modern America, I'm just trying to be on a carnivore diet. Like, I love Wonder Bread and I love peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, but I know it's not good for me. I eat eggs every single day. I'm in top health. Yeah, eggs are great. 949. People don't have to eat the bread they choose to. Yeah, but the thing, I think what they're saying is like, so like, this would be an argument socialists will use, and they're kind of it's kind of correct that the good food the good food is more expensive. So like the food that you can get on food stamps and that poor people end up eating is crap food. And this is like eugenics. This goes back to eugenics and stuff. If capitalism worked out correctly, then people would pay a fair market price for the healthy foods and people would stop eating the crap food because we would have labels on it that says, oh, there's chemicals in here that kill you. If capitalism was working the way it was intended to and it didn't have commie capitalism and a socialist influence on it. But we should know our food's healthy and it should be an affordable price to get the healthy, good foods. But in our system, it's not that way. If you're poor, you're going to be eating crap. Unless you're farming and going out and hunting for your own food. But but most poor people are eating crap. They're eating Little Debbie cakes and Twinkies and Wonder Bread, and that stuff's bad. So it's a bit of a conundrum. But that's not what the show's about today. That's a tangent that I'm getting off of. It's 4th of July weekend. Salt Lake City is holding drone light shows instead of fireworks this July. And they already did it. They did it yesterday. We have Pioneer Day here in Utah at the end of the month. I think there's going to be an advertisement here. Let the advertisement play. In lieu of fireworks this year, Salt Lake City will hold drone light shows for Independence Day and Pioneer Day celebrations. Mayor Aaron Mendenhall, our communist mayor, announced Monday that the decision was made in response to fire danger and air quality problems that come with fireworks. So the same thing as last year, air quality and fire danger. We can't have fireworks. No more rockets red glare. No more bombs bursting in air. I believe this all has to do with destroying our culture as Americans, destroying our nationality, white quote unquote pride, being proud of our advancements in the world and all these things. They want to get rid of all that. They want us to hate ourselves. So they're destroying the 4th of July. One of the staples of 4th of July is fireworks. The rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air. That's the national anthem. So they say for air quality and fire concerns, instead of at the park where all the families come to watch the fireworks shows for decades, last year they did a laser light show, which lasers are bad. China's got lasers on freaking satellites. Now they're doing drones. We know China supplied all the drones during the BLM riots to the police stations throughout America. A bunch of DJI drones were supplied by the Chinese government to American police forces, and they can connect to the networks now, and they can surveillance us and reroute all that stuff through their social credit scoring programs, all that stuff. It's all tied together. It's not a tangent. I promise it's connected. But now they had lasers last year. Now they're having drones this year. Let's watch this clip.
Fireworks for the independent. Salt Lake City Mayor Aaron Mendenhall has announced the city will put on a drone show instead of traditional
That looked like some damn Terminator. That looked like a scene from Terminator just now.
Fireworks for the Independence Day and Pioneer Day holidays. The move is in response to fire danger and air quality problems that come with fireworks. The drone shows will take place on July 1st at Jordan Park and on July 24th at Liberty Park starting at 10 p.m.
July 24th at Liberty. Maybe I'll go to that one and get some footage from there. July 24th is Pioneer Day, which is a Mormon holiday. It's only here in Utah. It used to be, until the last couple years, from July 1st to July 30th, constant fireworks. You could not go outside without hearing fireworks in the afternoon from July 1st to July 30th. They have Pioneer Day on the 24th. They have July 4th on the 4th, and Mormons in Utah, white people, Loved celebrating these days. But in Salt Lake City, they're trying to slowly do away with it, raising the price on the fireworks, less fireworks stands available, saying air quality, saying we got to have drones and lasers. But it's funny in this article, they also talk about the Red Cross cited not only environmental factors, but safety for individuals, showing with a mannequin how dangerous fireworks can be to a person. So it's not just they know people are waking up to the go green, all that bull crap with the air control and how geographically you're not going to depollute this area because we have a giant city at the bottom of a canyon, and with inversion and the way air currents work and the way the sun makes the air rise and all that stuff, the pollution gets trapped in this valley, and that's always going to happen no matter what you do. As long as you bring in more people, that's going to continue to happen. It's inevitable. So fireworks aren't going to make it worse. Going green isn't going to fix the problem. It's an inevitable problem. You need to just accept it if you want to keep growing the city. But anyway, so they realize people are waking up to that. So they say the Red Cross cited not only environmental factors, but safety for individuals, showing with a mannequin how dangerous fireworks can be to a person. So they blew up a mannequin with a fireworks. Like, we don't know that an explosion could be dangerous. Like, we don't know that already. We get it. We get it. You don't need to instruct us on this, Red Cross. We understand that when we explode things in our hand, it could be dangerous to bystanders. So you got to be careful. We're white. We got high enough IQ to figure out how to blow something up without killing everybody around us. We don't hold the gun sideways like dog. Shoot a ninja in his face, knock his nose off. Make the girl say my name. Like, we don't do it like that. Makes so much sense that I bet it will be the norm in the future. A group of mischievous teenagers with BB guns could ruin that show for the whole town. Facts. I'm wondering, okay, if each of those drones is being remotely controlled by an individual with a controller, that's kind of cool. I'll say that's kind of cool. But I would bet, I didn't do a lot of research on it. Somebody else do the research for me. Let me know. I'm assuming all of those drones are on a network, and that somebody at a computer programs a laser light show into it, and that a computer controls all those drones. They take off and they go up and they do their thing in the sky. I'm assuming that's the way it works. If that's the case, that's gay. That's retarded. That's lame. I don't care. I don't want to hear about it. But if it's the case that each of those drones is controlled by an individual with a person who knows how to fly drones is controlling it, that's kind of cool, because that's like synchronized swimming, or like high level IQ coordination. We got to work together. We got to plan this out. That's like a thriller video versus like somebody twerking on the street, you know? If it's just a computer, some guy at a computer made this light display, and then they hit a button and all the drones go up and do it in sync. That's like a black girl twerking in a Juneteenth parade. But if there's a bunch of people on the ground controlling these things, and they all had to practice this and work together, that's like thriller. That's like it's like choreographed. It's like there's some sort of skill involved to that. Does that make sense? Am I right? I think I'm right. Shout out Raymond. Hola, fellow hooligans. The whole world will be nerfed. It's a good thing you're not a teenager now. Golf club incident. Yeah. Correct that flag, ma'am. This flag? No, it's fine. It's fine the way it is. It's already breaking flag law that you have a flag on a little thing like that anyways. Okay. I never knew Ray Ray was black. What the? Is Raymond black? Makes so much sense that I bet it will be the norm in the future. Anyway, what do you guys think about that? Is it cooler if the drone show is controlled by individuals? Here's the mayor with some pictures talking about this happen. Such a cool night at Salt Lake City Drone Show. If you missed it, there will be another one for Pioneer Day. Looks like a Ukrainian flag, but that's actually the Utah flag. Statue of Liberty. All right. That's that. And then any other breaking news stories? Utah's having a treasure hunt. New hint drops for 2023 Utah treasure hunt. This is a $25,000 Utah treasure. If you're looking for something fun to do this weekend, you may want to join in the ongoing Utah treasure hunt for $25,000. ABC4 spoke exclusively with the organizers, and they provided a clue special for ABC4 viewers. The masterminds behind the hunt, David Klein and John Maxim, said they're surprised to see this year's hunt has been one that's taken the longest to find. In order to help, they've shared this exclusive clue. You may know research is required, but where best to begin? The hint is to brush up on your Utah history. So I would go to the temple, and then there's the Mormon museum is right next to the temple. That's where I would go. If I'm looking for Utah history, that would be the basis of Utah history, because the Mormons were here before Utah was even a United States, part of the United States. So I'd go to the temple here in Salt Lake, and I'd go to the little frontier area. Dang, I'm going to have to go check this out. We might win this dang old treasure. $25,000 treasure. I didn't even know this was a thing, but in the past, the two organizers thought the riddles they posted would take a month or two to solve. They were surprised when hunters were finding the treasures after only a week of searching. The 2023 edition of the Utah Treasure Hunt is living up to expectations, apparently stumping fortune seekers who still haven't found the treasure a month into the hunt. The full poem that has treasure hunters still scratching their heads can be seen in its entirety below. Begin your search where time was transcendent. Crack open the books. They're interdependent. Lift up your eyes and look for the mark. Hide to the tree that stands without bark. Past the grain tower that looks out to the west. Not more than an hour you'll know by its crest. Look down at your map to not wander with thirst. That's Moab. Is that relating to Moab because it's desert out there? Remember, two less than on top of the first. You'll know you're close when it's time to frown. What points towards heaven but is upside down. You'll know you're close where it's time to frown. Where it's time to frown. Is the arches? See, like, it seems like they're talking about Moab, the desert. You'll not more than an hour you'll know by its crest. That's the crest of the sunlight in the desert is very short. Look down at your map to not wander with thirst because you're in the desert. Remember, two less than on top of the first. I'm not sure what that means. You'll know you're close when it's time to frown. What points towards heaven but is upside down would be the arches. So a smile is like this, but if you're frowning, it would be an arch, and your smile is upside down. So I'm thinking, but that seems too easy. The Moab arches, that's like on the license plate. Everybody should be thinking this right off the riff. So it's got to be wrong. What point starts heaven was upside down? Get off the road at the airplane without wings. Get off the road at the airplane without wings. Airplane without wings. Search from the shoulder, and fortunate will bring. Bro, $25,000. And this is a thing they do in Utah. There's a box right now with $25,000 in it. This is our hint. Guys, if you help me figure this out, I'll split the money with you. How about if you figure it out, I'll give you half. I'll go get it. If you figure it out, find it, show it to me on a map, I'll go get it, and we'll split it half and half. If you help me figure it out, I'll give you a certain amount in proportion to how you help me. If you help me, but we got to find this treasure. Bottom line. We got $25K just sitting out in the middle of the freaking desert somewhere. Let's get this. Upside down earth. Ooh, riddles. You look like Freddie Sound. I'm Yakub's dream. You can never guess my race. You're the white devil. You look black in BBW. B&W. BBW is big black woman. I read B&W, black and white. You look black in black and white. It's black and white. Everybody looks black or white in black and white. As requests have been made for a single place to find all the clues that have been released thus far, the 2023 Utah Treasure Hunt has compiled all clues and reminders into a page of current hints, which is said to be updated a couple days after each clue comes out. Utah Treasure Hunt, current hints. Maybe we'll do a stream where we work on this. What do you guys think? The next Zelda stream, we work on the Utah Treasure Hunt? You guys down for that? Because if I can find 25K. A few things to remember. We will never hide the chest on private property or in a state or national park. So it can't be in Moab. It can't be under the arch because that's national park. On private property or in a state or national park. So it would have to be on what? BLM land? Where else is it going to be? You will never have to purchase anything to solve the clues in the poem. We will never hide the chest at a ski resort. When someone finds the chest, we will announce it. And last year, it was hidden like a fence. It was at the base. It was like a fence post in a field somewhere, and at the base of the fence post, they dug and they found this chest. So it's a real thing. When someone finds the chest, we'll announce it as soon as we can. So you can assume if we haven't announced that it's been found, then the chest is still at large. Some people have asked us if we've even hidden the chest yet. Yes, there is a physical chest hidden right now. Also, we will never move it once it's been hidden. After the hunt is over, we will definitely create a video breaking down the poem and how it was meant to be solved. So be at peace knowing that soon all will be revealed. Guys, this is what I do. This is what I do. I figure out dang riddles and poems. So, but it's got to be. The problem is, my Utah knowledge is not. I know a lot about the Mormons. I know a good bit about Utah, but it can't be something so simple that you just type in the lyric of the poem into Google and it's going to tell you. So we're going to have to actually do some serious research on Utah to figure this poem out. I think we're going to do a stream about it. I think we're going to have our next Zelda stream. We're going to figure out this riddle because I want this money. So I'm going to save this actually. We'll save it in mobile bookmarks. All right, but that's that. The treasure. Texas man who went missing as a teen 8 years ago was just found alive sleeping outside a church. A Houston man who went missing as a teen more than 8 years ago was found sleeping in front of a local church, according to police. Great news for White History Month. Rudolph Rudy Farias IV had been missing since March of 2015, according to a missing person flyer at the Texas Center for the Missing. So they found this guy after 8 years sleeping. He was just homeless. He just got lost. Next! Baltimore investigators searching for suspects in block party mass shooting that killed 2 and injured 28 others. This update on that story from the Juneteenth weekend. We had a lot of shootings. Investigators in Baltimore are searching for multiple suspects in a mass shooting that turned a beloved annual neighborhood block party, a Juneteenth party, into chaos early Sunday, killing 2 people and injuring 28 others who were teens. In the search for the shooters, investigators believe at least 2 were involved in the incident. Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott, Monday Valley, will not rest until we find those cowardly decided to shoot. Maybe it's because you haven't released. Oh, is this the suspects? I was going to say maybe you haven't found them yet because you haven't released any information at all on the suspects. Are these suspects? The gunfire erupted early Sunday in South Baltimore neighborhood of Brooklyn, where community members were enjoying a yearly celebration dubbed Brooklyn Day. Where Brooklyn at? Aaliyah Gonzalez, 18, whose surname police initially spelled ending with an S, and Kylis Fagbemi were fatally shot. Oh, no, these are victims. The dozens of surviving victims sustained gunshot wounds. Age 20 or older, remaining 23 were teenagers. 7 of the wounded remained in the hospital. Investigators are scouring sprawling crime scene, which spans several blocks. Interesting. So still no description of the suspects that we're looking for. We didn't know if we were safe. We didn't know if the shooter or shooters were right outside our hospital doors. Interesting. So in this whole article, we have pictures of victims. We have a lot of descriptions of the event and what happened. But there's no National Rifle Association sued Maryland Governor Wes Moore after he signed the Gun Safety Act. According to the governor's office, his officers arrived on the scene. They found blah, blah, blah. I'm just trying to find a description of the suspects that we're looking for so the community can help the police find these suspects. We're going to need a description. Could not see the gunshots were coming from. There were no disruptions at the block party. Investigators have yet to determine a motive of the attack. Still investigating whether the victims were targeted or indiscriminately shot at. Routine overnight shift. So there's no description of the suspects, and that's why they're still at large. Interesting. So just an update on that. It's gang violence, black on black crime, so they're not going to look too deeply into it. The FBI won't even let them talk about the findings that they find because it's racist. So the soft bigotry of low expectations. Let's continue. Movie review time. Damn, it's almost 10 o'clock. We got to get to the Song of Solomon breakdown. It's not going to take long. I don't have a lot to say about Song of Solomon. But I watched The Fly. Great movie. Let's see what chat's saying. The Mormons are doing this treasure hunt. I don't know if it's the Mormons who organize it or what, but it's Utah. It's a Utah thing. My pirate blood be boiling. Let's plunder that treasure. Shout out. Shout out to physical chests. Let's go. Seesaw's so white. She looks white in black and white. The Mormon. Yeah. All right. 2 movie reviews, and then I'm going to take a break, play a song, and I'll be right back. And we'll talk about the most controversial book in the Bible. We'll do some Bible thumping. And we're going to talk about the most controversial book in the Bible and why it's the most controversial book in the Bible. And but first, before I go, I watched 2 good movies last week before my camping trip. Here's my reviews. The Fly. I watched the remake, the 1986 remake with that guy with the Jewish name, Jeff Goldblum. Basically, it's about teleportation. We talked about the teleportation stuff last week, and The Jaunt, how my favorite Stephen King short story is called The Jaunt, and it's about teleportation pods. The Fly was the same idea, same plot. He's got pods that can transfer one thing to another. He can only do inanimate objects at first, but he wants to get to living things and living creatures, so he sends himself through. But when he sends himself through, a fly gets in the pod with him, and the machine basically splices his DNA with the fly. And the plot of the movie is basically he's slowly becoming a fly. And it gets increasingly more and more creepy and unsettling. A lot of freaky imagery and stuff. It's really a scary story. And now, when I didn't know the whole story of the movie, but I did know that there was a Fly 2 called like The Son of the Fly or something like that. And so as soon as Jeff Goldblum's character does the teleportal thing, and then the next night he's all energized and amped up and he's having sex with the heroine of the movie, I was like, oh, is she going to get pregnant? Is she going to get pregnant? Sure enough, she gets pregnant. And then we were talking about abortion even earlier. There's like an abortion dream that she has where she's like, she wants to get an abortion to kill the fly baby, but then she doesn't want to, and she's wrestling with it, even though she knows it's going to be a crazy fly baby, and she has a dream of a dang fly larva coming out of her. That was freaky. That was super freaky. But she's still wrestling with the idea of abortion. Nowadays, there wouldn't be no The Fly 2 because she would have just aborted that thing real quick. But I haven't watched The Fly 2 yet, which is the son of The Fly. But that movie's freaky. A lot of crazy imagery. A lot of, oh man, when his ear falls off and when he's talking about how they eat and he spits and he starts throwing up and then he throws up on the dude's hand and the dude's ankle and it melts like acid spit, bro. That was creepy. That was a freaky movie. It's such a good and bad movie. Yeah. Yeah, it was like, I don't know. I was mad because I was watching it on a janky bootleg service, and so it kept buffering, and that was annoying me. Because this website, occasionally it'll buffer and you gotta wait or you gotta fast forward a little bit or rewind a little bit. But this was doing it every 2 minutes, and I was getting so annoyed. But I watched the whole thing. It is a good movie and a bad movie. I haven't watched the original, but I liked it. I thought it was pretty good, and I want to see The Fly 2. I remember all these now. Never shoot a 9 with a 9. Then the other one I watched is Christopher Nolan is my favorite director. And there's a movie that I kind of felt nostalgic about because I'd never seen it, but I've always wanted to watch it, and then I always forget to watch it. I finally remembered and watched it. Memento. Memento from Christopher Nolan, one of his earlier movies. Apparently, he also made a movie, Insomnia, which I'm sure at some point I watched Insomnia with Al Pacino, but I can't remember it, so I'm going to have to rewatch it. It's got Robin Williams also and Hilary Swank. So I'm going to have to rewatch it, but I know at some point I watched Insomnia, and I think I was a kid, and it was too deep for me, or it was like I just couldn't get into it. But I need to go back and watch Insomnia. But also Memento, an early Christopher Nolan movie that really, I saw in one of the comments, it said, it's great to watch this in 2020 and realize Christopher Nolan was thinking about the movie Tenet for decades. Because the movie Tenet is about time travel and about like reversing small gaps in time, and like he could make a bullet go back into the gun. When you watch Memento, you kind of see where that early idea was forming. Memento is a crazy movie, and it basically tells a story from the end to the beginning. Or, yeah, it starts at the end and it goes backwards. It tells the story backwards. But there's an alternate timeline that's running forwards, and they kind of meet up in the middle. And it sounds real convoluted, but the way the movie's put together is great. Memento was nostalgic because I remembered my stepdad went and saw it with my mom at the theater, and he came back and he was raving about it. He's like, that's my new favorite movie. It's a really good movie. It's epic. And he explained it to me about the guy's got to tattoo himself, and he's got to write on Polaroids to remember things, and it's telling the story from the end to the beginning. But then you want to watch it again so you could go back, and when you watch it a second time after you just watched it, everything makes more sense. And it's a really good movie. I recommend you guys watch it. I don't want to spoil anything from it, but I'm just going to say it's a great movie. Typical Christopher Nolan at his finest. Deep stuff. There's a lot of little intricacies, like when he's doing the tattooing, it kind of correlates. I don't want to spoil anything for you guys. So, but let's just say I believe Sam Jenkins or Jacus or whatever his name is the same person as the main character. That's up for debate. If you see the movie, you can decide on if you think that yourself or if you think they're separate people. I think they're the same people. But watch Memento. It's a good movie. 2 or 3 people in Memento are in the Matrix. 2 or 3 people in Memento are in the Matrix. Yeah. Memento is a masterpiece if you watch it multiple times. Definitely. Yeah. You notice when... Okay, so you know about the needle thing and the Sam, how when he does what he does to his wife, how she passes away. But then you see that he's doing the tattoos. He's good with a needle too. and how he would pinch his wife's leg, but that was actually her being pinched by the needle. There's a lot of deep stuff. I'm going to spoil the movie if I keep talking about it, but I'd love to talk about it with somebody who's watched it recently and just have a conversation about it, because it's a deep, deep movie. Very good movie. Christopher Nolan Batman is the only good Batman. I think I agree. Well, I'll say I like some Batman movies, but none of them are great. You know, they're just average, fun movies as Batman. Batman is Batman. But The Dark Knight is one of my favorite movies of all time. One of the greatest movies of all time. I think it should be on the second one. The Joker. The one with the Joker. With Heath Ledger as the Joker. That should be on most top 10 movies of all time's list, is The Dark Knight from Christopher Nolan. It's a great, great, great movie. The whole series is epic. Batman Begins, good. Not as epic as the other two, but Dark Knight, amazing. And then Dark Knight Rising, also amazing. Not quite as good as Heath Ledger's performance as the Joker. I feel like the Joker story was a little more epic, and also the surrounding events with Heath Ledger dying and all that stuff. It's just a masterpiece. The Dark Knight is a masterpiece. Dark Knight Rises, great, 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 great movie. Top 100 list for sure of all movies of all time. But Dark Knight, top 10 movies of all time. Gotta be in there. And then Batman Begins, great movie. I don't even know if it's getting in the top 100 list, though. Could be. But George Clooney Batman is obviously the best Batman. I joke. I keyed. Oh, you don't look like seeing a Jim Carrey looking like a transgender? Looking like with eye makeup and poofy red. He was eating trout and human food all weekend, and now today is the first day back. He hasn't really pooped, and I know his stomach tomorrow he's going to be throwing up. But that's my quick little movie reviews. The Fly and Memento, great movies. I'm going to play this video from Bryson, take a quick break, and I will be back. We'll talk about Song of Solomon. It's getting late. It's already 10 o'clock. Where's the time gone, dude? I don't know how I just killed that time. I didn't even have a lot to talk about. But we'll talk about Song of Solomon. I'll make it quick. It's 8 chapters. It's the most controversial book in the Bible. I'll tell you why. And we'll do some Bible thumping when I get back. But listen to this Bryson song. Hey, boss for Christ, man. Hey, these other rappers be scared. I ain't scared. Wait, this is not... soldier. Hey, I'm trying to spread the gospel like a virus. I'm a sicko. Why these other rappers trying to get their pockets fat like Lizzo? I'm a gun-toting, Bible thumping. Yeah, that be my MO. I'm trying to show these people family matters. No Carl Winslow. Christ is king. I'm a fresh prince. Where's Carlton? Say I ain't the realest. Ain't no Kodak Black. I beg your pardon. Hey, these other rappers scared, but I'm the one like I'm James Harden. Trying to knock me out my square. They act like serpents in the garden. Need them holy bars. I'm just getting ready for that holy war. Preaching God's word and toting guns is what they know me for. You a poodle, I'm a husky like a Mika Okafor. Trying to rob my way, but then they say I'm going overboard. Contradictions, truth behind these bars. Like an honest prison, Yah has given us the word. They act like they ain't got it in them. Confess and forsake your sins. Or you not forgiven. That's not my word, that's a proverb. Like it or not, it's written. I say what these rappers wanna say, but they afraid to say. Because they afraid to lose it all. That's just how Satan play. God establishes your steps, but the heart of man make the way. The Bible says do not add to the word and do not take away. God hates when you shed innocent blood. That's a bullshit. Preachers lying while you get them money. That's extortion. All these Christian rappers hate me. Hey, let's go to war. Then Ezekiel 3:18. I'm just giving you a warning. Why you post the Bible, but you living in a different way? The way I score on Satan, they should pit me in the NBA. Repent if you commit adultery and go repent if you gay. Narrow path gang, why you headed to a different gate?
thyself against fraudulent investments. Beware of someone that's all talk, no documents. If paperwork isn't provided for your review, don't invest. See how to protect thyself at scams.utah.gov.
They say they wanna hear that boom bap, this that coon rap, who that? Bringing the city dope like it's new jack, move back, Bryson Gray walking in with 2 straps, ooh snap, boys better tighten up they bootstraps, ooh child. That boy Bryson too wild, new style, every song they say dang like Lou Wow. They say they won't smoke but then they say I'm too loud, seems like they cancel anyone that tells the truth now. I'm not a ref but got a tech for those that move foul, and I'm with CCG, don't need a new crowd.
All right. Ooh. I haven't listened to that yet. That's a whole mixtape from Bryson on there. I thought it was just one song. That's a whole mixtape. Dang. All right, what you guys saying? Tombstone is one of my favorite movies. I'll have to watch that. I'm back. I like Doc Holliday, but nah, no good as Batman. Tombstone was a good show. I like Doc in Young Guns, Regulators, mount up. It was a clear black night, a clear white moon. Anyway, I picture Earth in a tuxedo t-shirt, casual but ready. It says I'm here for work, but I like to party at the same time. All right. Last segment of the show, we're going to do some Bible thumping. All right. Let's preface this. I even wrote some stuff. I am a Bible thumper. I was raised a Bible thumper. I went to a Christian school, and I'm pro-Christian schools, but now I see a lot of the Christian schools are a mess, but I'm pro-Christian schools or private schools just for the fact that you learn a lot more, a lot faster. I think that has a lot to do with kids being smarter. It's not so much genetic, the races, different IQ levels and stuff in the races. It's not so much genetic as how you were raised, the culture you were raised in, the things you were taught. And the Bible is a tough read. It's a tough read. It's not an easy read. There's a lot of old English language. So as a kid, I had to memorize large swaths of the Bible. I've taken concordance courses. I've read the New Testament front to back many, many times. I've done whole courses over every book of the New Testament where you have to read the book multiple times and then answer the question. But it was just standardized testing for the Bible, the course that I did. As far as the Old Testament, I've read most of the Old Testament. I've memorized large chunks of Psalms, Proverbs, Genesis in school, in elementary school, in Christian school. Basically, we'd have to memorize a verse every week. This is in like 2nd and 3rd grade. We're memorizing a verse every week, and then at the end, you have to put them all together. At the end of like 2 months, at the end of a session or whatever, you have to put them all together, and you'd sit there in a chair in front of the teacher, and you'd have to recite what you memorized. So, although I do believe that the Bible is not, I'm not solo scriptura. I don't believe the Bible is the authority. I'm not like the Catholics and the Orthodox who think the church founding fathers were the authority. I believe God is the authority, and that the Bible is a book that was inspired by God for men to write it. And it's fallible. It's just a book. It's just a book. It guides you back to the truth. It guides you back to God, right? And so, anyway, in saying all this, one thing I realized, because maybe I'm not a Bible thumper, because I never say I read the Bible front to back. I read the Bible beginning to end. I don't say that because I've never really done that. I'm working on doing it right now, and I've been working on it for a long time. I'm at Kings. So, and basically once I finish the Old Testament, so I'm more than halfway through the Old Testament, or about halfway through. Once I finish the Old Testament, I'm good, because I've I've studied the New Testament extensively. I've read everything in the New Testament multiple times. But the Old Testament, there's a lot of stuff I never read. And I don't think that's bad. I think a lot of people will say I read the Bible front to back, and they like rub that in your face or something, like they know more than you or something. That doesn't really mean anything, because you can read it and not really comprehend it. And a lot of that stuff, a lot of like Deuteronomy, many men were lost on the shores of Deuteronomy, they say. That's like when you're setting out to read the Bible from front to back, you get Genesis is cool, Exodus is cool. You get into Leviticus, it starts to slow down and get a little grindy, because Leviticus laws, it's a legal book and it's kind of boring. And then you get into Numbers and Deuteronomy, and those are just family lineages. Those are just records of family lineages. And it's just like so-and-so begat so-and-so, begat so-and-so, begat so-and-so, begat so-and-so. And it's hard. It's a tough read. But anyway, if you are a young child and you're reading this hard to read book and memorizing passages out of it, the sheer fact that it's going to make you smarter. It's going to make you smarter. If you're doing that as a child, it's going to make you smarter. I think there's benefits to it. Now, of course, maybe you see some kids have religion pushed on them by their parents and they reject it. They go the other way. That's bad. You could say that. Or some kids that have the Bible thumped into them reject the Bible and they get angry at it. That's fine. But I'm glad that I had these values in this book taught to me as a child and instilled in me. And now I know it. I'm not like always in the Bible, but I like this book. It's my favorite book. But one thing I realized is I never read Song of Solomon. And then I started hearing things on podcasts about Song of Solomon. I heard that it had a lot of weird sex stuff in it. And I heard from the Mormons that they don't even think the Song of Solomon, or Song of Songs, also known as the Canticle of Canticles or the Canticles, is basically apocrypha that should not be in the Bible. That's what the Mormons say. And then there's other Christian churches that don't want to talk about Song of Solomon. And you can see examples on the internet of where they do mental gymnastics to try to justify things that the world is going to look at as that's bad. The world's going to read that and use it against Christians and say, that's bad, that's horrible. And so Christians dance around it and do mental gymnastics to try to change it. I don't know if you have to do that. I read through it all in the King James Version while I was camping. And I'm going to read some of it and I'm going to give you my thoughts on it. I'm going to go over questions that I had while I was reading it. And I did a little bit of research to find what the internet says the answers are to these questions. But let me open this stuff up real quick. So, first, just Google Song of Solomon. You see in the search results, Wikipedia and most mainstream sites will start their description as something like this. The Song of Songs, also called Canticle or Canticles or Song of Solomon, is an erotic poem, one of 5 of the Megillot of the Ketuvim, the last section of the Tanakh. But it's also in the Bible. So it's in the Tanakh, it's in the Bible. And Wikipedia, most of these things will write it off as an erotic poem. And then when you look into things like some of the books that have been written about Song of Solomon, you'll see things like this. Oh, no, not that. Let's see. You'll see some of these examples over here. A lot of like romancy stuff. A lot of books for women. Song of Solomon for wives. And it's definitely very sexual. So I was told Song of Solomon is just about sex. But I think there's more reasons than just the sex that the Christians don't really like talking about this book. So we're going to do some reading out of it. Other chapters can't deny. Imagine Ray rewrote the Bible. Them other chapters can't deny. I like big books and I cannot lie. All right. But before I give my commentary, let's just read. It's only 8 chapters. It's not long. You can read it in 30 minutes. Let me just read chapter 1 to you guys from the King James Bible, or we could go to the ESV. I've read out of my ESV. I took some notes. I'm going to read out of the ESV because it's simpler language. Let's read chapter 1, Song of Solomon. Chapter 1 the whole way. And then we'll work through these other chapters. But the questions that we need to be asking is this all fantasy? What is the deeper meaning of it? And things like that. I have other questions that came up as I read. One of the first questions you should ask is who wrote it? Who wrote Solomon? So before we even read, let's see who wrote Song of Solomon. The book whose author is unknown, Solomon's Name is a later edition, is a collection of love poems spoken alternately by a man and a woman. There is no coherent story in the book. A number of the poems systematically describe the beauty and excellence of the beloved. So the question is this two lovers writing back and forth to each other? Is this just two people, or is there other people involved? Once we get into it, I'll kind of elaborate on some of that, how it kind of seems like there's actually another party, but are these, because it's written in dialogue form, it's written as a conversation between two people. Is this just Solomon, who was known for being a prophetic person? He wrote many proverbs and many poems. Is it just a poem Solomon wrote? Or is this concordance between two people writing back and forth? Or is this written by a woman or somebody else entirely with Solomon's name ascribed to it? These are all questions we don't have the answers to. So as we read, we'll try to figure this stuff out. But the author is unknown, but Solomon's name was later added. That's why it's known as the Canticles or Song of Songs, before later it was changed to the Song of Solomon. So it's not necessarily for sure that Solomon wrote this, but it does talk about Solomon, so that's why they have ascribed his name to it. So let's read this from the ESV for a little more simpler translation. First, in the Song of Songs, which is Solomon's, the bride confesses her love. She says, and this, I'm going to pull it up on the screen so you guys can see who's speaking. So she says, "Let him kiss me with the kisses of his mouth, for your love is better than wine. Your anointing oils are fragrant. Your name is oil poured out. Therefore virgins love you. Draw me after you. Let us run. The king has brought me into his chambers." Others say, "We will exult and rejoice in you. We will extol your love more than wine. Rightly do they love you." Then she says, and this is where it gets interesting. I got it highlighted. This is Song of Solomon 1 verse 5 begins, "I am black, but comely, O ye daughters of Jerusalem, as the tents of Kedar, as the curtains of Solomon." So what's that saying? I am very dark, but lovely. The ESV version says, "I am very dark, but lovely." The King James version says, "I am black, but comely. O ye daughters of Jerusalem, as the tents of Kedar, as the curtains of Solomon." Now, that translate the tents of Kedar. The tents of Kedar were tents that this tribe would make out of the Kedar was like a black ram, and so the tents were black. They were black, and she's saying, "I am black. I'm dark skinned." Other translations, and eventually we're going to see the word swarthy used. Basically, this is the Shuhamite woman talking. This is the potential bride. A lot of theologians will say that it was the bride of Solomon. We know Solomon had 700 wives, so that's not really saying much. But potentially, this is one of the brides of Solomon who he loved very much. but it was kind of a forbidden love because she was black. And she was black. And she says, I am black. And Christians will try to write this off to say, oh, well, she means in heart, or it's a black or white, like a spiritual thing. But no, she's talking about her skin color. She looked like the tents of Kedar, which were black. They were made out of a black ram skin. And then it says, as the curtains of Solomon, that could be, they're saying that could be mistranslated because the curtains of Solomon would have been purple due to his regal status, his royalty status. He would have had purple curtains, but the curtains of Solomon, they're saying could be a mistranslation to say it was like the curtains of a different region that also used black curtains, like the Kedar, who made their tents out of this black ram skin. So she's saying her skin is dark. Her skin is dark. Why is this important? Because back then, see, nowadays, and this has to do with like the feminization of men and stuff. You know how now we're attracted to big juicy lips, like lip filler. Girls are doing lip. I don't think it's attractive because it's unnatural. But the lip filler, the Brazilian butt lifts, big butts. I like big butts, and I cannot lie. Big fat juicy lips. All of this stuff, longer eyelashes, okay? Men typically have longer eyelashes. That's why you'll often hear women talk about, oh, his eyelashes look so nice. Women envy the length of men's eyelashes. So over time, they've started doing things to extend their eyelashes. And this is the world feminizing men and making men attractive to qualities that they see in other men. The big butts thing, that was brought on by hip hop. That's conditioning men, the big lips, the big butts. This is conditioning men to basically be gayer because, you know, if you find a big butt on a woman attractive, why won't you find a big butt on a dude attractive? Men traditionally and evolutionarily, if you believe in that, you know, biologically, we would look for wide birthing hips and supple breasts because that's a sign of fertility, that the woman's going to be able to have babies and take care of the babies. That's what we look for. But the big butt thing is something that hip hop brought in. And anyway, the point I'm getting to is nowadays, we think tan women like the Kardashians. We see the tanning. Seasound started tanning, and I didn't plan this, I promise, but tanning traditionally, as conservatives, a tan skin in a woman is not a desirable trait because the darkness or the swarthiness of the skin, which is why this is important in Song of Solomon, is that she says, I'm black, I'm swarthy, I'm dark. And I know this is a forbidden love. Basically, back then in the old days, pale skin, women with pale, fair skin was more desirable, it was more attractive because the women who were darker and out in the sunlight were the women who were toiling the fields, often slave women. These were women who were out working and breaking their back in the fields and stuff. Men didn't desire that. You didn't want the slave woman who's been broken in the fields. You wanted a good housewife. You wanted a woman who's going to stay inside and take care of the home. And feminine and frail and needs to be taken care of by a man in masculinity. The femininity, dark skin is something in modern day where women are tanning and getting orange and doing these tanning beds and stuff. Which, you know, I fall victim to this because I like my women tan. You know, I like them having a little color. I don't like gingers and super pale. I know that milky skin in East and Near East cultures and Asian cultures, that was always something men desired, was that milky white skin, that very fair skin. And nowadays, this is me being modernized. I like my women tan. I like a little bit of flavor in that tan. You know what I'm saying? But that's not right. That, like, traditionally we would want women with fair skin. And so it's just interesting to see how the world has changed men. But anyway, so she says, I am very dark but lovely. O daughters of Jerusalem, like the tents of Kedar, like the curtains of Solomon. Do not gaze at me because I am dark, because the sun has looked upon me. My mother's sons were angry with me. They made me keeper of the vineyards, but my own vineyard I have not kept. Tell me, my own vineyard I have not kept. That's a metaphor, basically meaning she hasn't had kids yet. She hasn't started a family of her own yet. She's been working the fields, but she hasn't tended to her own vineyard, her own juices. I'm talking in Song of Solomon language. Tell me, you whom my soul loves, where you pasture your flock, where you make it lie down at noon. For why should I be like one who veils herself beside the flocks of your companions? And then Solomon responds, if you do not know, O most beautiful among women, follow in the tracks of the flock and pasture your young goats beside the shepherd's tent. I compare you, my love, to a mare among Pharaoh's chariots. Now, you may hear Christians take this verse and try to say that this is like a compliment. I don't read it that way, okay? Let me read it from the King James. This is Solomon speaking. Tell me, O thou whom my soul loveth, where thou feedest, where thou makest thy flock to rest at noon. For why should I be as one that turneth aside by the flocks of thy companions? Or no, here's Solomon speaking. If thou know not, O thou fairest among women, go thy way forth by the footsteps of the flock, and feed thy kids beside the shepherd's tent. I have compared thee, O my love, to a company of horses in Pharaoh's chariots. He's saying, I've compared you as a horse in Pharaoh's chariot. You're just another woman out here in the fields. You're beautiful, but what's your value? You're the same as one of Pharaoh's chariots. And then he goes on to elaborate. Thy cheeks are comely with rows of jewels, thy neck with chains of gold. We will make thee borders with gold studs of silver. What he's saying is she wears jewelry, and she wears jewels and sparkles and golds. They would have the things that hang from their nose to the ears on their cheeks. And she looks like a horse in one of Pharaoh's chariots, where they would decorate the horses with the reins that come down. He's telling this woman in nicer words, why are you dressing like a whore? Why are you dressing like a piece of property? You adorn yourself with these golds and with these gems, and I've compared you to one of Pharaoh's chariots. You're just a piece of property in the thing. That's what Solomon's telling her. I see a lot of the soft Christianity trying to say this book is about marriage, and this book is about love and consummation of a strong marriage. Guys, Christians, come on now. Call it what it is. Solomon had 700 wives. He just compared this woman who is essentially probably a slave. She's dark-skinned in complexion. She's a black woman. She's a slave. And you're comparing her to one of the Pharaoh's chariots. This is a forbidden love. This is a forbidden love that Solomon had with this woman. But it gets worse. Oh, it gets much more intense. And the Christians might get mad at me for this, because I'm reading and interpreting, and I'm calling it like it is, but I'm still going to say, in the end, it's okay. It's still necessary for us to read this, because we're going to see, if you know that the story of Solomon is not a hero story, it's an anti-hero story. And if you know that the kings always go one good king, one bad king, Solomon was one of the bad kings, okay? David was the good king. Then Solomon came, and God said, I will give you all the blessings that David had if you just follow my commands. And Solomon said, all I want is wisdom, God. And God gave him the wisdom. And God said, you're going to have more wisdom than anybody in history. But Solomon, with all that great wisdom, he still made bad decisions. He still made bad choices, and he was punished for it. And his kingdom fell because of it. He was the richest man ever. He had the most property. He had the most women. He had concubines. He had 700 wives. He had 1,000 concubines. He had property. He had mules. He had horses. But he fell to the kingslayer. What is the kingslayer? Women and strong drink. Women in strong drink. I could biblically show you that drinking alcohol, and just commonsensically show you that drinking every now and then is not a sin. It's not a sin just to have a drink every now and then. It's a sin when you're a drunkard. It's a sin when you wake up with red eyes and you're like a sailor at the mast, waving to and fro with the sea. That is when it becomes a sin. But the kingslayer is women in strong drink. And Solomon fell to those. Solomon fell to the women. And this story is just more builds on that. It shows that I'm about to tell you in chapter 4, Solomon was a simp. Is that blasphemy? No. I think that's the proper reading. Solomon was simping for this woman. And it goes on to get even worse in chapter 8. But I digress. I'm getting ahead of myself. So that's chapter 1, right? Chapter 1, we hear about this swarthy field worker woman who Solomon has a forbidden love for. Chapter 2 is more of the same. It's always a back and forth between the woman and the man. I wonder, though, if chapter 1 is the same woman as we see come along later in chapter 2, the Shulamite woman, which is, in the Bible, they call it the bride. And this is all about Solomon's bride. But Solomon had 700 brides. So to say that this is some story of the perfect Christian marriage, I don't know. I think this is a weird cess stuff poem that Solomon wrote that got into the Bible. And the reason it's here is to show us not to fall for this trap of women. Because, and I think in the end, the moral of the story is clear, that Solomon doesn't actually end up marrying this woman. Maybe I'm misinterpreting it, but from my understanding, after reading the whole thing in 2 different versions, in ESV and King James, and then looking at what people say, I don't think that it's the way that Christians are saying it. I don't think this is a story of love, of a perfect marriage, and the relation of Christ's love for the church. That's what the Christians say it is. I think it's actually an erotic story, and by the end, Solomon makes the right decision in not marrying this woman. It's from my understanding of it. Maybe I'm wrong. But so chapter 2 is more of the same. Chapter 4, I wrote Solomon's simps. Chapter 4 is also what Christians will say is the consummation of this marriage, this forbidden love between Solomon and this swarthy woman. So, what's the power? Solomon was a huge simp. Seesow knows. So let's chapter 4. Solomon simps. Behold, thou art fair, my love. Behold, thou art fair. Thou hast dove's eyes within thy locks. The hair is as a flock of goats that appear from Mount Gilead. Thy teeth are like a flock of sheep that are even shorn, which come up from the washing, whereof every one bear twins, and none is barren among them. Thy lips are like the thread of scarlet. Another thing I was saying, nowadays, these women are doing lip fillers and making the fat lips. They call them DSLs. Pause. I'm not going to, for the children, we're not going to go into what that means. But in the old days, a thin lip as a scarlet ribbon was attractive. Fair skin was more attractive than dark skin. So, thy neck is like the Tower of David, builded for an armory, wherein thou hang 1,000 bucklers, all shields of mighty men. Thy 2 breasts are like 2 young roses that are twins, which feed among the lilies. Until the daybreak and the shadows flee away, I will get me to the mountains of myrrh and to the hill of frankincense. Oh, not to mention, we go back to chapter 1, verse 10. So he calls her a horse. I got to go more into this. Thy cheeks are comely, a rose of jewels. While the king sitteth at his table, my spikenard sendeth forth the smell thereof. A bundle of myrrh is my well-beloved unto me. He shall lie all night betwixt my breasts. What she's saying is if he wants to sleep with her, he needs to bring a bundle of myrrh. He said, for you to have my love, you need to bring me a bundle of myrrh. Myrrh, back then, is like cryptocurrency, okay? Myrrh, spikenard, I was like, what's spikenard? Spikenard is similar to frankincense, myrrh. It was an herb or an ointment or an oil that only rich people had access to. So Solomon had it. She wanted it. And she tells him, while my king sitteth at the table, my spikenard sendeth forth the smell thereof. A bundle of myrrh is my well-beloved unto me. He shall lie all night betwixt my breasts. My beloved is unto me as a cluster of campfire in the vineyard of England. So basically she's saying, if you want my love, you gotta pay, baby. You gotta have that money. Which leads me to believe not only is she possibly a slave, she's possibly a forbidden love because she's dark-skinned because she's been toiling the fields. She's also kind of a prostitute because she demands a bundle of myrrh for her love. This goes on because in multiple verses throughout, it talks about how the city keepers were looking for her. His left hand under my head and his right hand doth embrace me. I charge you, O daughters of Jerusalem, by the roses and by the hinds of the field, that ye not stir up or not awake my love till he please. She's talking to other women who provide sex, concubines, who provide sex for stuff, for myrrh, for money, basically, for money. She's telling them, when you sleep with the king, you don't even stir until he wakes up and goes out to do his business. Because if you wake him up after you've pleased him for your pay, if you wake him up, you're going to suffer the consequences. She's instructing the other women, the other daughters of Jerusalem, when they get with their king, not to even stir. Christians will take this and they'll say, this is about communication in a marriage and blah, blah, blah. No, it's not. It's not about communication in a marriage. It's about submission. It's about these concubines didn't even stir before they would get up. Once he slept with them and he passed out, you do not want to wake up the king. You don't even move until he's ready to wake up and get out of bed. And then you go about your day. And this is in chapter 2, okay? She talks about how the city watch is looking for her. I did not. Did I highlight any? My beloved spake, fair one for low. I'm trying to look for that exact, because it's in multiple. It's in chapter 2 and chapter 4, but I don't have it highlighted, and I'm trying to skim through it right now. But she talks about how the city watch was looking for her, which tells me she's a prostitute. And you told Josh to stop showing all that Steph stuff from Underwater commercial. Had no idea what was in store. Oh, yeah. The Bible is rated R. Yeah. So, chapter 4 is supposed to be about consummation. That's what the Christian websites all say, that chapter 4 was about the consummation of the marriage with apparently a prostitute slave woman. Assuming that's what it means. I don't agree with them. I don't agree that this is a story to guide your marriage by and about consummation and all that things. I think this story is about Solomon's weakness, and it demonstrates Solomon's weakness. And I think at the end he makes the right decision, unless I'm misinterpreting, but we'll get there shortly. So chapter 4, they say it's about consummation. It's all about sex. The two breasts, until daybreak and the shadows flee away, I will get me to the mountains of myrrh and to the hill of frankincense. He's saying, I'll get you your pay. I'm going to make sure I can lay down with you in between your breasts. I'm going to bring you your mountain of myrrh. I'm going to bring you your mountain of frankincense. Solomon is simping, okay? Thou art all fair, my love. There is no spot in thee. Come with me from Lebanon, my spouse. With me from Lebanon. Look from the top of Amana, with the top of Shinir and Hermon. From the lion's dens, from the mountains of the leopards. Thou hast ravished my heart, my sister, my spouse. Thou hast ravished my heart with one of thine eyes, with one chain of thy neck. Now, this is the first time we see the word sister used. When I first read this, I thought, well, it's probably like a tribal or a spiritual thing. It's probably like how we call brothers and sisters in Christ. When you're made one flesh, and your sister's in Christ, and you're married under the umbrella of God, that's your sister. And all of that is true. All of that is true biblically. Your if you're married under the umbrella of God and you're both Christians and you are both one flesh and it's a righteous marriage, you are sister and brother in a way, spiritually. Spiritually, you are sister and brother. So that is true. And that's how most Christian websites, which I looked into a bunch, I'm not going to show them on here, but just trust me that I looked into this, and they all say, well, because as soon as I saw this, I was like, my sister, my love. And then I wrote that down so I could look into that. And then when I finished reading all of Song of Solomon, I put ... foreshadowing, because this is foreshadowing. And those Christian descriptions that brush it under the rug, like, oh, he's not talking about incest. He's talking about spiritual love. No. Read Song of Solomon in its entirety. Allow me to continue. My sister, my love, blah, blah, blah. Chapter 4, they say it's about consummation. It's about him having sex with a forbidden love. Not only has she been toiling the fields, not only is she black, her words, the Shulamite woman, not my words, but he calls her his sister. Let's see if they elaborate any more on that. Chapter 5 is the same. It repeats kind of chapter 2, back and forth, lovey-dovey stuff. Oh, my love, my love. But he keeps saying my sister, my love, and then my beloved is white and ruddy, the chiefest among 10,000. His head is as most fine gold. His locks are bushy and black as a raven. This is the woman talking to him. So he's white. She's black. She's working the fields. Oh, here it is. In chapter 5, the watchmen that went about the city found me. They smote me. They wounded me. The keepers of the walls took away my veil from me. I charge you, O daughters of Jerusalem, if you find my beloved, that you tell him that I am sick of love. She repeats it. It's actually written as a poem. So this is all a poem. And it is a very poetic book. She repeats multiple times that she's sick of love because she's chasing after her loved one, but it's a forbidden love. And I believe she's a prostitute because of the way that she instructs people to get the mountain of myrrh for letting them lie between your breasts, and how you don't stir until the king wakes up, because God forbid you wake up the king before he's ready to get up. And it repeats multiple times that the watchmen are looking for her. The watchmen that went about the city found me. They smote me. They wounded me. Why are the watchmen? What are you doing that's illegal? It's not just sleeping the Solomon. That's the problem. Solomon's king. Solomon could just say, it's fine. Let her stay here. But why are the watchmen of the city after you? Could it be because you're doing something illegal? Like sleeping with men for myrrh? Could that be? Interesting. But Solomon loves this woman. Solomon has a forbidden love with this woman. Solomon says, as a piece of pomegranate are thy temples within thy locks. So the red, rosy cheeks. In Schindler's List, how they would put blood on their cheeks and then Jordan Peterson talks about this, how that red rosiness in the cheek, that flush, that emulates a sexual flush, which has to do with fertility. So red, rosy cheeks is a sign of fertility, makes men want to sleep with you to make babies. Little biology for you. So there are 70 queens and 80 concubines and virgins without number. My dove, my undefiled. But he calls her undefiled. So is she a prostitute? Because he calls her undefiled. Or is this more than one woman? So there is some confusion that I have. I'm not saying I know this. I'm just telling you my thoughts after my little bit of research and looking into it. Seems like she's a prostitute and it's a forbidden love. But he does call her my undefiled. He says there's 70 queens and 80 concubines and virgins without number. He's saying, I got queens, I got concubines, I got wives, I got virgins. But you are my undefiled. You are the one I want. But why can't he have her? He's the king. I mean, maybe she's a prostitute. You can forgive that. Maybe she's been working the fields, and I know that's unsightly in the culture, but you're the king. You can take her in. What could possibly be the one thing that a king could not marry into, that would have him shunned, and it would be for the truly forbidden love? What is the truly forbidden love that Solomon could have had for this woman, that he, as the greatest king, couldn't just say, guess what? I'm going to marry a slave. Guess what? I'm going to marry a whore. Guess what? I'm going to do that. What's the one thing that even a king couldn't get away with without a little bit of pushback? What do you guys think it is when he says, my sister, my love? Let's continue. Who is she that looketh forth as the morning fair, as the moon clear as the sun, and terrible as an army with banners? I went down to the garden of nuts to see the fruits of the valley, and to see whether the vine flourished and the pomegranate budded. He's talking about sex. Wherever I was aware, my soul made me like chariots of Amadon. Return, return, O Shulamite. Return, return, the Shulamite woman. Look upon thee. What will we see in the Shulamite? As it were the company of two armies. All right. Chapter 7 and chapter 8. Chapter 7, he just more praising her. How beautiful are thy feet with shoes, O prince's daughter. The joints of thy thighs are like jewels. The work of the hands are cunning workmen. Thy navel is like a round goblet which warmeth not with liquor. Thy belly is like a heap of wheat set above the lilies. Thy two breasts are like two young roes that are like twins. The neck is a tower of ivory. Thine eyes like the fish pools of Hashbon. The gate of Bath-rabbim. The nose is a tower. So just praising the woman some more. This is thy stature is like to a palm tree, and thy breast to clusters of grapes. I said, I will go up to the palm tree. I will take hold of the boughs thereof. She got legs like a dang palm tree stretching up to the sky, and she got the grapes. That's the fruit. And he wants to go up and grab them palm trees and just take hold of them. I'm reading from the Bible. I will take hold of the boughs thereof. Now also thy breast shall be of clusters of the vine, and the smell of thy nose like apples, and the root of thy mouth like the best wine for my beloved, that goeth down sweetly, causing the lips of those that are asleep to speak. So he's loving this woman. Why can't he just marry her? He's the king. He's got queens. He's got concubines. He's got virgins. Why can't he marry this woman? Is it because she's a prostitute? Is it because she was a slave? They even go on in chapter 8 to talk about missionary style. This is the woman talking. I would lead thee and bring thee into my mother. Oh, wait, no. Okay. So it gets sexual. Come, my beloved, let us go forth into the field. Let us lodge in the villages. Let us get up early to the vineyards. Let us see the vine flourish, whether the tender grape appear and the pomegranates bud forth. There will give thee my loves. Chapter 8. Here's where it really breaks down. This is the last chapter, okay? Here's where we get into the nitty-gritty. Chapter 8. Oh, that thou wert my brother, that sucketh the breast of my mother. When I should find thee without, I would kiss thee. Oh, if you were not my brother, who sucked off of my mother, I would kiss you right now. I would be with you. Now, here's where we get into the nitty-gritty. The foreshadowing, my understanding, my interpretation, and I think I know what I'm talking about, guys. I've studied the Bible thoroughly my whole life. This is a forbidden love. Not only is this woman a worker of the fields, not only is she swarthy, she's not fair-skinned. That's looked down upon. Not only is she probably a prostitute, a harlot, a concubine, a woman of the world, a working woman, okay? She's instructing other women on how to please the king. She's asking for a mountain of myrrh. But here's the worst part. I believe, and they'll say, go on the Christian website, look up Song of Solomon, and just simply Google, what does it mean that the Shulamite, okay, well, what does it mean the Shulamite had dark skin? I've already explained it. She did have dark skin. Why does Solomon refer to his wife as his sister? Song of Solomon 4:9. Solomon is a beautiful poetic presentation. This is from BibleGotQuestions.org. And I'm going to tell you, I don't agree with them. presentation of married love. Chapter 4 deals with the wedding night. As the bridegroom and his bride consummate the marriage, they speak to each other in tender words of praise, affirmations. Solomon had not married his actual sister, so we can dispense with that theory right away. Rather, the term sister was a common expression for closeness and love. I think this is a soft Christian whitewashing answer, and that this is not true. The way I read Song of Solomon is that he never actually married this woman. This is a woman he wanted to marry, but it was a forbidden love for multiple reasons. One of the most foremost reasons is that it was his sister. Okay? They will try to twist the Bible. And that's why it says this and this and this, and they got married. I don't think they got married. I'm not going to read all of chapter 8 to you, but if you read chapter 8, to me it reads as, after all this time, they've been pining for each other, they've been yearning for each other, but in the end, Solomon says, no, I can't marry you because you're my sister. I yearn for... Now, this is assuming that all of Song of Solomon is about one woman. I don't know if it is. I don't know if the slave woman is the same as the prostitute woman, is the same as the sister. What it could be is that Solomon is writing about 3 examples of forbidden love, and that maybe he gave into, maybe he didn't, but it doesn't say that he married any of these women, but he married 700 women. So maybe he did, maybe he didn't. But I'm pretty sure, from my understanding of chapter 8, that he did not marry his sister. What happened was him and his sister had a forbidden love for each other, and they basically both come to the agreement we shouldn't marry. So let me read this. Oh, that thou wert my brother. This is the woman talking. Oh, that thou wert my brother, that sucketh the breast of my mother. When I should find thee without, I would kiss thee, yea, I should not be despised. He's saying, if you weren't my brother, and if you hadn't sucked on my mom's breasts as children like I did, then I would be with you. I would be kissing you right now, but we can't do it. They're saying it's a forbidden love. Other interpretations that I've read say that they did get married and that they weren't actually brother and sister. I think they were brother and sister, and they did not get married because Solomon's saying, even though I yearned for her, I didn't get married to her because that's not the right decision. You shouldn't marry your sister. And that's what chapter 8 tells me. Chapter 1 talks about the swarthy woman working in the field. That's a forbidden love. Chapter 3 talks about the prostitute, and chapter 2. So it could all be the same woman. It could be different women. But there's definitely a slave woman who he loves. There's definitely a prostitute who he loves. And there's definitely his sister who he loves. But I don't think he marries any of these women, or if it's all the same woman, I don't think he marries her because of chapter 8. I would lead thee and bring thee into my mother's house, who would instruct me. I would cause thee to drink of spiced wine, of the juice of my pomegranate. That's talking about the new. That's talking about making babies. His left hand should be under my head, and his right hand should embrace me. But this is all should, or this is all saying, if only you weren't my brother, this is what I would do with you. I would introduce you to my mother. I would let you suckle from my pomegranate, which means make some babies up in that new. I would let you put your hand under my head while we slept. His left hand should be under my head, and his right hand should embrace me. That's missionary style. So Bible is pro-missionary style. You know, that's true embracing the beast of two backs, missionary style. Anything else is degenerate. Anything else is wicked, sodomy. Only missionary style. What's chat saying? Sorry, guys. Dang, Bible, you nasty. Imagine if your sister was like a 10.5. Yeah, that's what this is saying. Wait, what the? This is the P word. What the heck? I read this book so many times, but I never thought that's what it meant. This is my interpretation of it. It's pretty obviously. In other parts, you could say they're saying sister in a spiritual way. But in chapter 8, it's most definitely they're saying we are brother and sister. I would lead thee and bring thee into my mother's house, who would instruct me. I would cause thee to drink of spiced wine and the juice of my pomegranate. His left hand should be under my head, and his right hand should embrace me. I charge you, O daughters of Jerusalem, that ye not stir up nor awake my love until he please. So that again, she's saying, if you're sleeping with the king, don't wake him up before he's ready to get up. She's talking to the other concubines. She's instructing them. Who is this that cometh up from the wilderness, leaning upon her beloved? I raised thee up from under the apple tree. There my mother brought thee forth. There she brought thee forth that bare thee. So they have the same mother. Set me as a seal upon thine heart, as a seal upon thine arm. For love is strong as death. Jealousy is cruel as the grave. The coals thereof are coals of fire, which hath a most vehement flame. So she's saying, set me as a seal upon thine heart, a seal upon thine arm. Remember that you love me, but, love is powerful, but so is jealousy, and this is a forbidden love. Many waters cannot quench love, neither can the floods drown it. If a man would give all the substance of his house for love, it would be utterly condemned. We have a little sister. We, Solomon and his sister, also have another little sister. We have a little sister, and she hath no breasts. What shall we do for our sister in the day when she shall be spoken for? If she be a wall, we will build upon her a palace of silver, and she will be a door. We will enclose her with boards of cedar. I am a wall, and my breasts like towers, when I was in his eyes as one that found favor. She's saying, we have a little sister. She's not mature yet. What kind of example are we going to be to our little sister if we get together? Because in her name day, when it's time for her to get married, and we're sitting here, brother and sister, married together, what kind of example are we to our little sister when she comes to her name day and she needs to get married? We're going to be setting a bad example for our younger sister. We can't do this. We can't get married because we're brother and sister, and our little sister will see this, and it will be a bad example to her. If she be a wall, we will build upon her a palace of silver, and if she be a door, we will enclose her with boards of cedar. If she be a wall, we will build upon her a palace. If she's strong, if she stands tall and firm, keeps herself closed off from letting anybody enter, then we're going to fortify her. But if she's like a doorway, opening up to whoever and a brother, then that's the example we're setting. We can't set that example for her because she's going to be like the doorway, open to anybody. And you need to enclose her with boards of cedar. You need to lock her up if she's like that. That's what I'm getting. I am like a wall, and my breasts like towers. When I was in his eyes, the one that found favor. Solomon had a vineyard, and Balamon, he let out the vineyard unto keepers. Every one for fruit thereof was to bring 1,000 pieces of silver. My vineyard, which is mine, is therefore me. Thou, O Solomon, must have 1,000, and those that keep the fruit thereof 200. Thou that dwellest in the gardens, the companions hearken to thy voice, cause me to hear it. Make haste, my beloved, and be like a roe or to a young hart upon the mountains of spices. So I take, the way I understand it is that he didn't actually marry his sister, but there was a forbidden love between him and his sister. And they said, to be examples, we can't do this. We can't get married. And even in this description, it says, he loves her with the passion of a spouse and with the purity of a sibling. Blood is thicker than water, and the bridegroom wants their relationship to showcase the permanence of a blood relation. That's not how I interpret it. I interpret it as they're advising against this. It's basically saying, if you grow up with your sister, maybe you grow up with your sister. It's like the Targaryens, you grow up with your sister. You love your sister, right? You care for her. You want to see her do well. You want to see her built up and strong and fortified like a wall, not like an open door swinging open for every Tom, Dick, and Harry, right? You love her like a sister, but you wouldn't marry your sister. And I think that's a struggle that Solomon had, and that's what this poem is saying, is that he struggled with this field worker woman. It was a forbidden love. He struggled with this prostitute woman. It was a forbidden love. He struggled with his sister. He had love for his sister. His sister was probably beautiful. Maybe she had good genes. She's a beautiful young lady. And you can't let jealousy broil when you see her getting with other men. You can't try to lock her into you. Say that that's your vineyard. You're the king. She's my sister. I'm the king. She's the fairest in all the land. She's beautiful. Blah, blah, blah. I'm going to keep her to myself. That would be degenerate. And I think Solomon acknowledges that he had this weird love for her and he had this jealousy for her when she would get with other men. But he had to overcome that, and he had to be the good example for his constituents, for his citizens. So he couldn't marry his sister. He couldn't marry the prostitute. He couldn't marry the slave woman. And I think that is the moral of the story of Song of Solomon, which is still a good moral of the story. The problem is most Christians don't. They're instantly going to brush all that stuff under the rug. When you bring up when she talks about being black, like, Christians do not want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about slavery. They don't want to talk about no black stuff. They don't want to talk about incest. A lot of atheists will try to use stuff like this against you. They'll say, well, the Bible supports incest. Listen, here's the simple rebuttal for that. Every single worldview supports incest to some degree. Because even if you believe in evolution, that we came from monkeys, you still inevitably are led to the missing link to one male and one female being different than the other monkeys. And they were the first. And those two were the first. And they had babies. And those babies had babies. And those babies had babies. And that's how you proliferate a generation in a species, right? Even if you believe in Darwinian evolution, that we came from monkeys, you still have to accept that at some time, at the beginning of time, there had to be one male and one female. And the only way you get a whole 6, 7, 8 billion people spread all across the world is with some degree of incest. So instead of trying to just pretend like it's something that never happened, that doesn't exist, it's better to be able to compete with these ideas and say, yes, in modern day, incest is bad. It's bad. But in the olden days, things were different. If there's only 20 people within 10,000 miles and the civilization is going to die off. Everybody's going to die. It's going to end unless there's a little bit of inbreeding in there. So instead of just denying that it ever happened, you got to accept that at some point in every worldview it happens. And now we're at a place where we don't have to do that anymore. But even biblically, I think the Bible speaks against incest. It does speak against incest. Once it gets to a certain point. In Leviticus, it talks all about a father looking on his daughter. In Song of Solomon, chapter 8, where they say, I can't marry you because you're not my sister. And I think by these gotquestions.org and these Bible question websites trying to whitewash it and soften it and say, oh no, it's just about a happy marriage. It's not just about a happy marriage. Solomon was kind of twisted, and he was very wise. He was a very wise person. He could figure these things out. He was a deep philosophical, theological man, but he was also an artist. He was a poet. He was a writer. He wrote songs. He wrote poems. And he was also weak to women. So if he wrote some erotic love poem, we can't really whitewash that. We need to call it as what it is. And do I think it should be taken out of the Bible? No, I don't. I just don't think we should whitewash it and soften it up. I think we should read it and talk about it as it's written. And if somebody has a different interpretation, then I would love to talk to them about their interpretation and where they get that from. But I don't want to hear about no exegesis. I don't want to hear, you read this and you think that this means this. I am simply telling you what I read. And yeah, I'm telling you what I think, but I'm not telling you my opinions of what I think it means. I'm telling you what I read. That's what I read. What I just explained to you is what I read. Okay? Now, if there is some exegesis where you can take from that and extrapolate it and change it and say, well, it represents this and it's symbolic and blah, blah, blah. If you can explain that to me where it makes sense, I would love to hear it. And maybe I would change my mind on this. But simply, I like simplicity. If I read the Bible, I'm going to take it as it's written. I'm just going to take it as it's written, and that's what it is. So if Jesus says I'm not God, I can't believe in the Trinity because Jesus said I'm not God. And I'm a follower of Jesus. Jesus says he's not God. I can't believe in the Trinity. If it says in here repeatedly that this is Solomon's sister, and it even goes into description, talking about they suckled off the same mother's breast, talking about how I can't introduce you to my mother because we have the same mother. That's in chapter 8, verse 2. I would lead thee and bring thee into my mother's house, who would instruct me. I would cause thee to drink of spiced wine of the juice of my pomegranate. She's saying I would do this, except we have the same mother. The breasts of my mother, when I should have not been despised. She talks about they have the same mother. And in the explanations I saw of this, they're saying that she is saying it's almost as if they were brother and sister, how close they are in spirit. But that sounds like some mental gymnastics because that's not what I'm reading. What I'm reading is she's saying, if you weren't my brother who sucked off the breasts of my mother, then I would kiss you and I should not be despised for it. But which the converse of that means, since you are my brother, I can't kiss you in public because I would be despised for it. So that's what she's saying. And then I would lead thee and bring you to my mother's house, but I can't bring you to my mom's house because we have the same mom. That's what she's saying. That's what she's saying. So if some theologian wants to tell me I'm wrong and explain to me how, well, that's symbolic for blah, 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 you're going to have to have a very compelling argument because what I'm reading, I have good reading comprehension. I know how to read and I can read it and that's what it says. So I don't want to have it explained to me with a bunch of exegesis and symbolism and stuff like that. Well, this could mean this and this actually means this and blah, blah, blah. No, I'm just telling you what I read. And instead of trying to argue it and whitewash it and combat it with nicer stuff, let's read it for what it is and let's understand the deeper meaning, which is he had a weakness for women and he fell for forbidden love, but even he was wise enough to know I can't marry my sister. I can't marry this prostitute. I can't marry this slave woman. They're being pursued by the watchmen of the city. I can't be with these women. Even though I have this lust and I have this desire to sleep with these women, they're beautiful and I crave them. I can't do it. I can't do it. It's a weakness. And I think that's the deeper meaning of the story. That's my thoughts on the most controversial book in the Bible. A lot of Christian groups, a lot of denominations want to completely remove Song of Solomon from the Bible. And that's why, because it has things that tie back to forbidden love between slave master and slave. It has things that tie back to a great wise king having a weakness for prostitutes, and it has things about incest. So, but I don't think it encourages incest. I think it actually is against it. I believe Solomon did not marry his sister, but he was tempted. He was tempted to, and they both knew that it was the wrong decision. But if you read Song of Solomon as a happy marriage story, then, this is consummation of a beautiful God-given marriage. Well, why did Solomon have 700 wives if this was a true under the umbrella of God marriage. It's not. That's not what it's about. They can take that and make romance novels about it, and women eat that stuff up. And they could say, oh, the Song of Solomon is about, oh, it's like the Proverbs 31 woman, and they try to feminize it, which it is very feminine. It's a poem about sex. So it is very feminine. Solomon had that soft side to him. He was a poet. He was an artist. So I don't know. I just think it's kind of deep. But that's enough of that. I've been talking. I haven't looked at chat. What's chat saying? We all disavow it. It's a lot. Lot is a story in the Old Testament. He was Abraham's nephew. Yeah, Lot is the one that his wife got turned to a pillar of salt when he looked back at Sodom and Gomorrah, because he couldn't find any righteous people. Dang, Bible, you nasty. Seesaw's 6'8". FEC is level-headed. Breasts like towers. What the? Not to change the subject, but has anyone ever seen the Devil's Tower? Devil's Tower. You talking about that rock that they say is a giant tree stump? Royalty. Teach your daughters and sisters to be walls, not doors. Base, BY. See, BY's picked up on that. BY's picked up on that, and I think that's exactly what it sounds like it means. I mean, you don't have to be a theologian to understand what that means. We can modernize that and say men are keys, women are locks. A great key can open any lock, but a shitty lock opens for every key. Okay? Teach your daughters to be like strong walls. That reminds me of the Hodge twins. Them sweet sugar walls. Them sweet sugar walls. Teach your daughters to be like walls, not like open doors. Based Song of Solomon. So yeah, there's some degeneracy in there. But overall, it's still a base message. We don't have to soften it up and whitewash it. Fisher Price discounted the hoop because at age 4 she was taller than the rim. What? I wish I knew what that meant. I don't know what that meant either. We all disavow. The term whitewash makes me think of seesaw. More like tam wash. Seesaw nice. She just confused. Lord have mercy. She's still using a computer. Rated XXX. Hello, everyone. Shout out RB. Imagine pleasing 7, let alone 700. I know. Facts. It's okay to kiss your sister, but it's not okay to kiss your sister. Yes. It's okay to love your sister, but you don't get jealous when your sister starts being with other men. And this is a tale as old as time. That's why it's in the Bible, because it's an old tale. Do you think, I know it's gross, I know it's weird, but it's a tale as old as time. It's in Game of Thrones. That means it's real. The Targaryens were known for incest. They wanted to keep the bloodline pure. And if your tribe only has 20 people and you don't want to go mixing with the swarthy people, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? You got to get with your sister. But there comes a point in time in history, in modernization of history, and it's in this book, where incest became taboo. And we said, no more doing it with your sister or your daughter. That's not good. That's bad. Don't do that. And the Bible does not support that. So if anybody ever tried to twist it and make you say the Bible is okay with incest, no. The Bible and every culture and every civilization throughout history of the world knows that at some point incest was necessary for the promulgation of our species. In order to propagate, or whatever the word is, in order to keep human beings going, a certain level of incest was required. In all, whatever your worldview is, whether you're Muslim, Buddhist, Christian, Hindu, atheist, evolutionary, whatever, agnostic, at some point, if you go far enough back in history, we're all the results of incest, all of us. And the Bible, with stories like Song of Solomon and in Leviticus, talks about it got to a certain point where there's enough people, you don't got to keep it in the family anymore. You can spread out, okay? But this is a tale as old as time about the sister and the brother relationship, especially when people are attracted to what they look like. Guys get attracted to people who look like their mother or their sisters, and there's this close bond, especially if you're twins and you're in the womb together, like the Targaryens, like dang old Daenerys, like dang old Jon Snow. Spoiler alert. Was JC a virgin in your opinion, JS? I think he was. I think he was. I've heard the arguments from like the Da Vinci Code, which I know the Da Vinci Code is a fictional book from Robert Brown or Robert Langdon or who's I think Robert Langdon is the main character, but it's from Robert Brown or Dan Brown. I can't remember, but anyway, the Da Vinci Code. That is a fictional book, but it is based on some conspiracy theories in the religious communities. One of those being that the fountain of youth, or the cup of the cup of life, the goblet of life. This idea that there's this goblet or this chalice, the cup of life, that is the fountain of youth, and it ties back to the Ark of the Covenant and all these things. One theory is that that isn't actually a chalice or a goblet or something that is inside of the Ark of the Covenant. One of the theories is that the fountain of youth is actually the downline of Jesus. And the idea is that Jesus and Mary, the prostitute Mary, after he said he without sin cast the first stone, and he saved her from being killed for being a prostitute, that Jesus said, go and sin no more. From that point, she changed her life around. She became a follower of Jesus. And the idea is that at some point, they could have had a baby. And I've actually looked into this quite a bit, but it was years and years and years ago. It was when I read the Da Vinci Code. I was trying to look into the historical stuff behind the Da Vinci Code, and that in the original Da Vinci painting of the Final Supper, it's actually a woman sitting next to Jesus. And they say that that was Mary Magdalene, or is Mary Magdalene his mom? Anyway, I think it's Mary Magdalene was the prostitute. I don't know. I get him confused. But anyway, and they say that Da Vinci had to change those paintings because the Vatican was against it. And they're like, no, we can't let this get out, because then people are going to find out that Jesus and this former prostitute who changed her life around, it's all about forgiveness, right? The whole point is that, yes, Jesus did dine with evil people. He did associate with people who did wrong, but he told them, you need to stop. You need to cut it out and follow me and be perfect as your Father in heaven is perfect. And if she followed him, it's not necessarily, it doesn't do anything to the faith or to Christianity if Jesus made a child with Mary, and that this child is actually the fountain of youth or the downline of Jesus. This is what the Da Vinci Code is all about. But and basically it's not the fountain of life or whatever is actually a person who is the genealogical downline of Jesus in this and Mary. And it's interesting. I don't believe it, but it is interesting. I think Jesus died a virgin. Based off what I've read, based off the evidence I've seen, I think Jesus was a virgin. But it is interesting that Da Vinci Code stuff, that he slept with Mary Magdalene and she got pregnant, and then he was crucified and she raised, basically, and then that downline goes on and on to this day. And there's one person who is the fountain of youth or the downline of Jesus. It's interesting. I don't believe it, but it is interesting. I've always been Protestant, Raymond. Solomon's family tree would have looked like a palm tree if they had done the foul deed. Yeah. I think his family tree is pretty crazy anyway, because he was dang making babies with everybody. He was getting it in. Solomon was wild. Like I know the difference. I've always been Protestant Raymond. Seasal was an altar girl. Who brought 50 Shades of Grey? I even wrote that. I wrote Bible, don't wake him up. Look, I wrote chapter 2, don't wake him up. She's teaching. Meaning it seems to me like that's a prostitute talking about my love is equal to a mountain of myrrh to you. He compares her to a horse, as a piece of property with shiny jewelry. You dress yourself up with shiny jewelry and stuff, but you're like a horse to me. You're a piece of property. And she says, well, my love is amounts to a pile of myrrh. Gets you some myrrh and you can have some of this. And she's teaching the other concubines this because she says, don't wake my king up. If he stir, you better not stir and wake him up before the time. And then I wrote Solomon simping. I wrote she's teaching the other women not to wake up the king. And then I wrote chapter 7 is 50 Shades of Grey. And I wrote chapter 8, it is his sister confirmed. Or was it? And that they didn't marry. And I think most of the little Bible scholars, from what I've read, say that I would be wrong on that. But I think they know the truth, but they're intentionally whitewashing it and softening it for public acceptance. Because if you just said straight up, Solomon was trying to have sex with a black slave girl and his sister and a prostitute, then the Christians are like, oh, we can't say that. And I'm a Christian, and I just said it. Deal with it. You have to be able to look deeper. You have to be able to find the meaning. You're for Christ or not, nothing else matters. I agree. Like I know the difference. Stubborn one, right? What does a family show? It's not anymore. It's not a family show anymore. What the? But yeah, that's my thoughts on Song of Solomon. The most controversial book in the Bible, in my opinion. Thanks for hanging out, guys. It's late. It's 11:30. I think that's everything I got. Happy White History Month, guys. Shout out everybody. It's late. I gotta get to bed. But if you guys think I'm wrong, that's fine. See, Sal, I know you know the Bible very well. You said you've read it many times and never taken it that way. Maybe next time I'm in a gaming stream, because I'm about to end the show right now. But maybe next time I'm in a gaming stream, you could tell me your thoughts on my thoughts about it. You could tell me how you took it or how you understand it, or if you think I'm wrong. And it's fine. I don't mind. I would prefer that. I would like if somebody understands it differently. I'd like to hear other points on that. And I know Seasal knows her stuff. So welcome back from the wilds. Yeah, we'll get that. Not some woke softy facts. Oh yeah. Yeah, and I go in these when these Trinity debates are happening, I go in the chat and everybody wants to label somebody. Like I did the show about what is Calvinism because people were calling me Calvinist in chat. People have called me Unitarian or Calvinist, and it's like, okay, so I looked into Calvinism. I agree with some of it, but not all of it. I looked into Unitarians. I kind of agree with some of their doctrines, but not all of it. And also, Unitarians usually got the gay flags out front. So, no, I'm not a Unitarian. Stop trying to put these labels on. My only label that I want is Christian. I don't even care about the white label. I'm kind of swarthy myself. But it is fun to celebrate White History Month, especially when we got every other history month except White History Month. We got to get some White History Month love in the building. So that's why I'm all about it. Good night. And God bless you, Josh, JS. Yes. Thank you guys. Flat Earth Seasal. Thanks for hanging out so late. Let's see. Is there a song I could play? I don't think there's any new songs. That's not out yet. Let's just play this one more time to say goodnight to everybody. We played it at the beginning. We'll play it again now. Guys, it's Monday night. We kicked the week off right.
Daddy and I are never going to get it.
Guys, Monday night, kicking the week off right. If you like it, tell a friend. If you hate it, tell everybody. We are sponsored by viewers like you. The best way to help out the channel, hit the thumbs up button on your way out. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Make sure you hit the bell and you're here for all the streams, the game streams. Even if you just come by and say hey in the chat, just drop something in the chat. Drop something on the comments of the old VODs. Watch some of my old videos. We got the camping video coming out soon. We got the fish head soup video coming out soon. Gonna put a lot of editing into it, so it might be a week or two before they come out. But I had a great camping trip. Happy 4th of July to everybody tomorrow. Happy White History Month to everybody. It's late. We went long tonight, and I thought I didn't have much to talk about, but we talked. So
divorce, but
shout out everybody in the chat.
We would love you both just as
Black,
much.
Raymond Flatter, C South.
Thank you, Moms.
Be wise. Double one.
I have a major
Shout out Lord Bibby.
Major announcement right now. The 1st of July.
Shout out Niner 49. Got your 6. Jeff Hewitt. Shout out, guys. God bless.
It's White History Month from now on. Happy White History Month.
It's White History Month. I'm gonna celebrate with my friends. It's White History Month. So make sure to tell everyone there will always be different months to celebrate. Look at that call. This month's gonna be White History. It's White History Month, and I'm gonna celebrate America. It's White History Month. And I'm gonna scream it to everyone. There will always be different months to celebrate. But this month's gonna be White History.
Shout out eating egg salad sandwiches on white bread for White History Month. Get yourself a BLT. That's Fleckus BLT bacon, lettuce, tomato sandwich of the summer, or an egg salad sandwich. Pressed Cuban. That's not very white or American, but they are delicious. My favorite sandwich is a pressed Cuban, but I know that's not a White History Month thing. So egg salad sandwich or a BLT. Don't put avocado on your BLT because then it's a blat. You don't want to have a blat. You want to have a BLT, not a BLAT. So no avocado, no blat, just white. White History Month, avocado. Shout out, guys. Hit the like button on your way out. I'll see you next week. I'll see you in some Zelda streams and some other streams, watching some videos throughout the week. All the good stuff, guys. Happy 4th of July tomorrow. And hopefully you see some good fireworks and all the good stuff. But God bless, guys. I'm out. Peace.